bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends.
cards all I choose, and I'm gonna win. I ain't gonna lose. Sticks and stones won't break my bones. As long as I am breathing, yeah, I will stand tall. Take me down, shut me out. You ain't never, ever gonna see me bow. I'll do anything to prove you wrong. As long as I am breathing, yeah, I still stand tall. See me stumble, see me fall. You ain't never, ever gonna see me crawl. You can try and shoot me really good and stand like the tide. Still I rise. Ain't nobody who will ever bring me down. Ain't nobody who can take away my crown. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. I keep on banging my drum, 'cause the best is yet to come. So I keep holding on. I'll do anything to prove you wrong. As long as I am breathing, yeah, I still stand tall. See me stumble, see me fall. You ain't never, ever gonna see me crawl. You can try and shoot me with a million lies. You can try and cut me with a sharp and eyes. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. Ain't nobody who will ever bring me down. Ain't nobody who can take away my crown. Like the dust and like the tide. Still
We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. wanna get it Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends.
Hello and welcome to the VCT Game Changers APAC LCQ. Hey, I'm Quack and this is Sleepy. We're bringing a lot of Valorant action today.
Oh my goodness. I'm ready for today. It's been a while. Quack, how are you doing? I know you're missing someone here, so I'm gonna try to be that replacement.
He's
doing
something else.
It's not easy to fill in his shoes, but I'll try my best. So thank you for having me, Quack. It's been a while. I'm so glad to be here again to watch these ladies fight it out. I've seen some amazing things in the past few days, and I can't wait to see even more today. Oh my goodness.
First of all, Sleepy, I think your feet are big enough, so consider those shoes filled. But secondly, I mean, yes, you are absolutely right. A lot of these ladies have been fragging out of their minds throughout the entire brackets. I mean, some of them had to go down to the lower bracket, and that's what we're starting with today. But of course, I think it's safe enough to say that this APAC LCQ, for Game Changers at least, has been dominated by the Thai teams.
I mean, come on, there's 3 teams from Thailand still, and that is just insane. It goes to show the Thai domination that's been going on around for quite some time, and it's just extending even more, and I'll have to see if we can have some other players from other areas of Southeast Asia that can have a chance to try and topple them off that throne, you know. So we'll see what happens today.
It's not easy, right?
No,
these Thai teams are cracked. No. But of course, just to bring things back to the big picture for a second, this was the format that we had for VCT Game Changers throughout the year, starting off with Open and then Open Overtime. We are into APAC LCQ right now. And what they're really fighting for today is really just the top 2 spots, because if they win the upper final, if they win the lower bracket final, they secure those last 2 slots for VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. That's the big one at the end of the year.
Oh yeah, and that's what everybody's been waiting for, right? And these teams on your screen right now, they are waiting for some time. Because they'll have to just see who's going to join them. And as Quack said, we have 2 slots today. And we're actually going to find out who's qualifying to Elite today, right? I think it's both slots, since we're also going to do the lower bracket finals, I believe, later today. And that means we're going to know which 2 teams are going to go and join them at Elite and have another chance, where there's only going to be one chance, really, to go to Berlin. Oh my good. Look at the teams that's been trying their hardest to have that chance, Quack. It's insane how much competition there is.
I know, right? Like, I've seen this screen twice now, and it still is so surprising to see that many teams, and it's very lovely to see that, especially for our female scene. But of course, at least for playoffs, we only have 8, and out of these 8, only 4 remain. One of them will have to be sent home today. So it's actually, if we go into the bracket screen pretty soon, upper final will be between X10 Sapphire and X-Team BO. And then lower bracket round 3. So one of them gets sent home. Whoever loses upper final will have to play in the lower bracket final with whoever reads round 3 today.
That's right. And of course, we have prizes and this last chance qualifiers. Aside from those top 2 slots, we're of course going to give out prizes for the qualified teams. First and second, they're each going to get $1,200 US. And third, fourth, they're going to get 800 and 600 respectively. Fifth to sixth, they're going to get 400. Seventh to eighth, 200 each. And that's not bad, but of course, that's not what they're here for, are they, Quack?
It really isn't. Again, it's those last 2 slots for Elite, because Elite is the big one. You get to play with the big teams, the big girls, and only one of those will actually get to go to Berlin to play for Game Changers champions, if that's what we want to call it.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure. Can you even imagine with all those on the line? It's just insane to think that they have to fight all the way there. And this is just the last chance qualifiers, by the way. They're still going to have to fight all those teams waiting in Elite. And, well, I guess all we can say is they're going to take it one step at a time. And, of course, today we're going to start at Step 1, which is Game 1 between WSF, Win Streak Esports Female, versus BASISSIX. That's a banger name, by the way. BASISSIX.
Yeah, I think it's like some... It's I don't know. I feel like it might be a Thai thing, like BASISSIX, because they had The
Okay.
roster used to be like 66 or something.
Right.
Like, 60, I don't know.
Okay, it's a number. It's a number that's got meaning, I guess, over there. So
Possible.
let's see how that goes. Of course, they're gonna have to go against win streak, and again, they're actually true to their name. They've been winning quite some games. They only lost to one team in this last challenge qualifier, and that is X10 Sapphire. And this goes to show that if you're only losing to X10S, then that means you're going to be able to win everything else pretty much. So maybe that's telling us that they might have one of the bigger chances to try and qualify to Elite alongside X10S if they also qualify.
That it's a very high probability, I think.
Yeah.
I think, like, at least for the entire APAC LCQ so far,
Yeah.
X10S probably one of the top favorites because they were one of the finalists from last year. They've been performing pretty well this year. Had some mishaps here and there, but they did take down Double Streak Female, and then Double Streak Female kind of picked up their slack and learned from all those mistakes. And throughout the lower bracket, they've been winning 2-0, Sleepy.
Yeah, that's what I was noticing just the other day. They've been pretty insane with their performances, and of course, these players are the one behind the driver's seat. Mimi, Rosie, Dolph, Nuki, and Noxie. And yeah, I gotta say, they've been pretty impressive with how adjustable they are, with how adaptive they are with their agent pool, and the way they play the game is something else, I have to say.
I have to agree. I think they're one of the more interesting teams as well because they actually have a 6-member roster with Mimi subbing in every now and then. But of course, apart from that, we also have BASISSIX, and they are just as cracked because some of these players, I mean, Angela, Sanderi, Kit Kat, man, I don't know how to pronounce that.
I'm gonna go with Felsi.
Felsi,
How about
okay,
that? Yeah.
let's go with that. And then, of
Hopefully
course,
we get it
Miguel.
Yeah.
I hope so too, but they are incredibly strong, and I think Kit Kat's one of those players to look out for, especially when she's on her signature jet.
Yep. And something I noticed actually is she also played some other agents, and she's been performing pretty well on those as well. So it's not that she's like a jet one trick, you know. She has some aces up her sleeves, and maybe she'll show us some of those today. But I do want to see her jet again, and so I'm kind of torn between wanting to see her play jet again, or if she's gonna show us some other agents that she can just impress us with. I'm down for anything. So those are the players that are going to be fighting it out today on the server for this first series, best of 3 between W Streak Female and BASISSIX.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting, or at least it's curious to me, when you have a team that constantly changes roles every now and then.
Oh man,
Duelists hop over onto like controller or something.
Yeah.
That's kind of weird, but it works for them.
That's the thing, though. If you can make that work, it's going to give you so much power over these other teams, because then you're preventing these other teams from anti-stratting you, and you're always going to be surprising them here and there, right? One day you're going to pick Jet on Kit Kat, and then the next she's going to put Brimstone. What the hell is she going to do with that agent? And the other players are going to be adjusting towards that pick for her, and that's also going to be a surprise for the opponent's team. And maybe this is one of the formulas that they can try and implement to try and beat W Streak Female. But of course, W Streak Female, they've been pretty consistent all across the board with the players. And this is also important, Quack. The map veto and Breeze. I'm so happy to see Breeze for Win Streak Female, because I've seen that they've got a pretty good win rate on this map. And somehow they tried and banned it against X10, and I'm glad to see this here.
Yeah, they really do. If I'm not wrong, it's actually 100% win rate.
Yeah.
They've played it 5 times, and all 5 they've won, even against I think some of the bigger teams like Big Scythe or
Right.
yeah, it's not easy to do that.
No.
But that said, I kind of thought they might have gone for a set, but looking at the picks and bans today, it's probably because both teams already played a set yesterday.
Yeah, that might be true, and maybe they're just trying to prevent any anti-stratting going on, and I have to respect that. And Fracture is also a happy pick for me for BASISSIX. I think they're pretty amazing on Fracture with a no less impressive win rate on it. and this will be a fun ping pong game, I guess, between these two teams, because if we are going with the sheets, with the stats, we're gonna have to say that W Streak Female might take Breeze, but we're also gonna say that Fracture is gonna be taken by BASISSIX, so Haven might just happen today,
Right.
and I'm ready for that.
Very good chance, because the stat sheets that we have, both teams perform very well on their own map picks. But then again, that's one of those things. If you can beat your opponent's best map, that's a huge statement. And that's what we're going to be looking out for.
And honestly, it's not that rare anymore to see teams just beating other opponents on their map pick. Maybe because they've tried and studied their map picks. They know that they love this map, so they've started preparing more for that map. And I'm hoping to see more of that happen here in Game Changers. So we'll see if W Streak Female can defend their map pick on Breeze, and the same goes for BASISSIX, whether they can defend Fracture as their map pick. And the team that can beat their opponent on their map pick, that's going to be huge going into the next round.
You have to do that if you want to be one of the best teams. And I love that you brought that up, Sleepy, because this is very interesting. BASISSIX so far have not played Breeze with their this current team, this current roster. So according to our stats, they haven't played it at all. I have no idea what kind of agent composition they're going to go for. It's hard to predict this. And I think it's harder for W Streak Female as well.
That's right. And the thing is about that, if they don't ban Breeze, then they must have something up their sleeves. They're not too afraid to play that map. Even though they haven't played it on screen, I'm pretty sure they have thought about it, thinking, it's all right. I think Breeze is okay for us, so we shouldn't ban it. But if it gets picked, then maybe we should work a little harder. And I think they have what it takes to prepare for it, just in a small amount of time that they found out that they're actually going to play the map. But I do think, and this is just my unbiased prediction, because, hey, we have stats, we have numbers to back it up. I think W Streak Female is... They've got the upper hand going into this first map.
Right, let's talk about what we know. WSF, what they've played before, what are they good at? And I think one of their strongest players, at least for Breeze, so far has been Mimi. Whenever she plays on Breeze, she's on the chamber, and she's landing a lot of her shots. I mean, 57 hit shot percentage on her previous game against Big Sight. That's not a small number.
No, it's not. And considering the fact that if you play chamber, you should be playing a lot with the operator or Tour de Force, and you're hitting 67% headshot percentage. Excuse me, you do not aim for the head when you use the operator, but if you do, more power to you. And Mimi, I'm looking forward to see more of that. And of course, we can't count out players from BASISSIX. Of course, we have KitKat, and she's probably going to be happy with this map pick. I mean, she can play Jet on it, or maybe if they're going to try and be more experimental, then they can try her on Chamber, because both agents are pretty similar in the sense that they can utilize the operator very well on Breeze, and I would love to see either team just bring that out, maybe even have double op setups. I don't mind. I love double op setups. I'm an operator player myself, and anytime I'm not on Jet or Chamber, I'll do it. I'll play the operator. It's not a sin to play an operator, not as a Jet, not as a Chamber. So I want to see more of that.
If it works, it works. That's always the adage that I go with. I mean, we have seen some interesting things throughout Game Changers APAC LCQ so far. That's the thing about this, because not every team is backed by like a big org. Not every team has a coach or like a proper IGL or anything. But they try things out. They experiment a little bit, and sometimes you just see interesting things happen, and you start to think, maybe this could work in like with more refined strategies. I just saw a Reyna on Icebox like 2 days ago.
Oh god, yeah. Oh, that's a classic, right? That's a classic. We kind of see Reyna just go out of the meta because, there's Chamber. Why would you pick Reyna? You can always TP out. But then there are still teams who are brave enough to pick Reyna up because they know the potential that she could just snowball with. When she gets a kill, she's gonna be on that rampage, maybe pop her Impress on, and Reyna is just always a good pick when the player playing her can just pop off and hit headshots. Maybe Mimi can try playing Reyna with 67% headshot. I mean, that's a good sign that you can aim. And Reyna is such an aim-based agent, and it'd be a waste if you don't play her sometimes.
Yeah, it really could happen, especially if you top frag with the Reyna.
Yeah.
I think you can provide a lot of value with that. Maybe not super like coordinated team composition, executes or anything like that, but still, it's good enough that you can do a lot. And at least for a team like BASISSIX, we don't know what they might go for. We haven't really seen them together, but we can kind of theory craft and speculate as to what they might go for. I mean, KitKat, I think you're right. Duelist probably. Maybe something else. But what about the rest of the team, Sleepy? I mean, what do you think is the composition?
I mean, on Breeze, it's pretty common to see some initiators. Of course, the Viper is a must pick, but we have seen some teams try out without playing Viper, but didn't work really well. So I still think Viper is the main pick here. I would love to see a Sova/KO/Sky, and
no Fade.
I mean, Fade is good. But on this big of a map that is Breeze,
it's a bit tough,
I don't think it's that effective to play her. But who knows? Maybe these teams have more prep than I do. And I would love to see Fade.
More prep than Coach Sleepy?
I mean, that would be great. I would love to see some Fade. Basically, all the initiators could work here except for Breach. Even then, Breach could still be working out on this map, but I don't think that's going to happen. We'd love to see Chamber, of course, and Jet. So no surprises will be too much, I think, today. Unless someone picks a Yoru up. I would love to go for that.
We don't see that too often here.
No,
but when we do, oh my gosh. it's fun.
Because it's not viable. You know what I mean? I mean, Yoru is such a flexible and mobile hero. Yes, he's such a good agent when it comes to cutting spaces in between rotations. Always good as a lurker. Always good to surprise your opponents when you entry on the side without trying to be too obvious, I guess. Right? You can couple it with a couple of utilities from your initiators, flashes from the KO or Sky, recon from Sova, and then just TP back to the side, and you're going to be there in the enemy backlines. And these are the plays that I want to see more out of the Game Changers teams. And again, as we said, experimentation is not a sin as well. So I would love to see that happen. Although maybe this is not the best place to do it, since you only have one more chance. This is the lower bracket, so maybe not try those.
You know, they're doing it against a team that they can study, a team that they can VOD review for. And all those agents that you just mentioned, I think that's like the optimal agent composition for Breeze. And in fact, that is what WSF has gone for in the past, especially against Big Scythe. It's the classic, you know, Sova, KO, a Jet, a Chamber, Mimi, and then Viper. And it works out. They win like 13-7 on it, which is, it's pretty good.
That's good. That's good. And yeah, I mean, if it works, like you said, if it works, it works. Why fix something that isn't broken? And I love that mentality. They've tested it. They know the ins and outs of playing that composition, so there's not going to be any surprises or hiccups that might come from playing an agent that you're not used to, like Yoru, for example. You might miss a TP, you might miss a flash, and that will mess everything up. So let's not do that here in one of the most important matches we're going to be playing ever in the Game Changer circuit. So here we have a head-to-head between Nuki and Angela with some really good stats, with average combat scores almost equal at 228 and 223.
Oh, wow.
That's a pretty decent headshot percentage as well on Angela, but oh my god, 36.4 on Nuki. That is some insane stat.
Very, very similar. I think agent choices are somewhat similar as well, because we have seen Nuki go for the initiator. Sometimes she flexes around, but other than that, Angela does similar things as well. We'll often see her on agents like KO, but maybe on Breeze, I don't know. She picked Neon on Fracture. There's a chance that she could go Neon on Breeze as well.
It is possible. I think Neon is not such a bad agent. The thing is, again, Breeze is such a big map, and her abilities don't really cover all that much when it comes to going into a side or dashing into a side. But it is viable. I think if you know how to play the stuns well, I think it's going to cover so much ground for you to entry the side with your teammates without having to worry about enemies just headshotting you while you are entering the side. So I don't hate Neon, but I don't think we're going to see Neon on Breeze, because I'm pretty sure these agents are going to prefer Jet and Chamber. Quack.
Yeah, that's the classic El Clasico.
Classic.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see what the teams actually go for, but we have some issues at the moment, so we're gonna go try and fix them. Try to get everything working again. I know, like, Caster got to press the start button, but it's not working right now. So we're gonna go for a quick break, and then we'll be back pretty soon. Don't go, guys. We will be back right after this.
Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. again. I'm bossing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends.
แต่เขาเป็นสตรีมเมอร์แต่ว่าชอบเพราะว่าเขาแบบว่าผิวเขาเล่นแบบผิวมากวอร์มอัพยิงเดธแมทประมาณแล้วก็ยิงบอทแล้วแต่อารมณ์ค่ะก็เหมือนกันก็ยิงเดธแมทค่ะยิงเดธแมทอย่างเดียวเลยซะส่วนใหญ่ยิงบอทบ้างนิดหน่อยเป็นส่วนใหญ่จะเป็นเพลงแบบว่าอินดี้อะไรอย่างงี้เพลงที่คนอื่นไม่ค่อยฟังกันค่ะอย่างเป็นเพลงหนึ่งที่ชอบมากคือเพลง Sandy Kim ของ APAC ค่ะคลาสสิกค่ะเพราะว่ามันขี้โกงมันสามารถคลิกขวาได้แล้วมันแบบมันดูน่ากลัวมาก150 ปิกเพราะว่ามันยังแหลกนิดนึงแต่ว่ายังเล่นได้อยู่ดีมากค่ะผมสีนู่นนี่นั่นชอบค่ะน่าจะเกือบทุกคนเลยมีโพลี่เพราะว่าชอบพูดอะไรตลกออกมาแล้วก็พี่จินชอบเอนเตอร์เทนน้องพี่เป็ดก็ชอบพูดอะไรก็ไม่รู้แล้วก็พี่ไตชอบแสดงความออกมาให้ทุกคนเห็นค่ะคิดว่าจุดแข็งคือการที่เราสนิทกันแล้วเราสามารถแบบว่าคุยกันได้ทุกเรื่องค่ะเรนโบว์ค่ะเพราะว่าหลากหลายอารมณ์ผีเข้าผีออกค่ะอัลเตอร์อีโก้เขาค่อนข้างโหดอยู่ค่ะยิงโหดมากก็อยากได้แชมป์ค่ะอยากได้แชมป์หลายๆรายการเลยค่ะฟังเพลงค่ะแค่ฟังเพลงหาเพลงที่ตัวเองชอบฟังใช้ตังค์เยอะเกินค่ะอยากให้ตังค์ตัวเองเยอะกว่านี้จะได้กินของอร่อยมากกว่านี้ค่ะเขาเรียกว่าอะไรผงโกคันไม่เคยกินมัฟฟินค่ะเลยไม่รู้ว่าชอบอะไรฮอตพอตค่ะชอบซดน้ำชอบอะไรที่มันเป็นน้ำหนังที่ค่อนข้างอินดี้หน่อยมันดูสนุกดีค่ะอย่างเรื่องมันจะมีซีรีส์เรื่องหนึ่งชื่อ The End of the Fucking World ต้องมีไฟมากแล้วก็ต้องตั้งใจจริงๆแล้วก็จะทำออกมาได้ดีเองค่ะเพราะว่าชอบฟังเพลงมากแล้วก็เล่นเกมอื่นอะไรเงี้ยรีแลกซ์
And welcome back. I think Quack and I have found the start button, so hold on very, very tightly because I think we're going to start very, very soon. So don't go anywhere, guys. I hope you're ready with your snacks and drinks and everything else because we're going to be in for a ride, Quack.
I'm ready with my aim labs. So
oh, man!
That's like what I do sometimes.
Really? Oh my
when
God.
you're bored, you know, like you just want to go and click some blue balls.
All right,
anyway, I hate to get into this, but you know, we were talking about the agent compositions before.
Yes.
Just based on pure statistics and history, I'm inclined to go with WSF. I don't want to ask you, Sleepy. I don't want to ask for predictions because you know what happens when you predict for teams to win.
I do know. So teams, if you want some business with me, then you have my DMs at Sleepy Studios TV. Just slide in there, and we'll see if we can make something happen. So win streak female or BASISSIX, bid. Go bid.
Start bidding. Like how much do you want your team to win? Or Sleepy's got magical powers, guys. So go check him out on Twitter. It happens all the time.
I'm afraid sometimes to just say it, dude. It's so weird because now I can't say anything, even though it's my genuine opinion on what teams are gonna do or how things are gonna do. I just can't, because people are just gonna think, oh, you're jinxing this, or you're jinxing that. Well, no, I really want to support Boom Esports, guys.
No,
It's
keep
fine.
quiet. Get that out.
I'll just have to shut up, I guess. And I've accepted my place in the scene where I should
Oh
just
my
be
God.
a quiet bystander, watching from the sidelines.
Well, whatever it is, all the boomers, we're all waiting for our Boom
Yeah.
Esports jerseys because they look freaking dope. But
Pretty good.
moving forward, I mean, still, it's Breeze. It's going to be BASISSIX versus WSF.
Yep.
It's still really tough to say what BASISSIX will really go for in terms of agent
Yeah,
compositions.
it's hard.
But if we really do go for a mirror matchup, what does that say to you, Sleepy, as a coach?
Yeah, as a coach, if we see a mirror matchup, I think it just says that that is the most optimal composition in a map, and it's not rare to see that. And we know that in Valorant, there are no best, like, there's no right or wrong. There's just best practices, right? So if you see a mirror matchup, that's probably the best practice. Like, that's the best you can have as an agent composition on a map. And teams are going to have to rely on their adaptability. They're going to have to rely on how deep their strat books are, because you literally have the same agents playing against each other. So it's just about how you use it, how you use those agents. And here's where experience comes in, right? And W Streak Female, they've been around for quite some time. They've tried their hand at Overtime. Didn't work out very well in the end, but now they still have this chance. And on the other hand, we have BASISSIX, who are pretty new, right? I think they just formed this team going into this LCQ. So the difference in experience might play a part if we do see that mirror matchup later on.
Is this what I'm hearing? Are you predicting that WSF will win?
Well,
If BASISSIX wins, everyone, you know what to do.
It's such a convoluted way to just say that one word, huh? I think WSF got this. And I'm trying so hard to dodge saying that, but I just said it, and you got me into this, Quack, so I blame you. So if
It's my
anything happens to
fault.
WSF today, you know who to blame, not me.
Why?
It's
What?
Quack.
Oh, come on. Well, at the very least, I think Dogobot, WSF's coach, he's going to be very happy
Yeah,
about
I'm
this.
sorry. Well, we'll
Well,
see how it goes. We'll see.
his DMs are open. You know where to find
DMs
him. But I do agree. I mean, it does come down to that adaptability and also a bit of experience, right? Because, like you've tweeted so much before, sometimes a lot of these moments, as coaches or as analysts, we can always talk about the optimal composition, optimal positions. But in the heat of the moment, it's up to the players to really figure out what they need to do. Those micro decisions can
right.
really make a big difference.
Yeah, and this is really where there's a chance for these players to shine a spotlight on themselves, right? What do they do in a stress 1v4 situation? What do they do in a 2v4 when they have no utilities left versus when they do have utilities left? Like, all those small differences in decision making, it's what's making the difference. And today is a real test, because this is quite literally your last chance for you to play, because you are in the lower bracket, right? WSF and BASISSIX. So I hope they don't falter to that pressure, you know, because pressure is a real thing. And in such a crucial position, as a situation as tight as this, it might get to you. And I think, again, this is where experience plays a part, right? If you're used to this, if you're used to always being on the back foot, you know, playing up against the wall, and I guess you're fine, and you won't let the pressure get to you, and that's when you can make the most optimal decision making all the time. So
Yeah, it's a very real thing. I mean, as much as a lot of this game can be tactical or strategical, when it comes down to it, it's like just human beings, as people.
it is.
It's a mental game. Yeah, sometimes your
Always.
emotions get the best of you. Sometimes it's a bit of pressure, and this is one of the things, like, coming from my experience, just like handling for Paper X,
Right.
they're always so chill. Like, you see Benkai, he's like always in interviews. They ask him like, "Oh, do you picture yourself making it to the grand finals this time
Right.
because your team's doing so well?"
Yeah.
And they're always just like, "Oh no, we don't want to pressurize ourselves that way. We'll just take it one step at a time,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
one game at a time." And I think that's something that
I agree. That's a W mindset, right? Since you're WSF, you should be putting it into your players, Dogobot, that you shouldn't be pressuring yourself too much, right? It's always those, like, have you ever been in the situation, Quack, where you try so hard to win a ranked game, the more you lose games, right?
Yeah.
It's because sometimes you get to focus on the wrong things when you start thinking about, oh, I want to win, I want to win. You forget that this is, at its core, a game where you should be enjoying it. And sometimes it might sound like a cliche, you know, you just have to have fun, right? But it's actually deeper than that, you know. When you have fun playing the game, you don't stress on different things, right? And when you don't stress on too many different things, then your brain opens up, and that's when you make the best decisions. And this is a very applicable theory. And this game specifically, Valorant is such a stressful game, guys. But whatever. Our stresses are our stresses. Let's just see how these players do on this first map ever, Breeze.
Oh boy. And this is what we've been talking about for quite a while. The agent compositions. We see rather optimal or standard compositions coming in from WSF. I mean, right now they're just hovering over them. But of course, it's the Viper. It's the KO.
Oh, Cypher though.
Oh my gosh, Felsi.
There's a Cypher though. This is interesting. And honestly, I'm not like too surprised because Chamber, you know, they've gotten a nerf for him. He's not out of the meta just yet, but I do see the rise of Cypher coming up, and I think this might be the start of it. So I'm really happy to see that Cypher pick, and I can't wait to see how they're going to play him out today.
There's a good chance. I mean, we're talking about it, and Cypher as a Sentinel, like opposed to Chamber, you might not be going for those duels that much.
No.
But your tripwire, your cyber cages allow you to slip in and out of some precarious situations at times, and not to mention tripwire against Jet. That's just that makes sense.
It makes so much sense, and I love that they're picking Cypher when they're starting out on defense. This might be their game plan going into this. You know, we're starting out on defense. Let's get as many rounds as we can, and maybe shift the momentum on our side, and then on attack. Even though we're not going to be as effective when entering into sites, we still have that momentum going in, and therefore, here we are, Quack. First game ever. First round is going to start right now.
And BASISSIX on the defensive side, already a deliberate toxic screen just to block off the A site, and not to mention a little bit of mid doors as well. But WSF, they're taking things slow, Sleepy.
I mean, I don't mind going slow on the first round to feel out their opponents, you know. And Angela, though, I love this aggressive positioning with this off angle. It allows her to just go anytime. But unfortunately, she's going to get detected. She's going to get silenced, no dash available, and this might be dangerous. But there's that counter.
What? Okay. Now she's got the tailwind activated, not really aggressing just yet. Finally peeks in, catches Mimi, but gets tagged instead. So Mimi gets a little bit of damage for free.
This TP's out, and this might be the cue. Oh, no, WSF. That is such a great peek. Angela will trade back one, but Nuki very quick in that trade as well, and therefore this is going to be easy access into that side.
Right, 2 players gone means that it's very likely this site is open and ripe for the taking. They put the toxic screen up and instantly go in for the plant. A 3-on-4 retake, and BASISSIX, they need to decide which places they want to enter from. I think it's going to be tunnel as well as B main though. That's going to be scary because Mimi's lurking on the other side of Nest.
I love this. I love Mimi's positioning because she's going to be ready, but it's just about timing. Don't peek too early. Let Miguel just have a laser focus towards that side, but oh no, Mimi, you're missing some shots. That can't happen. And now it's a 3v2 from that Nuki trade.
Enemy remaining.
Therefore, this right-click classic, I mean, what else is there to say? It's the classic, ladies and gents. Of course you win with those.
Free gun BTW. and that's all it came down to. I mean, even with Mimi maybe not quite landing those shots, it's a little bit of an unfortunate whiff, but she did take the attention away from the site itself. And that's where Rosie and the rest of the team can come in, set up some of those positions. They knew where BASISSIX were coming from.
Yeah, it's so underrated sometimes. When you whiff, you only focus on the whiff, but you don't take into account the attention that you're drawing to yourself, allowing your teammates to clean up. That's what happened over there, and that's good. Also,
oh my gosh, the buys.
Yeah, the buys. Oh, so spicy. One Vandal, one Phantom already. I mean, I don't hate it. This will allow them to play their bonus round with a higher probability of winning if they bring those guns forward into the next round. But you know how it could be so dangerous in these anti-eco round squad.
Yeah, a little bit risky. But thankfully, BASISSIX are nothing but classics, so these positions are going to have to be very, very careful. Some of them are already hiding in some of these unorthodox corners, making use of the toxic screen like that.
And crosshairs.
Very interesting. Oh yeah, the crosshair as well. But look at this, the shot down from above, and Sanderi's going to be able to push up front. KitKat gets one as well, but Nuki's trying to trade, goes for the flick, doesn't quite land it, and Angela has a pretty forward position to work with right now. The spike's been planted, but both of them all stuck inside a cave. It's not going to be easy for them to peek out. Kyo gets in with the Guardian though, and Mimi! That headshot percentage is just rising again and again, Sleepy.
Yeah. You know, I was ready to retire as a caster because I was just saying, yeah, there's no way they lose against these classics. And then again, they see, yeah, it's a 3v2 in the end. But thankfully, I'll still be able to be, you know, stay in this job as a caster because I'm not jinxing too much currently. And, yeah, those shots, look at that, Mimi. But that's the thing, though. They lost they lost one rifle, which is not too bad. But they're going to go into this bonus round with really good guns. Look at that. 5 rifles straight out. No bonus round, whatever. It's just going to be a full gun round in this third round. And they're just going to go into B without any hesitation. Even with a null command on top. This is going to allow them to just enter without worrying about those tripwires. And as you can see, those tripwires are going to... not going to do anything to defend this piece.
Wow. Planted.
Not to mention Mimi lurking towards bottom mid as well. This is going to enable her to go in for a possible big flank. KitKat is watching from top of nest though, so this could be dangerous. Of course, Mimi doesn't win this time. Still lands the shot. Now it just comes down to the rest of the squad holding down the site, and they are doing a darn good job at it so far. Try to go in from elbow, try to go in from tunnel. It's not going to work. Sanderi from backside though, able to get the first one. Tries to look for Noxie, but the wall bang on Rosie goes through. And it's a perfect 3-0 start for WSF.
Yeah. One of the things you get when you bring rifles onto your bonus round, well, I guess you can't really call it a bonus round anymore. It's just a full buy round, right?
Yeah.
And they've won it because of that null command, I should say. Nuki did such a great job securing that ultimate orb at the end, and just entering into a Cypher defended side with tripwires just deactivated from the get-go. It's so easy for you to enter, and this might be a problem that BASISSIX will have to sort out if they want to stay ahead of WSF. But of course, this round, not classics. We have sheriffs, a little bit more dangerous, but I can't say might have the chance to win this round because look at WSF being so patient.
They're just taking their time and maybe trying to get some bits of information, but of course they know that Sanderi often plays on the A side because of this diagonal toxic screen. It allows them to push up front, and WSF are just going to pop flash out of it. Mimi coming in from the top of halls as well, an additional angle for them to look out for, but Miguel lands the perfect shot with the Sheriff. Dolph coming in on the site though, and this is where they get the spike planted, but little do they know, 3 players all coming from Cave.
Cave, they are coming, but of course Noxie, they have a great angle on this bricks area, and I don't think they can go even further from this. Dolph making sure to get it with the Rosie. It's a 4v1 if you win this. I have nothing to say, KitKat. But of course Noxie will finish it off to get a very quick 4-0 lead against BASISSIX. This is looking really good for them.
Incredibly strong. I'm not sure if this toxic screen is working out so well for BASISSIX anymore, because they are actually using it. It kind of counteracts Rosie's toxic screen, right? They can just push through it. Rosie's toxic screen is up, and it's not that much of a problem for them to take that space on A site. And not to mention, they just didn't have the guns that round. This time, a full buy coming back in, but they really need to make it count.
Yeah. Something I wished to see was an operator on Angela, maybe. And this is the thing, if you're playing Cypher, you're not going to be playing the operator too much. Although we did say you can, but it's not the most optimal thing to do. And without the operator, it's going to be a little easier for WSF. Like, they have that peace of mind, thinking that they won't be taken off by operators, and therefore, they can just entry into a site. Oh no, Tsundere tagged out by a recon. Nuki, although taking this off angle was kind of risky, she did bear fruit by taking some kills. Angela, though. Nice trades. Still able to survive with that dash. Oh, Mimi, you lurked her! What a rat! Always on the lurk. And with those headshots, Mimi, once again, brings WSF forward with another number on that scoreboard. 5-0.
If I just might add, it's not just any lurk either. The timing on her peaks is so pristine. It's such a deliberate choice to come out at that time to catch them off as soon as Angela starts to pop off even a little bit. Shuts down the kill streak. And again, like you mentioned, Sleepy, 5-0. This is such a devastating start for BASISSIX.
It is. I love the patience on Mimi too. She was like, "Oh, I see Angela, but no.
I don't have to go
someone
yet.
else.
Yeah.
I don't have to kill her yet. Let me just kill someone else." And then I know where she is, but even then, she wasn't the one killing Angela. But again, drawing attention, and this time also hitting the shots. What more could you ask from Mimi? What an amazing player! What an amazing turn of events from those lurks that we've seen from Mimi so far. And this is a problem that BASISSIX will have to think about in this tactical pause. They have to think about how they can take more map control. How they can counter all these entries, because so far we've seen WSF just brute forcing their way into sites, and BASISSIX, they just haven't found a solution, even though they have a Cypher defending. And so this is questioning this composition, right? If you have a Cypher, you're supposed to defend well, but maybe KO is just too strong of a counter.
Possibly. I mean, you really do need to make use of your utilities to at least slow down or to fend off any potential advances that WSF are trying to send towards your way. But so far, BASISSIX have been struggling with controlling areas like halls, or even just defending the A site, for example. Past 2 rounds, A site has been such a consistent hit for WSF. And back to the crosshair again. We've got some marshals, we've got some sheriffs, and they are trying to find whatever they can. Angela, though, pushing out and forward into mid doors. She eats a bullet to the face, and just like that, WSF get a little bit more map control. Oh no.
Oh god, look at the kill feed. Headshots all around, all over the map, and like that, just like that, this site is open once more. And I don't want to say this, but it's kind of sad to see that there's just no defensive positivity from the side of BASISSIX, because we're not seeing them try to go for pickoffs early on, and this might be the problem that we have with Cypher. Do many aggressive plays, and at the same time, you also have Mimi just hitting shots like that, together with Noxy, together with Nuki, I should say. Nuki have been consistently entering, getting the first bloods for the side of WSF, and now we see the operator. Now that's what I wanted to see 2 rounds ago, and I'm really hoping for some good opening kills for the side of BASISSIX, because they need it. They need it so badly.
Just desperately. It's looking flawless for WSF right now. Their economy is it's practically maxed out, Sleepy. Oh my gosh.
I mean, you are safe for your future. Just retire now.
Just retire now. Oh my gosh. But at least BASISSIX, they're trying to fight back. We've got the Viper Spit deployed towards A. Angela trying to move around. But this is the thing. WSF aren't giving up that much information. They're holding back, trying to get some picks before they actually move out. And this is why BASISSIX, honestly, they look a little bit nervous with the way they're moving back and forth the map. Angela now trying to look down the middle. but it's still she's not seeing anything.
No. And that's a problem when you picked up an operator. You are hoping to get early picks, but WSF, they know exactly how to counter this. They just wait and not allow any room for Angela to find an early pickoff. And the thing is, she doesn't have a dash anymore. She's not going to be brave enough to go for anything. And again, we see that null command. The Cypher tripwires are not going to be in play anymore. And this time, though, we'll be able to get a kill, although she's going to get traded immediately by Dolph.
Wait, look at mid.
Oh, again, Mimi. Mimi, what is this? You're always so good with this. Always so effective on the lurk. Always so effective with the Vandal. I mean, this is just another round for WSF. This is literally what we've seen in the previous rounds, and it's just a cycle of winning the site, getting the lurks, and just winning the rounds.
Unbelievable. I mean, BASISSIX are dropping like flies. It seemed doable when they started to get some trades in, but now coming into this, Dolph off the jump peak instantly knows how to react to Senderi going in for the burst. It's 7-0 Sleepy, and WSF are just dominating.
Maybe everybody just renamed themselves to W something something. Because WS, with a win streak in their name, they're translating it into their game. And I really don't know what else to say. Angela, it was unfortunate because she spent her dash in the first 5 seconds, and that allowed WSF to be quieter and just relax a little bit, because they know Angela cannot go for those crazy peaks.
Oh my god.
Mid or B, and now they're gonna go for a mid push together, but they're found. I don't know if Noxie knows that there's 3 of them there, but I don't think that matters, because Miguel's the one dueling her, and she's actually going to find a kill with the Bulldog. That's not so bad, but what do they do now? Okay, there's that neural theft. That's going to allow them to see what's happening. They're going to go and converge towards B again, and they do have a free gun lying around towards elbow, so if they want to pick that up, that's good.
Oh no. But what are they doing right now? Off the info, they could just sandwich them in, but they're actually pushing in, going for those aim duels. Felsi this time, picking up 2 frags. And I think WSF are starting to feel the heat. They're trying to peek out as well, not knowing that Senderi's on the other side. Maybe it's all up to her. She's only got an operator going out with the headhunter, getting slammed down by Miguel. And off that one firefight, BASISSIX find their first win in this map.
Oh, baby. I love seeing that. See, it's the map control, right? Just look at how much map control they have towards mid. And even though it was just a 1v1, it was just a one single pickoff towards elbow. That opened up so much for BASISSIX. Granted, there was that neural theft that allowed them to rotate fast towards B to sandwich all the WSF players. But it's still that proactivity from BASISSIX that allowed them to get those chances, right? So now they do have the operator again, but Angela, once more, not gonna find anything towards that A side. So if she rotates now towards B or mid even, maybe she can find something. But if she stays there, she's not gonna be an effective operator player right now.
The angle that she's holding isn't really giving that much either, but thankfully Senderi's able to find something from A site itself through the doors. And off that, it's a little bit of information. They could call that someone is still hovering towards middle. They're not seeing anything towards cave, so BASISSIX don't really have to move that much right now.
There's so much difference from the previous rounds, though. WSF, they're playing a little more scared, playing a little more cautiously. This allows BASISSIX to get pickups like that, and with a 5v4 advantage, BASISSIX are doing exactly what they should be doing. Just relax, wait to see what happens. Yeah, and now they hear the drone towards B, and once again, it's gonna be a B hit, but this time there's no null command, and nice fragment placement. They're gonna buy some more time. And now they're just gonna double back and go towards A.
Look at cave. This is interesting
might be
now.
really good.
But she has to hold some kind of an angle. She just pushes out. She hears the footsteps. Swaps to a weapon. But it's only able to get one. Dolph trades it back in. But then, of course, Mimi just trying to pull this operator off of top mid. She goes in, gets one. Miguel makes it a trade. And all of a sudden, we're back to a 2-on-3. Hunter's Fury just to deny the spike plant, but it doesn't quite connect. But does at least push them all the way back. Even tags Noxy down to 70 HP.
That's not bad. It opens up the retake quite nicely. And there is that 0 point to detect even one more. They have no post, but oh, they do have the headshots though. And with that headshot, it might be enough, but no, Filthy. One more from Dolph, but Miguel, with a quick trade, will be able to close out a second round for BASISSIX. And thankfully, even though it's an expensive round, it's still a win. A win is a win. They need all the wins they can get. And unfortunately, they don't have the operator to save this next round. So, although I have to say, the operator didn't really find anything so far. So maybe Angela is better off playing a rifle, just playing those close angles, and play the bait and switch with her teammates, because it seems to be working. The trades are not bad for BASISSIX, so we just need to see even more of them.
You're right. In fact, it's pretty good. Even in that last scenario, Miguel knowing to push along with a teammate that way, that's what gave them the win. And like you mentioned, the operator just hasn't been providing that much value. I'm not sure if it's just bad luck with her positioning so far. They're not going to where she is.
No.
She's also trying to catch off Mimi on the lurk, though. That could be what she's trying to do.
Yeah, but Mimi is so smart. Look at the timing again. She was always able to dodge anyone from inside of BASISSIX, just preventing anyone from detecting that lurk. And Rosie, with his early Viper spit, will force Inari to make a play and then punish her. And yet again, we see a 5v4 this time for WSF. And it's going to be one hell of a tough retake. But Miguel opens up with Angela.
There it is.
That's the pickup we were looking for. And now we're going to be having a 3v3 after Noxy with a trade. And Mimi, this time it's not going to work out. Well, Noxy, get her with the recon. That's gonna be a kill off of the Viper.
No way.
And no way. Feltzy in a 1v2 now. We'll be able to find a second one. Turns it into a 1v1 with a very awkward positioning though, because the plant is so open and Dolph is able to find this. Oh! The one tap from Feltzy. That couldn't have. Yeah, that couldn't be better. That was the perfect closer for that round for BASISSIX.
I am on the edge of my seat, Sleepy. It looks so scary when, okay, they started to find some frags at the start, but inside of that Viper's pit, 2 players were enough to cause so much chaos. Thankfully, Feltzy was able to make use of that to find Noxy, find Dolph in that last moment, and just getting off the spike at the perfect time. 3-7, and they're forcing WSF to use their timeout.
Oh man, WSF, they're known to take these early timeouts. I was surprised they didn't take it when they lost one round, but now at least they are taking it, and so they're going to be able to take things into consideration. Think about how they changed their pace, and it's not working out too well for them. You know, they were so good when it comes to executing together onto the side, fast-paced plays, and now that they're slowing things down because maybe they're afraid of that operator. So even though Angela haven't been finding kills with the operator, the presence of the gun might have worked out in the end for BASISSIX, because WSF, they were forced to change their pace, and this allows BASISSIX to find more entries, get more control, have more time to discuss the rotations, and so far so good. The rotations are on point.
Yeah, it's like what we were talking about before the game started, Sleepy. Again, it's that mental game, that pressure.
Yeah.
Just one operator. I mean, no kills yet, but all of a sudden, WSF are a little bit more scared to peek out now. And that changes so much. Not to mention, BASISSIX are switching up their setups every now and then. I mean, this time, this Viper's Pit just blocks off Cave, gives them a little bit more room to work with. In fact, she's trying to get a little bit cheeky with this poison cloud. Okay, back to bricks.
Back to bricks. Nothing just happening yet. Still chilling towards shop. And this drone will tag her. Oh, that's not a good idea. Do not have your cloud up when you're tagged by the drone. Thankfully, no one was pushing and capitalizing on that tag. But again, Mimi is so ready to just open this door anytime. And wait, what? Is that another null command I see? Yes, it is. But Miguel will be able to shut Noxy down with no entry now. WSF are forced to try and relax a little bit. Will they be... Oh no, Mimi. Finally getting another kill now. Tour de force.
Wait.
Immediately into a 0 point.
No!
Talk about unlucky, and oh no! BASISSIX, they thought they were rotating off of A, but no, in the end they did commit to the A plant. Now the mistake has commenced.
3 coming in from site itself, not to mention Felsi all the way from middle, and now support with KitKat. The pop flash is good, and it creates a little bit more space for them to work with. Maybe still off of the tour de force though, coming back in from the top of halls. She's able to spot all of their back, but it doesn't even matter. Rosie with a spray transfer gets a double to count, and 3 to 8. WSF are back in the game.
Wow. Mimi, although it was a bit of a missed lurk this time, but she did recover, even though it was a bit unlucky. And she pulled out the tour de force, and then, 0 point. Alright, I guess not. But then she rotated back towards halls, and she found such a great timing. And again, even though she didn't kill everyone, in the end it was Rosie who got the last 2 kills. Mimi was the one that distracted them, and that's allowed her teammates to just clean up. And it's always been working, Quack. It's so great to see this dynamic between these 2 players.
Just going back in, forward, backwards, and again, their dynamic, their style, their strategy, it works out so well. BASISSIX, I don't know what it is, but maybe they're getting a little bit nervous, pushing out, going in for maybe some kind of an info play. It's not paying dividends yet. Noxie is able to take out the first, and all of a sudden they have the B site fully under their control.
And historically speaking, when they do have control of that B side, they've been successful a lot of the times. And Mimi, still, this time, she was the one on the lurk watch. Oh my god, turned the tables around. But now Mimi has decided to join her teammates on side. But there's another player though. No, corner's not checked. But Angela, thankfully, will be able to trade it out. But now in a 1v3, no, make that 1v4. It's a little impossible. Not gonna lie, but of course there's always a chance. Never mind. The Blade Storm is too sharp on the side of Noxie, and with that, a 9-3 haul, win streak esports female. They are dominant.
9-3, man. That's like, come on, y'all. Come on, ladies. You know who's casting today? It's Sleepy. You gotta check your corners. You got to check your corners.
Oh, God.
I mean, I'll give that one to them though, because it was a bit of a retake coming in from elbow. You don't always expect someone to be lurking behind, especially under the window.
Yeah.
Especially, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is, especially when Mimi has drawn the attention away and then just ran to side. Maybe that's what gave BASISSIX the impression that, oh, they're leaving no one on the side of window, and they didn't expect another player just sitting right there in the corner. And thankfully, Angela was there to trade it out, but it was not enough. A 1v4 in the end, it was a little too much to ask from her. And again, the post plan on the side of Winstreak, they were so good. Every time they get control of B side, they know exactly where to position themselves. They know exactly how to defend and play the crossfires. Everything's been going great for WSF. And BASISSIX, maybe on defense, they're a bit, I guess they're still trying to figure out how to play that Cypher. And now on the attack side, even though Cypher is not the most aggressive Sentinel, as opposed to Chamber, I think he'll still be able to play a very good role in terms of taking map control alone with the cages, with the tripwires, with the cameras, without risking too much, you know? Because when you peek with your body, there's always that chance when you get one-tapped out of nowhere. Or maybe you peek into an operator. Exactly. If you use the camera, then you're safe. And that might give you some free map control that BASISSIX so desperately needed. And that first half, they didn't get it, and now going into the second half, I really hope they have more control over the map.
Yeah, I think what it is we're not seeing enough value coming out from some of these plays, like the Felsi on the Cypher, Angela on the Operator. It is good, don't get me wrong, right? Like there is that presence of the Operator that scared WSF into losing 3 rounds. There is the presence of that Cypher, and in one of those rounds where Felsi got a double Sheriff kill, which is pretty impressive.
That was great.
But that's it. It's not enough. they still need a lot more. I mean, where's the tripwire or the cyber cage that really pushes WSF off of sites?
Yeah.
It's not really coming in yet. And at the same time, I think their retakes are a little bit rough to work with. I mean, it's not that tight. We start to see players split into 2 squads. The first squad dies, and then all of a sudden, Angela's left in a 1v4. Like, it's rough. It's really rough.
Yeah.
But now that they're on the attacking side, perhaps they will have some kind of a better approach to this map.
Yeah, it's a thing, you know. You're an attacker-sided team. You're a defender-sided team. I believe in that, and I think we might be able to see some of those here from BASISSIX. They're also taking a slow approach, much like what we saw in the first half with WSF on that pistol round. And of course, we see the Cypher on her own. That's great, because with a Cypher, again, we talked about how he's going to be able to take map control on his own. And putting Cypher alone on halls, trying to get control and give presence there, that's going to allow her teammates to just go everywhere else. But the jump spotting, it's so cheeky and it's so effective. I love it.
Minimal exposure and maximum intel is what you get. But of course, onto the side we go, and it's the Owl drone that really pushes Nuki off of it. What they don't really know, though, is that Noxie's still hovering around tunnel, and she's able to pick off players with his position alone. They're pushing in now, waiting for that toxic fusion to come up, which is a very good call, but Nuki's still very much alive. They take her down, and if they can take Noxie down as well, they will have this site.
In fact, they didn't have to take her down. They just give the side freely now that they're in a 4v5. And we'll see the difference in the retake now. Even though the lurk is not going to happen just yet because there is still that trademark, this will allow some time for them. If this is going to take too much time, it might be bad for BASISSIX, but thankfully, Dari hitting some great shots towards the backside, and Dolph, even though she's aware of this lurk, and she will be taking that down, it's not going to be very effective in terms of retaking the side, because they're not on the side just yet. And again, KitKat, together with Sindari, they are going to be cleaning up on that side. No entry for you to get back into the side, WSF. And again, maybe this is their time to shine. Maybe they are an attacker-sided team.
Yeah, there we go. The attacking side that just kind of gives them a little bit more freedom to work with, perhaps. I mean, it is still just a pistol round, and maybe the combination of KO, Nuki, plus the Jet, Noxie, didn't really work out so well in terms of stalling the B side hit as much as they wanted to. Maybe there's some adjustment they can make around that, but at least we can see that BASISSIX knows how to hold post plant.
They do. Oh, and they even have lineups to enter this side. I love it.
Oh, wow.
And this might mean a free entry into B. Maybe Nuki is going to try something, but she's not going to be allowed to do anything. B side is once again BASISSIX. They are in possession of that side. But the retake might happen very early because we do have 2 players towards Alpha.
Spike planted.
Okay. They're closing them in, sandwiching them into the back of site itself, but then again, you are up against Spectres, a full squad of Spectres and full armor. So now it comes down to how they push in together. The toxic screen, it blocks off a little. All you gotta do is to spray it down, and of course, every single one picks up a single frag. It's kind of a team ace. It's 5-9, and BASISSIX are looking pretty good.
I was kind of scared, not gonna lie, because they were so jam-packed towards the backside of B, and every player from WSF were going from all these different directions. And in the end, it was that toxic screen, dude. Oh my goodness, it was so effective because it forced WSF to entry or peek without really knowing where the enemies are. They did throw out a recon, but it wasn't really effective because it got destroyed immediately. So they were peeking blindly into the crosshairs of the BASISSIX players. That's a great defense. So now we're going to see an actual bonus round because they have 5 Spectres against 5 Rifles. Let's see how they try and get into A. Oh, this might be a fake, actually. And I think they're selling it quite nicely, even though that dash might give it away.
Dash plus toxic screen, though. So I think WSF couldn't really see yet, but now off of this one frag, they can tell. They kind of started to over-rotate even. So this is the site given to BASISSIX, Sleepy.
Yeah. And again, this is such a great strat out of their playbook. The flash as well, forcing Nuki to hide. And this will force players from
Look at where
WSF
the position as well.
Yeah, this is what's so great about them. They're rotating out of elbow, and they might do a staggered flank even, allowing one player to go first.
The guns.
But then Dove, ooh, what a shutdown. But of course, they're not going to expect the second player, are they? And Angela trying to choose her targets. Will only take one so far. This will allow the teammates to just defend this spike plant without any trouble, without seeing anyone. And Angela goes for the double back. And my goodness, that's what I was worried about for WSF, the double flank. And I was talking about the staggered flank, if you recall.
Oh my, yeah.
If just one player goes first and then gets killed, they're not going to expect a second player, and that's exactly what happened. And I love it from BASISSIX.
I can't believe it. The staggered flank, that doubling down, it worked out so well. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I was quite nervous because we saw that they had nothing but Spectres. When you're playing long range like that, it kind of becomes a little bit counterintuitive. But when you have the right positions, when you have the spike planted openly like that for yourself, it works out so well, and we have the perfect score right now, 69, guys. WSF, though, with the Sheriff, still able to put out quite a bit of damage. It's a bit of a trade, and they have the information that the hit's coming towards B.
And they're actually just going to commit to a 3 stack, if you can count 3 as the number you're seeing on the screen right now. But oh, what is this?
Mimi?
Ultimate lurker in corners, never check! Why would you even check corners, I ask you? Of course, Viper's Spit is going to be forced out. The neural theft is going to reveal the players' positions on the side of WSF. But oh, this Viper's Spit. And oh, Senderi, you are dented so well inside this Viper's Spit, allowing Felsi to back her up in time. But no. The Sheriffs, though. Oh, we are always so scared about these Sheriffs just getting all these kills, aren't we, Quack?
We truly are. I mean, even down to it, the thrifty win off the back of Sheriffs. WSF were able to retake the site, despite a Viper's Pit as well. I mean, what on earth are these positions that they came out of? Mimi with the one little corner, not really checking corners. I mean, it's, I don't know, it's not that common. But even then, just peeking out together one by one like that, I think BASISSIX were trying to set up for their post-plant positions, but they didn't really get a chance to.
Yeah, and it was props to WSF for initiating that retake very early on. That didn't give the chance for BASISSIX to get into positions that they're comfortable with. And therefore, they were enough, Sheriffs were enough to catch them off guard. Now the operator is in the hands of Mimi. We talked about this in the pregame. We wanted to see some of these, but oh, this is too close though. Are they going to check this corner? Oh, Mimi's not going to give them the chance to pick her off. And this is actually pretty wise from her, allowing her teammates to rotate and maybe initiate a 5v5 retake once that spike goes down. Is it going to go down though? The shot dart is actually pretty good.
Not too bad. In fact, it does tag up Angela down to 16 HP. Oh no. All she really needs though is that one strafe shot onto her stairs or something. But look at how WSF are retaking this site now. Already pushed up onto the side of the pyramid, and they're going in for the trades. They got the information on the dart as well, and Dolph and Mimi, they're wreaking havoc over the entire site, bringing things back to an 11-6.
I love it from WSF. They're just so ready for this retakes, you know. The moment they hear the spike plant Q goes down, they know that they have to get into that site immediately. And everybody just swarmed in, and everybody just, again, never given a chance to BASISSIX to get into positions they're comfortable with. So if this is their game plan, I think BASISSIX will have to rethink about how they enter the site. Maybe do a little bit of what they did on the bonus round. Just do a fake and plant your players into positions where they can lurk and have a staggered flank, have a double flank, whatever. They can't stay on the site as 5 because we know WSF, they love the retakes. They love to just go fast before BASISSIX had a chance to even do post plans. We see a Viper, but I don't think we've seen a post plant so far in this game.
We saw attacking lineups, but the post plant lineups not yet. That's very interesting. But I think that's why this timeout is very useful for BASISSIX right now. They had such a good start at the second half. 3 rounds in a row plus the bonus. but then they lost in the fourth to Sheriffs. That's where we start to see those cracks form. And it really is, I think, like you mentioned, due to the fact of the retakes coming from WSF. It might be a little bit of timing as well, I think, Sleepy, because they are so fast on these rotations. As long as they can confirm the intel that they retrieve, the site hit is definitely going to be the site. We know where it is. Let's just rush in right now. Don't give them a chance to set up those post-plant positions. Yeah. It works out so well. BASISSIX, they get so confused. They can't really win out their duels because of that confusion.
And that's why it's so important that BASISSIX switches it up. Just don't go into the site all together at 5 and maybe have someone lurk. We do have the Cypher. Cypher's good for lurking. And maybe we need to see more of those. But now, Noxie, though, in a very aggressive position. She does have her dash initiated. Oh, it's going to run out. It's going to run out in time for Sundari just to get that one small angle. And delivers a bullet into her skull. Just like that. It's a 5v4. And a potential thrifty round for BASISSIX.
Driving that nail through. And WSF, they lose a little bit of that numbers. They have no choice but to hold back. I mean, look at the positions that they have right now, Sleepy. So defensive. Yeah. Not much information whatsoever. Not to mention Nuki being down to 5.
When did that happen?
Right. Okay.
I love this. I mean, this is the change we need to see from BASISSIX, right? Keep them slowed down, but maybe not too slow when speaking like that. Mimi got an easy shot, a second shot even. What a peek from Mimi, always knowing where to place her crosshairs. This allowed them to get that advantage back. Even though Nuki is 5 HP, it is still a KO. And Angela opens up Nest. Will be able to cut Nuki in between, maybe, if Dolph isn't there to kill it first. And Dolph will be able to deliver. Makes it a 2v3. A little tough to run. And this might not be enough time for you. 5, 4. Needed to plant now. She doesn't. And therefore, there's not enough time. And they're actually going to be left with no money. Oh no. They have to die. They can't die. They have no money. This is a disaster for BASISSIX.
For match point 2. Okay, well, they
still have money. All right. It's not too bad.
Thought it would have been worse, but it's okay. But it still is match point though, and that's the roughest part of this this situation that we have. I mean, it was a right idea for Angela to go around this other side, but not really picking out the frag. Really unfortunate, and not to mention just not having enough time. They missed it just by like 1 second. And it really just came down to Mimi anchoring down the site.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
Like, we were talking about how it was great for BASISSIX to take things slow, but when you have an operator on the opponent's side, taking things slow has its limits, you know? You can't peek into new angles without really prepping for it with maybe a flash from KitKat, or maybe a drone, or maybe even a camera from Felsi. You can't slow dry peek into new angles when you know there's an operator. And now, this is what we talked about as well, Quack. A double operator setup from WSF. Goodness. And knowing that BASISSIX is now trying to take things slow, and they're peeking into angles dryly, this will work out really, really, really well for Mimi and Noxie.
Which is why, if BASISSIX just decides, you know what, screw it, it's the last round, let's
go for it.
Let's just go. Yeah, if they just put the pedal, if they go in fast, they could just overwhelm and surprise WSF and really throw off those flicks with the operator crosshair. It could work, but then again, things are slowed down because of this Viper's Pit, because of the presence alone. Mimi goes back in for a peek, and she gets Angela.
Exactly what we talked about, right? A little too slow.
Oh my god, the Noxie.
I love it. I mean, I love the slow play, but again, you have to know how to deal with the operators. The flash could have come earlier, but instead, it's not going to find anything towards that mid. They're not gaining any additional map control, and this looks like WSF is going to lock it down.
Oh no. That's rough. I mean, they're not just locking down this map, they're locking down middle right now. We've got Mimi, we've got Noxie all the way on the B site, and not to mention Nuki in this this position.
Very weird position. I mean, I like it. It's a very... You're not always going to have your crosshair on that area. But I take it back. Sundari is actually going to find the head of Nuki. but
Oh!
Noxie again with the operator. This is what I've been
30
saying
seconds
again
left.
and again and again. The operator's a little too much to handle for BASISSIX. And now in a 2v4, 2 operators on the side, and again drive peeking into the operator. What is going on?
Defenders
Noxie
win.
will be happy to appreciate and welcome all the players who try to BASISSIX into the win of this female. And there you have it, ladies and gents. Breeze is locked for W
Man.
Street.
What a way to end that map. I mean, Nuki with the 0 point, just getting all of that intel.
Yeah.
As soon as it landed and it tagged up 2 players, they knew the hit was coming towards B. And at that point, Noxie's just like, come here, guys. Let me give
Yeah.
you a big ol' hug. I got
I
all 4
love
of you right here.
guys. I love you guys. Let me hug you with an operator.
And a
That's
Bladestorm.
what-
Oh
and
my
a Bladestorm.
gosh.
That exactly. I was so happy to see there we actually got the pick off onto Nuki, even though we were talking about how this was such an awkward off angle for the opponents to anticipate. But they actually did find that kill. But then again, they walked into the operators and just got shut down like that. And that's a win for W Street Female. I love how they were playing out what we talked about in the pregame quack. Like, you know, operator, you have to play it. Double operator, you can do it. And they did. And it actually worked out pretty well.
I can't believe it. It really came down to a bit of that pacing as well. I think it's kind of like what we were talking about pregame, right? Back to the mental aspect of Valorant. If they had gone just a little bit faster, who knows? They might have caught them off guard. But that said, 13-6 is the score at the end of the map. And of course, our MVPs, Nuki and Angela.
Yeah, Nuki, I mean, she was so effective on that first half even. Just always getting the first kills, opening up new
pop
ways
flashes,
for her teammates.
ooh.
The pop, dude, the null command, I think I counted 3
Yes.
times in that first half. Nuki popped up the null command. And that just shut down Felsi so well. No tripwires were catching anyone from the side of W Street Female.
Right.
So Noxie, she wasn't getting all the best shots this game, but at least she was able to entry into the sites without worrying about getting trapped by those tripwires.
So true.
So always so effective on the support, and this might be the differentiating factor for WSF. The support is so insane. It allowed the teammates to get entry easily, as opposed to what we saw from BASISSIX, you know, just dry picking into operators. That can't happen again. And I hope we can see a difference in the second map, and that is going to be their map pick.
Yeah. I mean, 7 rounds in a row. 7 rounds in a row,
damn.
Sleepy. At the start of the map. And some of those due in fact to Nuki, some to Noxie.
Yes.
But of course, we have to count Mimi in as
course.
well. Those
Oh,
lurks,
God.
the chamber shots, the double operator. Oh
Yes.
my god, what a
I
team.
love it. I love it. The lurk, the bravery from Mimi to just go on her own and always finding the timing somehow, always able to dodge anyone from the side of BASISSIX. And that was just great. And again, she might not be hitting some of the shots at the beginning of the game, but that doesn't matter. She was always ready to draw attention away from her teammates and allowing them to just peek comfortably, like this one. Even though she didn't get the kill in the end, Rosie was so thankful that Mimi was there to draw the attention away from her, and that allowed her to just play comfortably. And ladies, check your corners, please.
Yes, Coach Sleepy has said it. We better all listen to it. Check your corners, especially when you're dealing with a team that has the potential to lurk that well. So you never know. You might be trying to rotate, but if you don't check your corners, someone like Mimi could just be lurking in the shadows or something like that.
Yeah.
With that said,
And-
though, our next map's going to be Fracture.
Yeah.
That's also going to be interesting.
It's going to be interesting because this is going to be BASISSIX's map pick. So, yeah, Breeze did go to WSF, but it was their map pick, so everything went according to script. No anti-stratting just yet. So, BASISSIX, you will be responsible to show us what is going to happen on Fracture. But before that, of course, we're going to have to go to a break, so don't go anywhere. We're going to go into map 2 very, very soon. I'm Heyimquack. We'll be right back.
swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends.
Hey y'all, and welcome back, folks, to the VCT Game Changers APAC LCQ. Once again, in the lower bracket round 3 with me, Heyimquack, and Sleepy. This is BASISSIX versus WSF, and we're moving on to our next map, Fracture.
Yeah, Fracture is going to be fun because we're going to see what BASISSIX has prepared on their best map so far. 100% win streak. There's no way to tell how BASISSIX is going to play this out, but you did say Neon is probably one of the agents we're going to see here, right, Quack?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we love to see it. Angela was the MVP of our previous map on her Jet, and she was able to pick off some heads quite effectively. Mm-hmm. Now on Fracture, she goes for Neon. I think we can see some really aggressive plays along with that.
I think you almost have to play aggressive when you play Neon, right?
Especially on Fracture.
Especially on Fracture. Her skill set is made to be played aggressively with all the stuns, with the walls, with the slide. I mean, Fracture is going to be fun if you know how to play it well. And BASISSIX, well, they've been showing us that they do know how to play Fracture. The question is, will Win Streak Esports Female know how to counter this?
Yeah, and that's going to be the thing that we're looking out for. I mean, in the previous game, we saw some performances from both sides, maybe a little bit lackluster on the side of BASISSIX, but now that this is their map pick, they should know how to perform on it. On the other hand, though, WSF, this is their statement to make. If they can beat BASISSIX on their map pick, and not to mention their agent composition, fairly similar, fairly interesting as well, because instead of a Neon, what we do have is Dolph on a Raze.
Oh, I mean, I don't hate Raze. You know, there are all these small areas and small choke points on Fracture that you can always throw a nade into and just stop any progression that the opponent team might have. So I'd love to see that Raze as well. And again, WSF, they're an experienced team. They've been around for quite some time. They've played some Fracture games. And their win rate is not too shabby either. It's on 70%, if I'm not mistaken. And that's not too bad. And so it's not like the previous map where WSF, they love Breeze. They've always won on Breeze. And BASISSIX, they haven't really played Breeze. This time, WSF at least have had experience playing the map. So it's not going to be a full blind composition or game plan that they're going to go with into Fracture. So at least in that sense, we're going to see some resistance from WSF. And, well, it's up to BASISSIX. You know, it's up to them to dictate the pace. And I'm guessing that they're going to start on the attack as well, if I'm not mistaken. So as an attacker, you will always be the one in control, right? You're going to be the one deciding where to go. And you're going to be the one deciding how to affect the defenders on their rotations and such. So I'd love to see BASISSIX just take control early on if they want to stay in this game, in this series.
I'm really keen to see some set plays and some really fixed strats to just go in, whether you're on attack or on the defense. If you can do that, you can really throw your opponents off. You keep that momentum on your side, and I think that's what we're all looking for.
Yep.
That said, though, both teams are... I think they're going with some rather different styles, because what we're seeing in the past agent composition that they've gone for is that BASISSIX, they go for this double initiator kind of pick. They got the KO and they've got the breach. Meanwhile, W Streak, double sentinel. We got Chamber and then we got Sage.
Sage, yeah. Honestly, I love Sage, man. Sage is so underrated nowadays. Like at
Jing
the
goes
start,
for Sage.
Yes, Jing does go for Sage. And at the start of Valorant, we've seen all these Sage even being played on maps like Ascent, even Bind, and pretty much everywhere you can have a Sage there and be an effective player playing that agent. And that revive, that resurrection is always an ace card, right? You have someone die and revive them, 5v4, and you turn it back into a 5v5. I don't mind seeing a Sage, and honestly, I appreciate Sage. You know, where are you, all the pocket Sages? I mean, I appreciate all of you out there, because Sage is such a great agent. And again, Fracture is such a cramped map. You know, it's not small in terms of its overall size, but it's so cramped, right?
Yeah.
Those 4 parts, the corners of the map, the choke points are so good when it comes to delaying your opponents with utilities like Slow Orb. And the wall, of course, is going to allow you to cross into different ways, into different areas without too much worry. Sage is a good agent, and I don't mind seeing a Sage combined with a Raze and, you know, Slow Orb, Pain Shell, boom. Easy ace.
Easy ace. We do see it a lot, though, because that's how teams use her. Right. You entry in onto site, and once you erect that wall up towards a spot like A site, for example, you just block off any rotations. They have no choice but to shoot it down. And even if you do shoot it down, there's like, what, 3 or 4 panels to work through? It chews up quite a bit of ammunition. But
yes, it does.
Interestingly, WSF, the Sage player is Mimi. So
Oh wait.
different. Yeah. They have a chamber,
Okay.
they have a Sage. I thought the
Okay.
chamber would be Mimi. No,
Yeah.
she goes to Sage. So
Well, I don't
Interesting.
think a Sage Lurker is gonna be a great idea. but-
probably not.
Probably not, but we have seen how Mimi was so effective in terms of supporting her teammates, how she was effective in playing off of her teammates, you know, baiting for her teammates and trading her teammates. Like, I think as a Sage player, that's what you should be doing, you know, supporting your teammates always, trading after them, peeking after them, and if that's what Mimi is going on about, I think she's going to have a great time playing Sage. That is if she does pick Sage today. And therefore,
Yeah.
let's just find out if that's going to happen in this agent selection screen. What is Mimi going to play? Because it seems like she is on Sage. She is on Sage. Confirmed.
Confirmed. This is going to be a very interesting map, to say the least. What I'm more curious about as well, though, like, let's just wind it back to BASISSIX for a second. We saw Senderi doing pretty darn well with her Viper's Pit, with her
That's
walls on Breeze. She's onto the KO now.
Yeah,
we're changing things up.
This is what's crazy about these two teams, right? They're so flexible in terms of their agent pool. Look at Nuki. Well, Nuki is still on the initiator, but Noxie now on a chamber, and Mimi again as chamber. She was lurking like crazy on the first map, and now she has to play Sage. That's almost always going to be close to her teammates. That's a totally different playstyle. And if you're not used to playing those different playstyles, you're going to have some hiccups. And this is what's interesting. And Angela, you called it, man. We are going to see Neon from Angela. And of course, Angela, she did do okay in the last game, but she's going to have to pop off way more on this second map if they are to stay in this LCQ.
We are expecting big things from Angela. And right now, WSF starting out on the attack is going to change things up as well. One interesting thing to point out, if any, though, is that BASISSIX played Fracture against ARF Starlight. That's a team that was headlined by Margot, newly formed team, newly picked up. They beat them. They wrecked them 13-3.
Oh, God.
So this should be a really strong map for BASISSIX, and I'm expecting them to do incredibly well right now. Pop Flash through a Sky Smoke. Oh my gosh. Moxie, she instantly ducked in the cover, though. Swaps off to a Classic because she was hit by the 0 point, and that's a free frag for Felsi.
Yeah, I mean, we can already see how much more comfortable they are on this map with all those initiatives. But now again, that wall, look at that! Just like that, it closes off one way into the side, and that's where 4 players of BASISSIX are positioned at. And this will force them to rotate towards Arcade, where Nuki is running and wait very patiently. And again, classic free gun BTW. Doesn't matter if it's free, it's effective. And Angela, unfortunately, is not aware of the corner once more. The corner is not checked, and therefore WSF will be able to clean up really nicely. Only 2 casualties. Another pistol round in the bags for WSF.
A little bit unfortunate, but you call this, Sleepy. That one wall just turned the entire site into the Tower of Babylon or something. Like, no one else could get in, you know? And they had no choice but to break it through first. I think Senderi was trying to go in from tunnel, and because of that kind of staggered formation, one person peeking out first, it made it so much easier for WSF to focus the post plant. They knew where the rest of them were coming from in that street. So back into the next round now. Slow push. Making sounds back and forth and zipline. They forgot the spike.
It's not a next level strat of, you know, oh, let's make some sounds going into this area of the map. No. We just forgot
the spike.
But what they didn't forget is how to play with the...
Oh.
No, wait, Kit Kat! She's gonna let them go through tunnels. She's gonna peek out with a shorty. Not the best idea. And of course, Nuki not forgetting her Vandal in the second round. This is what we saw last game, where WSF, they're not afraid to invest in rifles so early on. Going into the bonus round, it's gonna be really good. And the wall once more. Angela is like, no, please, I wanna play with my shorty, man. No, you're not.
Especially on the pistol rounds as well. It works out so well. And right now with the spike plant, that all they really need to do is to spray it through. But the shorty is so good, and Angela's able to find one. Not for long, though, before Nuki rains down hell from above. 2-0 WSF. Did we expect anything different?
I mean, it's great. They also saved all the rifles going into the bonus round. Well, quote-unquote bonus round. It's the rifle round now. I guess we never see bonus round if WSF wins their pistol, right? All right, let's just delete the word bonus round from our dictionary when we see WSF win their pistol and their anti-eco. Anyway, great walls, aren't they, Quack?
It's so effective, but now that we have the fully automatic weapons on BASISSIX's side, maybe they might have a better chance. Of course, they're trying to go aggressive.
Yikes!
Dolph just shuts them down outright. 2 players instantly gone, and the A side is ripe for taking.
Better time, you say?
Oh my god.
No. Dolph says no, you don't. And with that, I won't be surprised if they just call an early save.
Spike planted.
Because exits aren't too bad, especially when it's still early on. But then again, you're giving away a 3-round for WSF, even with Nuki peeking so cheekily, getting a free headshot and maybe even getting a second because Sanderi might not be prepared, but never mind. She adjusts really nicely, getting a headshot, maybe even opening up this possibility of a retake, but 2v4 against a Sage wall and a slow orb?
Man. Still, that's so many players to work against. Felsi wanting to peek out, but she can't quite do it, and Mimi peeks out instead. Senteri, she might. The only thing she can go for is just a couple of frags, and then to save her Vandal for the next round.
So heartbreaking to see how. I guess I was really happy to see that BASISSIX was taking initiatives, like that first round where they pushed out with 3 towards a B long. B main, and they tried it again on Dish, but it was just Dolph with her Vandal getting double headshots just like that, opening up A side. It's impossible for BASISSIX to recover too nicely from that. And with 3-0 and some really not nice amounts of money, I don't think BASISSIX is going to be able to get anything out of this round.
Yeah, not great. And it just happens because WSF had the knowings, the tells to just play an anti-flash like that, instantly taking 2 players off. And again, like you mentioned before, the fact that they go in for that round 2 rifle buy is so good. BASISSIX right now trying to do whatever they can. They're passing the Vandal around, maybe to make the most out of it, but even then, Angela can't quite peek out the way that she wants to.
And the timing at the wall again. Noxie so effective with that lurk this time. She's taking some pages off of the Mimi playbook, lurking at the chamber towards that B main, and it's so very effective, leaving only 3 players now. KitKat, Felsi, Miguel. Only pistols and no heads on the side of Felsi, apparently. Mimi loves taking them off. With that, a 2v5, only pistols. They might just be better off going to the spike, but hey, KitKat says, let me get 1, maybe 2, as Miguel gets a very, very awkward position to Noxie right after she TP'd it away. With that, KitKat. Oh! I love seeing some of these spicy shots from KitKat and the gang, but a little too late because 4-0 is now the score. BASISSIX, I want to see more of those. Maybe do it early before you allow a WSF to site.
I think they're trying to, though, Sleepy.
Yeah,
I mean, we see Angela peeking out, but unfortunately, it's WSF again. They wait for those peaks, and then they go into sight. And even though there was quite a bit of damage done, they lost 3 players. They're still doing pretty well. WSF 4-0. They have the rifles to work with. BASISSIX really need this round, and they are trying. Look at this push coming out. Angela all the way into the other side of spawn. She takes out Noxie and instantly backs off.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, just get 1, and you know for sure that the other players are going to be rotating towards the other side. And so just group back up together and go for the retake together as a 4v5. That's great. I think you'll have a great chance, but unfortunately, for BASISSIX, you can see the ultimates on the side of W. You have a Rolling Thunder, you have a Showstopper, and even a kill from the side of Rosie, allowing her to play with that. I guess not with the Orbital Strike because she's just dead. But still, look at the Showstopper. Activated. Positioned really nicely. Will get one. Miguel and even turns back to get the headshot onto Angela. And 2v3. They are going to be
remaining.
Either and Dolph not done just yet with the Vandal. Leaving only Felsi. Maybe even going to try to get some exits. But exits are not what you want. She's not even going to get that. This is just not good. Not enough from the side of BASISSIX. They need more. Even though it was so good. Angela got the first pick off.
It's still not enough. I can't believe it. It's such a good call from the side of WSF. They see that push coming out. They're like, okay, they're coming out of B. Let's just run it down A. Yeah. They're probably not there, and somehow it just works out. Not to mention, once the spike's planted, again, similar issue to what we saw. Yes, the post plants, the retakes. It's tough for BASISSIX, and I think they're losing a bit of confidence, Sleepy. That's why this timeout is being called as well.
They need this. And again, we saw the effectiveness of that Sage. When Angela was pushing, there was already a slow orb waiting for her. So in theory, she could have gotten even more after the first pickoff. But she saw the slow orb on the ground, and she said, I can't go further. And that allowed WSF to just rotate really quickly and get onto the side on A. And again, more walls, more slow orbs, and that allowed WSF to get all these good positions, making it really awkward for BASISSIX to just try for the retake, and they can't. That's it, you know? They just can't go for the retakes with all those utilities. And the worst part is that WSF still saved almost all their ultimates. They only used the Showstopper. They still have Rolling Thunder. They still have Orbital Strike. They still have a Res, for God's sake.
Oh my god.
This is insane.
You want
on
to
the
play,
other side, though,
let's
BASISSIX,
play.
I guess the conundrum that they have this round is, do we want to use our ultimates and push out? I guess they really do. They're just running it all over the place again and leaving Felsi alone on the A side. She's hearing them coming in from ditch. She's preparing for the push. All the peach shells out, but it's Angela that actually dashes up front with the overdrive. Unfortunately, a little bit burnt out. She's still able to get a second one. And then the orbital strike from above. It pushes WSF all the way onto the other side. Now this is a question of timing. Can BASISSIX actually make it onto B side before WSF do?
I think they can, and this is such an interesting round from Angela. She's just running all across the map, back and forth, to catch wherever WSF is trying to go into. And no, dry peeking is an operator. I've seen this story before, and it didn't turn out too well. But thankfully, there is still Angela with that frenzy of all weapons.
She got through.
We'll try and get a 4v3 into their hands, and just zip lining across. That's so funny when you see it from her POV.
Yeah.
But hey, it's a 4v3 retake. There's not even a plant yet.
30 seconds
They
left.
have Rolling Thunder. BASISSIX.
Charges.
They could use it to stop the plant even. Oh my gosh.
Oh!
One enemy
That
remaining.
was such a good position, but Nuki just comes in from the top and instantly flicks onto her head. It's all up to Angela now. She's gotten the fourth. She's en route to an ace, but Noxie is aiming her down with that Tour de Force all the way from the other side of bench. And it's just the perfect frag. 6-0. WSF. So dominant, Sleepy.
Man, I've seen that story before, Quack. The operator, people peeking into the crosshair without utilities. Like, how many more times do we see this in this game? I hope not too many, because we can't be seeing that all the time. Look at that. And of course, props to Noxie as well. Just always hitting the shots when she needs to. Giving the rounds again and again to WSF. Like, yikes. This is a big yikes for me. And again, we're going to see that initiation towards a base.
Okay.
But Mimi is always ready on that zip line. She was like positioned right. When it's like she has one hand on the zip line and one hand on her Vandal. And anytime she sees someone's pushing, I'm noping at
Bye. Potentially, but you can also tell BASISSIX in this round, they have the full buys. They really want to make use of them. That's why they're not really peeking out this time. Playing it safe, watching the angle. She spots the shoulder and gets the first shot. Felsi gets the second as well. Also still has the potential to rendezvous away, but no. Gets peeked out by Mimi instead. And then the wall comes forward. It's another plant possibly for WSF.
Another plant, another post plant, but this time there's a preemptive Rolling Thunder, not allowing anyone to plant the spike. But the problem is they're not following it up nearly as quickly as they need to. But Angela will find a kill from behind, will allow this retake to be initiated way more quickly, and this is what we needed to see from BASISSIX. Do not allow access for WSF to get into the site and do a post plant, because then it would have been too hard. But if they catch them before the plant is even down, easy peasy. First round will be on the board as Noxie. I think she's just looking to save this operator to go into the next
10
round.
seconds left.
Yeah, heavy investment. Might as well try to carry it forward. But, I mean, that said, this round, the anchor potential coming in from Felsi, getting those 2 first initial frags, it really gave them such a big boost in terms of defenses. Give them such a big boost in terms of not allowing WSF to go in for those post-plant holds.
Yeah, it was key for, and this is the WSF classic. Lose one round, take a pause, and just talk about it, and don't allow that to happen ever again. It's like the coach is like, we lost one round? This is a disaster! We can't allow this to happen. We do not lose a single round in this game.
Well, win streak.
We're win
How
streak,
can our win
man.
streak
Where's
get
our
broken?
win streak? What kind of win streak if we lose a round? And I love that. I love the consistency with that branding, right? We have a win streak. We need a win streak always. And well, this just doesn't feel right for BASISSIX, honestly. They're trying everything they can. They're always having these initiatives to push the base out from arcade, from dish. It's just not working out. The only time I've seen it work out was when they tried for that pistol round push towards B main. And even then, they still lost a round, you know? And so it's not just about initiatives. It's not just about taking the early pickoffs.
Yes.
It's also about the post plans, the retakes, and the one round they won was because they took initiative to retake before the spike even got planted, and it worked out really well. So we need to see more of that from BASISSIX.
And, well, given their current positions, it almost looks as if they're not going for that. In fact, they're going to try to push out again. Every time they do this, there are tiny gaps, and WSF knows how to exploit it. If they can find the frags, though, this would be a completely different story. So Angela, she has to show up right now. Goes in for the slide. Doesn't quite check the corner, but Miguel covers her back, and just like that, they actually take out 4. Noxie, all the way on top of Dish. All the way on top of Drop. They have no idea that she's here. She doesn't have the spike, though. That's the issue.
Yeah. I love it. I love how we were instinctively calling out a corner because she wasn't really checking that corner after throwing out a stun. So potential disaster there, but thankfully they sorted it out. Good team work from the side of BASISSIX, and that's what we wanted to see, right? And this time it worked out because it was so well coordinated. So many utilities were thrown out. There was the stun, there was the aftershock, the follow-up relay bolt, and then the flash. Everything went right for BASISSIX, and I'm really happy for them that they can pull that off this time around. And Noxie, well, saving the operator isn't such a bad idea for 2 rounds, but when it starts to go into the savings account for 3, 4, 5 rounds, maybe you need to drop it and just go with your teammates.
Yeah, it hasn't really been working out for them with the entries, or you can see that what they're trying to go for is a bit of that A-split push, but because her teammates are dying towards A main,
10 seconds left.
It's tougher for this operator to actually become effective. So if BASISSIX can actually repeat this strategy, it could work out.
You just need more initiatives like that, I guess, from the side of BASISSIX. Or maybe even if they don't go for those early pickouts with those early setups, maybe just don't allow WSF to get easy access onto the site. Take more aggressive angles. You have a chamber that can just play forward positions all the time. Make sure that there's No checkpoints taken by WSF, and I think that's what we're gonna see here towards Dish and Arcade. They're gonna go for these, always pinching the players on the side of WSF. We've seen this before. Let's see what happens this time. Neon changed her position though, not going for Arcade this time. Buff flash. Never mind. And because Nuki and Rosie, they are the crusher of dreams. Will not allow BASISSIX to get anything. And just two players remaining. Angela and Miguel will be questioning their teammates. What the hell happens over there?
I am in tears, Sleepy. Angela trying to fight back though, again with the slide. She kicks things into high gear, but unfortunately getting taken out by Nuki. Miguel comes back in with a trade, but she still has to work against 3 players on the other side. Wants to use the flashpoint to get control over tower, but as soon as she pushes up front, gets slowed down. They know where she is. She can't quite push out. Uses the aftershock to kind of get a little bit more space, but here comes the pink shot. She gets another headshot though, but so low. Mimi, a single shot to the chest, and that is WSF with their 7th win on the board.
I mean, I respect that start. Going for these initiatives, you know, but lining up and not having a really good, like, I loved how they stacked all their utilities the other round when they tried pushing for A main. They threw out a flash from Breach, they threw out a relay bolt, they threw out aftershock, and then another flash from Breach. This time it was just the single flash from Singari. That's just not enough. So this time though, again, the fault line, but wait, what are you trying to do? And she is still alive! What in the world is going on? And Nuki is like, oh my god, my aim.
Wait, but
I
look
hope
at this.
nobody saw that.
Oh, dancing around, but the control because of that one sky smoke, and she gets 2! Mid-slide, a second headshot. Dolph, it took Dolph just to shut that down. It's so chaotic, and I love it. BASISSIX, they're actually able to find something off of some of these insane plays, insane movements by Angela. Like, she's not even scared to peek out that way.
She has Nuki to thank for, though. Because Nuki didn't kill her there. And Nuki was, like, so frustrated with the shaking. But, hey, get cat. We'll get 1. Nuki not gonna miss this time around. Got a good handle of her mouse now. But it is still a 2v3. And Rosie will spot out Miguel towards a defender spawn. But now that's going to be a call to rotate all the way back to A. But this time, I don't think they'll have enough time to get into the side before BASISSIX does. And that means it's going to be another good defense on BASISSIX side.
At the very least, WSF, they have 3 sky smokes to work with, so perhaps that could give them an edge. And if they can take down at least 1 player, it would make things so much easier. But Nuki, oh no, what happened with her mouth? Rosie is there to back her up, but she's trying to get the spike planted. 10 seconds left, and Eric pushes in. She cannot go for this any longer, and Rosie has no choice but to peek out. And Miguel just gets the easy burst. 3-7, BASISSIX. They managed to fight their way back in.
What happened to her mouse?
Oh no.
Dude, it was so unlucky though that she flashed herself when going into that A side, because if she didn't get flashed by her own, I think she would have been able to respond to that early kill, and maybe that would have given her some time to plant earlier. But unfortunately, the plant came at a time when BASISSIX was ready to just storm into the side. And again, we're going to see Angela, though. But this time,
it's not working out.
It's not going to work out this time. The gamble has fallen through. But it doesn't seem like WSF are aware of this push. And so there's a question of timing. Look at Angela.
What is she doing? Oh my god! How is this working? She's going in from behind. It's the perfect backstab. A quick double kill. Miguel from the front as well. And that is it indeed, Sleepy. Flawless win for BASISSIX. And it's all thanks to Angela with her just really fearless plays.
Yeah. I love her for this. It's always so brave every time she has her overdrive on. Like, look at WSF. They did not even see this coming. They didn't see this coming at all. And this is something that they have to sort out. They almost have to put someone on either side of their bases always, at all times, to just know where is BASISSIX pushing this round, and then just go the other side. But as they try that now, BASISSIX just decided to just slow down.
Oh my gosh. And then Angela with an operator too? What?
Oh, yeah.
This is... It's so... It's like on the opposite ends of the spectrum, and all of a sudden Senderi's hiding in such a corner, gets a one, gets a triple! Oh my god! Rosie has to make it back with a double, but then comes Angela and Felsi again! They tried to go into side sleepy, they tried!
They tried. Oh, I love it, Senderi. That was such a cheeky position to play in. And she was stunned too! But getting that first headshot while being stunned was the key, I think. Because otherwise, that would have been it, right? Getting 3 there? My goodness, that was perfect for Senderi.
And it's just such a quick reaction from Angela as well, like, unbelievable. It was an interesting way to come back in, but it's just thanks to Senderi hiding in that one spot. And it took Rosie with a crouch spray just to bring things back a little bit, but still, so fast.
So fast. And this is why BASISSIX picked Fracture, I think, right? They're obviously way more comfortable on this map. They were coming up with all these new initiatives as the rounds go by, and that's proven to be very effective against WSF, who seemed to be a little bit lost towards the end. They didn't even know that Angela was pushing all these angles, and they got caught while holding out the watch from Brimstone. And I guess that's why electronics are bad for you, my dear friends. Do not have your eyes glued to your screens at all times. You have to be more aware of your surroundings.
And this is just what we wanted to see from BASISSIX, isn't it? I mean, such a stark difference from what they had on Breeze. Now that they're on a map that they can call their own, they just keep pushing out. Like, you can split the map into the main attacker spawn and then the other attacker spawn, and BASISSIX just push out onto either one every round. If they're not there, let's take the zip line. It's okay.
Exactly. And Angela is so brave. She was just taking the zip line all on her own every time, and somehow it just works out. And it was also about the positioning of that trademark. It was one tiny detail. The trademark was a little off because it was positioned closer towards A main. And that allowed Angela to get through that zipline area. So if that trademark was placed to detect anyone coming from the zipline, Angela would not have had any success there. But hey, these tiny details, they can review it after the game. But for now, WSF, they have to figure out how they're going to defend. Sorry. Yes, they're going to defend this time.
Yes, they're going to.
And BASISSIX on their attack. I think they should have more things up their sleeves, because attacking on this game, on this map specifically, it's going to be very creative based, and you have to have some, I guess, wild plans that you can pull out, and we know BASISSIX have some of those.
Maybe. I mean, it's not all doom and gloom for WSF.
Oh, no.
They did get a 7 after all. You know, they had that win streak, but whether or not they can carry it forward is a whole other thing. They do have the double sentinel setup. That's one thing that I think they might be able to make use of. But then again, this is BASISSIX. If they just go in at such breakneck speeds, who can tell if WSF will actually be able to fend them off?
The wall might not matter because it's been used really early on, and if BASISSIX is going to be waiting, they're going to be welcoming 2 players. Then very good pinch shot positioning, but Angela will be able to slide and kill into a side now if they go and run. But then this rotation.
How is she doing this? I mean, what? She just slides all over the place. And all of a sudden now, trying to go in for the site, they see that there are players around the spot. Let's just rotate over. They even pinged out, like, okay, this could be where they're hiding. Maybe there's a player towards tree. Such a good call.
That is... I love the adaptation on the side of BASISSIX. They're not afraid to change directions mid-round, and I think that's important for a team to be able to adapt to whatever is happening on the side of the map. But as I say that, nothing is going right from the side of BASISSIX, as 3 of them get taken down, and Senderi is now left in a 1v2. She's going to be able to spot 2 players. It's the timing on her side. Yes, on the side of Nuki. And Mimi apparently will be able to trade it out in the end. And unfortunately, in a 4v3, BASISSIX did not find a ring. Another pistol for W's.
Such a close call too. Senderi able to take out the first player because Nuki was low. Almost with the headshot onto his Mimi.
Close. Oh, that would have been it, Quack. That would have been it.
And now because they lost that round, I'm surprised that WSF didn't go. Maybe because they didn't have to plan.
Where's the Vandal? Where's
right?
This is not WSF. Hello, excuse me, production. Change that name. This is not WSF, but hey.
Whoa,
hold
the
up.
combo.
That's a great nade, as we talked about in the pregame. Slow orb plus nade, boom. Easy ace. Well, maybe not an ace, but that's damage to all 5 players and even a kill.
Man. Oh my god, but the BASISSIX are not letting go of their W keys. They're running straight into the boom mod, running straight into the rain of Spectre bullets, and it's 5-9. Oh like no.
That. And this is the first bonus round, technically speaking, for W Strip because on this third round in the second half, they don't have a Vandal, they don't have a Phantom. They do have 4 Spectres and a Marshal, though, and I think Noxy will know how to use this gun against these 5 rifles on the side of BASISSIX, so there is still that potential of winning this bonus round, but I do hope that Angela will be able to find more of those slight kills.
Man, I certainly hope so, but look at how
Careful.
BASISSIX are switching up the pace, trying to go through tunnel. We've got Felsi watching towards tree. And it's inciting a bit of confusion. There might have been a sound, though, because we're starting to see rotations from WSF.
Standstill between these 2 teams. Finally, utility got thrown out. That's going to reveal Mimi's position, but that slow orb, that's not going to allow anyone from the side of BASISSIX to go anywhere. The wall is still up even, but they're just waiting for it to go out. Yeah.
Oh. Kit
But
Kat?
Mimi. Mimi's still here.
There we go.
Oh!
God.
Oh!
But the Spectres with the running gun able to take out almost 2, and they can just pick Senderi off easily because of the null command. And still, we are back in with a 4-4. WSF, they might have the positions, but without the guns, it's going to be a little bit tough for them to go in for the retake. Almost landing the Vandal shot, but getting caught out by the tag. Kit Kat, she lost her head. And now, Felsi, still on the other side of tree. WSF are considering it. 2 more players, 1 from bench, 1 from tower. They are looking for it. They're getting flashed as well, but they managed to cross and slip the net. Felsi's still able to land those shots, though, and it's doing so much to block them off. Running out of ammo, Miguel swaps to the classic. And just because of the stun, the Spectre cannot do all that much. No. Again, back to a very nice score of 6-9.
6-9, let's go.
Very nice. I like
it. Very nice. But that run and gun, though, that almost gave BASISSIX a heart attack. But thankfully, this time, their post plan worked out very, very well. It's amazing to see how they were so spread out, but it was still very effective because everybody's just hitting their shots, and well, there was the gun advantage as well. And this is why WSF, you should never buy Spectre second round, man. If they only had Vandals and Phantoms, I think they would have won.
If only.
If only. Operator on Noxy, though. This might be the key. And we'll just have to see where Noxy is positioning herself. And this is actually good. Noxy is ready for this progression from the side of BASISSIX, but I think they will have a flash. There we go. Flash forces her out of the position. That will take care of that operator from the side of Noxy.
Not too bad, though, but it's the sky smokes that block her off. Mimi knows that Angela's trying to come up through tower, and she goes in with a perfect peek, gets 2, drops the slow orb, and instantly backs off for the heal. Spots out Senderi as well. A third one coming in. Classic right click, not quite landing, and that's where Miguel shuts down that kill streak for now. Nuki just comes back in for the trade, though. And it's doing so much to keep Miguel pinned down and trapped inside a tower. Oh, so claustrophobic. Yeah. Do I peek out? I can't. What do I do, Sleepy? Oh my gosh. Does she jiggle? Does she shoulder? She can't. Noxy with the operator makes it sound off. And 10-6 WSF. They reign supreme.
this is literally what we saw last game. Just a bit of an effort from BASISSIX to get into the side, getting delayed by Mimi, walking into the crosshairs of an operator from the side of Noxy. Like,
Remaining.
a lot of things that we saw have been taken care of, but also then they slide back into bad habits and just lose around like that. And I have to mention something, Angela. It was a bit unlucky that she pulled off a relay bolt that didn't really go where she wanted it to go, and that allowed Mimi to just easily pick her head off and prepare for a second round. And Noxy again, are they gonna peek directly? Noxy, no, that's an uncharacteristic miss. That would have been a free kill for WSF to get another round, but alas, luck is on the side of BASISSIX this time.
At least for now, you can tell that Angela is waiting to go off with the overdrive. Popped it. Sky smokes out. No! This is not what happened. Oh, the fast lane into the wall. And because of that, she can't really get onto site safely. She waits for the sky smokes and then slides in. Goes off the ropes as well, trying to cut off some rotations. Goes in for the tracking, but no. Noxy shuts that down outright. And 3 players are all that remain. They don't have the guns. They're still on the other side. But look at what's happening on the mini-map, Sleepy. Rotations.
Oh, this is so good. I mean, Felsi, even though she only got 1 kill, but I think that's enough to
30
draw the
seconds
attention
left.
once again, making WSF hesitant to rotate off to B, even though they're not seeing anyone else. And this will allow BASISSIX to get at least a spike plant. But then again, they only have a Spectre and a Classic on the side of KitKat. KitKat, though, will get that orbital strike that she can play with, but will she get a chance
10
to do
seconds
that?
left.
So, I don't think so.
Oh, no.
There's only a Classic at hand, and this play is going to be so important. Shaderi, gets one.
Player standing.
No! Just not even getting out a single one, but KitKat will play with that Molly lineup plus the orbital strike. Will she be able to survive long enough to use the orbital
they're
strike?
pushing her.
Oh! The Molly. That is so heartbreaking. Oh my goodness. But props to WSF. They realized that Brimstone was playing the post plant and they decided to just push. And they found the rats with that
So
11
smart.
rounds. So smart. So
Such, yeah, like forward thinking to be able to tell. It's Brimstone. She's gonna play post plant. Let's push. Let's push.
And the fact that they knew exactly where she was also great. That yeah, it's B-main confirmed. So let's just go there, stack it, and just swing and trade.
Because that's where the Molly lineup is.
Yeah, well, there's no other way really to line it up. But the fact that KitKat got a kill, that was already amazing. But it's unfortunate that she missed the Molly. Maybe she would have been able to play it more
A
safely
little bit more
if she
time.
knew. Yeah, if the Molly actually hit. But hey, it is what it is. 11-6. We're getting closer to a map point for WSF. Maybe even a series point at this point. Series points. Anyway.
Alt points as well. I mean, WSF sitting on 3, close to all 5. They're just waiting at this point, and BASISSIX are forced to make the move. The onus is on them to go out front, and of course it's Angela leading the charge. The tip of the spear, as it were, and she puts out the fast lane somewhat correctly this time. And then the showstopper gets activated. They've gone back into A main, and then the Molly comes out. Oh my god, it's keeping them trapped in. Orbital strike gets activated. KitKat gets 1, but unfortunately not for long. Her life is lost. Felsi's the only one left. Able to take out the first, but the trades are so good. WSF, and they're on max point now, Sleepy.
Match point.
Oh god. 4 of those kills were utility kills. To be fair,
Oh my god.
to be clear, Project A is a shooting game. Shooting matters.
Shooting
Utilities
matters.
are not meant to kill. But just like that, 4 kills were using utilities.
Oh my
I mean,
god.
It goes to show the utility usage from the side of WSF were on point. Even though they did get traded, it still didn't matter.
You
'cause
want
the
to
engine
play?
was
Let's
so,
play.
so crammed. And again, the wall is going to try and prevent anyone from BASISSIX to go into B. And Dolph, hanging another cheeky angle.
seen that
this before, and the flash is good, but Mimi is a better support. Sundari is not in the game anymore. And the Rolling Thunder not gonna find anything. Dolph even gonna find a kill, and the spike is dropped. And just like that, plans on the side of BASISSIX are thrown to the trash. But it is still a 3v4. It is still a chance for them.
Okay. Into the bin. We recycle. We try to restore whatever we can. And we're going back into dish. 2 players. If Felsi can make a little bit more noise and to keep them on the B side, it could work. But Noxie just deletes her off the server with an operator. Oh my! And then the rest. Give them a chance. WSF. 2 players left, and they instantly get spotted by Noxie again. Stunned because of Angela, the relay bolt, but she has to be so careful with this one position. They drop down. She tries to line them up, but no, Rosie. With the Vandal bullet to the head, it's a 13-6. WSF move forward into the lower bracket
Defenders
final.
win.
My goodness. And they deserve that slot, Quack. I think they've shown us some really good plays. They've shown us that they are one of the best teams here in the LCQ for Game Changers Asia Pacific. And again, they only lost to X10S. And so far, it is still consistent with their name, W Streak 20-20-20 all the way into the lower bracket finals. They are but one step away, Quack, from making it to Elite.
Just such good calls. I mean, let's join hands, Sleepy, dearly beloved. We are gathered here today to celebrate this massive dub. It's awesome. And who knows? Maybe they'll play against either X10S again tomorrow or X Team BO, and if they win, they get that spot. But until then, I mean, what a game! What a call from some of these players. They could tell where that Brimstone lineup would come from. They could tell how to hold down Arcade, how to hold down Bench, and it is just pristine.
I mean, all those utilities, like we said, all those utilities are just so on point for WSF. The walls, the slow orb from Mimi, the mollies, even getting kills. And Dolph got so many kills with her paint shell, with her showstopper, with her boobot, everything she threw out. She found something with it. And of course, Dolph is going to be sitting on that MVP title. Together with Angela, my heart breaks for her. She performed so well this game. Even this whole series, Angela was always the one that gave us hope that BASISSIX was going to get back into the game, but it was just not enough. Angela, unfortunately, needed more support from her teammates. They just didn't come too well. And KitKat, the player that we try to highlight, just didn't seem to find her groove today, Quack, and that's just unfortunate.
On the Brimstone, maybe a little bit uncomfortable, perhaps. I mean, she's certainly prepared. She's got some lineups, but they didn't quite work out the way that she wanted to. And again, I think you can tell that they have those ideas. They have those ideas of pushing out. Sundari, for example, with the one position over by the boxes under ropes, that was awesome. They had some setups. They had some bits of support, some flashes for Angela as they pushed out, but it's just a little bit of anti-stratting from W Streak, a little bit of some gaps in their pushes that unfortunately didn't work out too well, especially on the attacking side for BASISSIX.
Yeah, I think you're right when you said there's some anti-stratting going on from the side of WSF, because they knew Fracture was one of the favorite maps for BASISSIX. So WSF came into this with the thought of knowing where to go, especially on the attack side. You saw how Mimi was always prepared to just jump on that zip line anytime there was a push coming from Angela. And I think we saw twice where Mimi actually just slipped away from the grasp of Angela. And that allowed them to recover and actually proceed to win the round even. And only some of those times when BASISSIX got a chance to actually catch players of WSF off guard that they can actually win the rounds. But other than that, I think WSF showed us that they got some really solid fundamentals on this map. And of course, some unfortunate moments like that missed relay bolt on Angela, allowing me to get kills after kills. And Noxie again on that operator, man.
Oh my god.
That was like one time when BASISSIX actually dealt with Noxie's operator, like pushing her back towards the generator area. But then after that, they just re-peeked into her crosshair and just free kills all around for Noxie and free wins. Well, not free wins, but it was an okay win for WSF. Not too hard, and I think WSF really deserved the slot. I can't wait to see them perform even better later on when they play up against either Team X and X10 S.
Yep, it's certainly going to be a big one. It's not going to be easy, but at the very least, they have gone forward. And unfortunately for BASISSIX, that's the end of their journey. What an incredible showing. After this, though, upper bracket final. X10 Sapphire versus X Team BO. Thailand versus Singapore. Only one of them will get that spot today, and we will find out who after this break. Don't go away, guys. We will be back.
Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends.
So hard to see the light when the weight of the world is mine. But now I will not resign, and I am biting my tongue. No, I ain't gonna run. This is the battle I choose, and I'm gonna win. I ain't gonna lose. Sticks and stones won't break my bones. As long as I am breathing, yeah, I will stand tall. Take me down, shut me out. You ain't never, ever gonna see me bow. I'll do anything to prove you wrong. As long as I am breathing, yeah, I still stand tall. See me stump, see me fall. You ain't never, ever gonna see me crawl. You can try and shoot me really dirty lies. You can try and cut me really sharp and eyes. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. Ain't nobody who will ever bring me down. Ain't nobody who can take away my crown. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. I keep on banging my drum, 'cause the best is yet to come. So I keep holding on. I'll do anything to prove you wrong. As long as I am breathing, yeah, I still stand tall. See me stump, see me fall. You ain't never, ever gonna see me crawl.
แต่เขาเป็นสตรีมเมอร์แต่ว่าชอบเพราะว่าเขาแบบว่าผิวเขาเล่นแบบผิวมากวอร์มอัพยิง
I like Wallace. He played for NAP last time. He is the most cool in the world. Listen music make me feel like good, and I drink coffee. I have to drink coffee. If not, I cannot play. I like the Thai song named Poma It sing like Poma I got a legs on leg. I play that match 10 game per day, maybe 5 game before the ranking. I like operator. I prefer 150 pings. I think I will cosplay Killjoy because she got glasses, and I think if I wear the green hat, I will be Killjoy. I think it's Polly. Polly is the funniest in our team because she always in Astra form, you know. Even in real life, she always Astra form. I think it's about the feeling. We always laugh and fun all the time. Even we losing, someone still laughing. I think it's lamb ice cream or lemon because it's sour, but you still want to eat it more. I think it's Alter Ego Celeste and Blend because we lose them on the tournament. Go to World Champion and be champion. I will play the mobile game. Yeah, just take time and relax. My problem now is I have to play with baby TZ, you know, because 3 of us cannot communicate with baby TZ. No one can talk with her, so I have to play with her. Whipped cream, I like whipped cream. X10 muffin, the best muffin. Hot pot because I like the soup. I recommend Conan. You know Conan? You can be really smart if you watch that. Can fix all the situation. Just don't think you are female or male. Just like improve yourself to let them see how good you are. I like to play mobile game and watch anime.
Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends.
And welcome back. This is VCT Game Changers Asia Pacific Series. This is day 4 in the Last Chance Qualifier. And of course, I'm Sleepy, and I am with Heyimquack. And hello, Quack. How are you doing so far?
Man, that's awesome. How did you just like point to the right side? I always get confused.
I know, right? I'm good with directions. You know?
Sleepy. Yeah, that's why you're the coach after all. But yeah, I mean, I'm honestly quite nervous because upper bracket final, only one team makes it forward, the other one goes down to lower bracket final.
I mean, there's one slot on the line in this next series that's going to be really exciting. These two X teams, one team X and one team X10. As what is up with all the X's recently? Huh?
Come on,
and all the X teams are doing so good too. By the way,
yeah, it's a cool letter. If you have it in your name or a W, then you get the wins. That's what it is.
The next time I'm spelling out my name is going to be XLEEPY. It's still sleepy.
Sleepy.
Right? It's still sleepy, but just
you ever have a thing when you were a kid, like when I was a kid, people play Maple Story. They do the
Okay.
X, Heyimquack, X. That kind of name.
Yeah,
What are
I
we
still,
doing?
I still have a lot of friends who do that on purpose.
That's
today
cool.
In Valorant or any other games they play. But hey, this is the first X team. We're gonna be talking about X Team Bo or
Yes.
Bio, Interbell, Oludu, Snowkey, Valentine, and of course we have VK as well.
The only team in this top 4 that is not from Thailand.
Not from
I
Thailand.
have to support them. They're from Singapore.
Exactly, yeah. Singapore pride, I guess, for Quack, this is something big. It's impressive that they are able to compete in this world dominated by the Thais, I guess. And they are also new, right? Quack,
Exactly.
And it's what's amazing is this new team is able to compete at the very top level of Valorant in the Game Changer circuit. And honestly, I have to be honest with you, I haven't really seen any of these names before, and I can't wait to be impressed by them later on.
Similarly, but you know what names we have seen before?
Oh, yeah.
We've seen these names since last year.
Yes.
They were top 3. Ginny is very famous.
Yep, she is. And we
so
do...
are the rest of them.
So are the rest of them. I mean, I have seen Game Changers since the very beginning, and these names are constant in the scene. We have Alyssa, Baby TZ, and of course Ginny, alongside Muffin and Polly. They are cracked players as well. And it shows, right? They've been dominating so far, even against W Streak Esports Female, who we've seen to be very good as well.
It's very interesting to say the least. We had that one little interview with Ginny during the break, the little video that played.
Yes.
What if their team, if they were an ice cream flavor, it's lime or lemon because they're sour, but you still want to eat it. I love that. I love that.
That's
because
great. That's great.
Sometimes things get rough. Sometimes things taste a little bit sour, but they still have fun and they still enjoy the game. They still do what they do. And that's what Valorant is all about. And that's why they are here to play today. They've been in every single open. Sometimes they don't qualify. Sometimes they do, but then they lose to the bigger teams, the rivals like Alter Ego Celestial.
Yeah.
Of course. Rivals like Bren as well.
Yep.
And now, those teams aren't here today.
Nope.
Today,
And
it's X Team BO.
X Team BO. And I guess this is a true test for X Team BO. It's not so much of a test for X10S, honestly. They're the favorites. I'm pretty sure everybody coming into Game Changers, they know that this is the team to beat. And I think that's what's on the sites of X10. Sorry, not X10, but X Team BO. See, this is a mess up.
I know, right?
Oh, man, we're going to mess up so bad in terms of the names. But in terms of the maps, however, we do have the first pick, which is Haven by X Team BO. And of course, Fracture is going to be played once more by X10S. And of course, as a decider, we'll have Ascent, the classic. While Breeze was banned by Team X, Team BO, and Split was banned by X10S. It's interesting, we still see Split being banned out because I don't think anyone's practicing that anymore. But
so
hey, you
much.
still have to ban it, I guess. Just in case, you know?
Everyone's comfortable on a set, so it kind of gets relegated to the last one. But what's more interesting is the first few, because that's... I mean, it's a best of 5. You're going to have to play almost every single map.
I messed that up. I thought it was still a best of 3, but I forgot Bind and Icebox, they're going to be played as well. So Decider is still Ascent, but we still have Bind and Icebox to go through.
That's right.
Goodness, it is a best of 5.
So
Woo!
you're still going to have to play almost all the maps anyway.
Yeah,
the only difference is the order in which they're played, and hopefully you're playing the one that you prefer. But of course, it's always back and forth with the picks, and Haven being the first one is very, very curious to me. Both teams played that in their upper brackets. In their most recent series, they both played Icebox and Haven. They both won 2-0. So I think we're gonna have a banger series.
Yeah, I mean the win rate on Haven and Icebox for X10 is insane, both above 80%. And for Team X, Team BO, they love Icebox. Haven not so much. So this first map might be favored for Team X10S. But going into Icebox is going to be shifting a little bit towards X Team BO. But then after, it's going to be for everyone. I think Vine is not a map that X10 has loved very much, so they are going to be forced to play in there, and that's going to be a chance for X10 BO to get a lead. But then again, there's still the decider. There's other two maps, and it's all up for grabs for both of these teams.
It really is very. I think it might be early to say that it's evenly matched, but at least map-wise, you can kind of tell they have their favorites in there, and that's what we're counting on. But just going back a little bit, like you mentioned, X Team BO, we haven't really seen them before. They've always participated, but they never really made it through to playoffs in the opens or anything like that because they had to play against those teams, you know, Big Scythe, SMG, X10 themselves, where I think there might be a bit of a revenge kind of play going on. But that's it. Again, not very familiar with them. I don't know how long they've been playing together. Meanwhile, XNS, they've been playing together like for the longest time.
For forever, basically, right? In the time span of Game Changers, it's pretty much forever. So, in terms of experience, there's no doubt X10 Sapphire is ahead. In terms of surprise factor, though, maybe X10 BO will have the upper hand in that regard, and that's what they need to use. I think teams that are deemed as the underdogs in a match, they should be happy to have that title. They should be happy that there's no pressure for them to perform a certain way. There's no pressure for them to deliver too much results, and that might lift some pressure off of them. And this will allow them to get creative. And here we have Muffin pitted up against Snowkey, and oh my God, is that actually correct in terms of the ACS? 267 for Snowkey. That's insane. And you're comparing this against one of the best duelists in the whole game, Muffin. And she is ahead, and that's just an insane stat that we can base it on, I guess, to see what performance is going to come out from this player. But yeah, it's stats-wise looking really good for Snowkey, but of course stats are stats. It's all going to come down to the rounds.
That's right.
The clutch moments that we're going to see later. But so far, Snowkey's looking pretty good.
So far, indeed. That's like you said, stats are stats because sometimes we've got a lot of different factors, whether it's sample size or which recent games we're looking at.
That's right.
But 267 is not a small number. It's no small feat to actually get that. So we actually might be in for a rough one. I mean, these two are the duelists for their teams. And Muffin, like you mentioned, she's been here since forever. She's been on so many different agents. She's been on the Jets. So she really knows this game in and out. What's more interesting to me, though, is that on their recent game, X10S, when they played against W Streak Female on Haven, guess which agent Muffin went for?
Is it Raze?
No, she went for Neon.
Okay,
Look at Sleepy's face.
Because I thought that Raze is one of the most played agents by Muffin, but Neon, I guess, is not such a bad pick on Haven. We've seen this agent being played out on Haven for quite a lot. Optic, some of the bigger teams in the world, they also play this agent, even other maps like Breeze, for example. And Neon is not a bad pick at all, but of course it also depends on how well you've gelled everything together in terms of the agent composition, the synergy between agents and your team. And I guess it's interesting that they won against Winstreak. Is that so, Quack?
Yes, they did. They won 13-8. They had a pretty dominant start, went 7-5. Started to get a little bit duel heavy towards the second half, but then they managed to bring it back. So it's very interesting to say the least, because they often pushed out because they had that Neon. They would have this play where Muffin would push out a long, she had two teammates supporting her, and they were just able to wreak havoc.
Yeah, that much like what we saw with Angela in the previous series, right? Every time Angela is up against a barrier, we know she's gonna go somewhere and do something crazy with the support of her teammates. And with X10S, I'm pretty sure their synergy is not to be questioned about, and they will have all these support system in place for Muffin to succeed. And if it's true that she's going to pick Neon again in this series against Team X-Team BO, that's going to be exciting. I want to see some of these set pieces that they've prepared, and how will X Team BO prepare against that? How will they respond? Because that's equally important. If they want to try and clinch this first slot, I think they'll have to do some things that they haven't done before against any of these other teams. They played against them, but can they beat them? And today might be the day they can answer that question with a yes.
That's right. That's the biggest question. Are X Team BO prepared for this?
Yeah.
Both teams, I think, have had about a day to kind of look through those recent VODs and to maybe prepare some counter strats. It could happen, but again, it's very different because this is a very specific team composition. When you have your Neon, when you have that double initiator, a Sky plus KO, you are trying to do something very specific, something very purposeful.
That's right.
On the other side, with X Team BO, similar roles, but different agents. They don't have the Sky or the KO. They have a Sova and a Breach. They don't have the Neon, they have a Jet. So they might change that up today. Who knows?
Yeah, and I saw that some of the games that they played, I think Snow was actually playing on Reyna, which didn't have a pretty good win rate, but I think that's an option. Especially in the best of 5, you have more room to try all these new compositions out, right? And so I'm expecting we're going to see a Reyna in play, maybe even on Haven. Haven is such a good map for Reyna, as we've seen from some of the teams like Paper X. They love running a Jet Reyna composition, so we might be able to see that. But I don't know about them playing 2 duelists. I don't think that's something that they are doing quite often. So if that happens, then maybe we'll see a Reyna with another Jet player. That is something new on the table for X Team BO. So then again, it's the surprise factor that might come in play for them to play against X10S, which is so experienced that maybe there are no more surprises to catch them off guard. But we'll just have to see.
We really will. I mean, it definitely comes down to some of these moments, which is very, very interesting. Another thing that we could kind of talk about is perhaps the fact that both teams will go for the Astra plus Chamber to fill out the rest of the squad.
Baby. All right.
So different players have different styles.
Yes.
That could lead to a lot as well.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, Chamber is still in the meta. Very much still in the meta. Like, there's no way you can...
Nerf him all you want.
No. Nerf him all you want. If he still has that TP, even just for once every round, it's still one of the strongest abilities in the game. So
and the ult,
I mean, no matter how you nerf it, if you can still shoot with that amount of speed while playing with a one-shot, one-kill gun, it's just unfair sometimes. But it's an ultimate, and it's more expensive now. Okay, so it's kind of fair. But Chamber, you're right. Players have different styles, even playing the same agent, and we've seen some of the some of the Chambers that we've seen today in the previous series. Some were kind of passive, some were kind of more aggressive. And as a Chamber, I always think playing aggressive is your biggest strength. And this is why he's always dubbed the pseudo-sentinel. He's more like a pseudo-duelist, right? So you can always take aggressive and forward angles with him and TP out anytime you feel like you're threatened. And this is also going to depend on whether your opponent team is going to play a KO. If you have a KO on your opponent team, then you'll have to be a little bit more careful, as you've seen on Breeze, especially when you pick Cypher. It's kind of a tangent, but it's kind of similar in that way. If you are an agent that relies so much on your utilities, a KO is such a crucial fix to that. So just be careful, and depending on your playstyle, then you can just adjust to it. If you don't like playing aggressive and you're playing against KO, I think playing on site is a good idea.
I think that is what X Team will do, actually, because just judging by some of the statistics, some of the recent VODs, VK, who is their dedicated Chamber, she doesn't really go that aggressive, not so much. And you got to remember, X Team, they don't have that KO on their side.
Right.
Which is very different because Baby TZ, who tends to go operator a lot, she tends to play a little bit more aggressive too, I think. She's got like 4 first kills for most of her games. So
damn.
It's a little bit like opposite ends again of the spectrum.
And it's not that it's bad that you don't play aggressive with the chamber. It's just, again, your
just
playstyle. And you just gotta prepare accordingly, right? If you're gonna play chamber passively, then maybe you'll have to have more crossfire setups. You have to have more traps in plays, and it just depends on how you respond again to the opponent team. And so some of these things we can't really talk about until we see what's happening on the ground. So I really can't wait to see what's gonna happen. And there's two different styles that these two teams are gonna bring in. But I have to say, man, playing against X10 Sapphire, that must have some effect on your mentality. Like, we're playing one of the most experienced and one of the best teams in APAC Game Changers, and we just formed in this LCQ. So I just hope they don't have that in their head, living rent free.
Like, you can't have that weighing you down.
No.
You just need to go into this game a little bit more carefree, and
That's right.
perhaps they'll give them the strength that they need to perform. That said, though, just again, I don't like doing this, but going into numbers, X10 had a very, like, I think, swift win on Haven. Like, they had 13-8 against W Streak Esports. Okay. Conversely, when you look at X Team, they had 13-11 against BASISSIX.
Very tight, right?
Yeah, so it's a little bit different.
Okay, so those two teams that were in the lower brackets were the teams that lost to these two teams playing in the upper brackets.
That's right.
And the scores are kind of similar, but it's still a little more dominant towards the side of X10S.
Yes.
And even then, X10S won against the stronger team in the lower bracket, which is W Streak. So if you try to conclude everything,
that's right.
Not WS Streak, but X Team, they are in the back foot for this. X10S is definitely ahead in terms of their performance, experience, and maybe even creativity because of the supporting individual skills from each player. And I really hope X Team BO will know what to do with this.
Yeah, they really are the underdogs, the dark horses of this tournament.
They really are.
And I gotta support them. They're the only Singaporean team so far.
Still,
in this LCQ.
You know what? I think we give you permission to support them, Quack, because
they
are one team representing another region, not Thailand. And they are also the underdogs in terms of performance, not just because they're from another region. And it's always fun rooting for the underdogs, right? It's always fun to expect something out of the teams that are not expected to win. And if they do manage to pull something off, that's like, wow,
it's huge.
They can actually do it. So I think we're starting very soon. So don't fret, ladies and gentlemen. Do not be afraid.
We're trying to find the start button. Is it on your desk, Sleepy? It's not on mine. I
got a Rubik's Cube here, but I don't think it says start anywhere. So no, it's not here on my desk. So soon we'll have our producers find it for us because we're lazy. We're just here to talk. We're just here to talk, all right? Someone else will find the start button for us.
Somewhere. It's just not here in front of us.
No.
But if anything, how much of a chance do you think X Team has over X10S? Coach Sleepy's predictions again.
Why are you... See, this is Quack making me do this, all right? I have nothing to do with this. I have to answer.
You don't have
because
to.
He asked me the What do you mean I don't have to answer? You asked me a question. I'll answer.
Okay.
Honestly speaking, I think they have a decent chance. I mean, they made it all the way to the upper bracket finals. They did beat some of the teams that were also playing in the lower bracket round 3. And it was not something easy to do, right? And so it's proven that they have the skills to be here. Maybe they don't have as much experience and as much creativity because it's probably limited by the time that they've been playing together as compared to what X10 has gone through. Probably about 30 to 40% still in favor of X10 Sapphire.
Yeah, it certainly does seem that way. But if you love the underdogs, then X Team are the team for you.
That is correct.
I think they like maybe 30 to 40 is right, because X10, they do have that potential to sometimes get a little bit too greedy or aggressive, I think, based on some of their VODs, based on how they've played against teams in the previous Opens. I mean, that's why they're here in the LCQ. They almost made it in open overtime, but I think they lost to one of the Filipino teams, if memory serves me right. So it really is down to both of these teams, and they really both need to fight their hardest.
We are seeing the Neon Quack. This is according to what we've talked about. We are going to see some of those set pieces, and I'm really excited to see X10S pull it off. And X10BO, they're going with a more classic composition, with the
slightly
jets.
Different.
Well,
instead of the chamber, they've gone for a Cypher. Instead of a Sova, they're going for a Fade.
Fade. Oh, baby, this is fun. Like we said, the surprise factor on the side of X10BO might play a factor here against X10S. And again, Cypher is always one of my favorite agents. And now that Chamber is nerfed, well, not nerfed into oblivion, he's still very viable. He still sucks to play against. But Cypher is really good as well. So I'm excited for this. I can't wait to see.
There's the A-long aggression.
Oh, there it is.
Bring them down.
And I'm fairly certain that Inter can hear it as well, but she's alone. She's going to have to deal with that Trailblazer, which doesn't quite hit her. But unfortunately, the right click doesn't connect, and instead, it's the C site that has been taken by X team.
Okay. It's amazing how Holy
planted.
managed to survive all the way at C long while the site is being taken by X10BO. But Ginny, they will now have information that X10BO is pushing all the way towards defender spawn, and they're being caught by Ginny and Muffin together, and now only one player remaining. Not much you can do, Olulu, and therefore the first round goes to X10S in a dominant fashion.
Incredible. I mean, that's the A-long aggression that we
you
talked
were talking about.
We see it in round number 1.
Called it.
And they just don't slow down at all. I mean, it's a bit of a dance between the two teams. You can see that X10 also knows and has the game sense to tell, all right, they're pushing A, we can probably go into take C. They did, however, holding it was a whole other thing, because they pushed in towards C Link, and I think that's where they had a bit of trouble. It became a choke point.
You mean X Team, right?
Yeah, X Team.
Yeah, we're messing it up already, dude. I don't like this. Can we have a rule about team names that like make it similar to other teams? Like, you're making our jobs harder, man. Please. Oh, but you're right. X10BO. They are a bit unlucky in the sense that X10, they were pushing so early into the control that they got after they got the first few kills. It was just easy to get. And now they're doing it again. They're just pushing unrelentless pressure coming from the team. With the Spectres at hand, there's just no chance whatsoever for X10BO to retaliate. And with that, 2-0. Very easy round for X10 Sapphire so far.
Yeah, just a brawl for X10S. Poli pushing out from low mid. I think they did not expect that. And also just going in together as a team. If one person falls, baby TC trades. If Poli falls, there's a lot of support coming in, and it just works out very nicely. They only lost one player in that round, so not too bad, but this is where things start to get a little bit rough.
Yeah. They're doing it again.
Bye. Yeah.
Oh, they're doing it again, Quack. They are going at it full speed, non-stop. But this time around, X10BO is actually going to match that speed to go into C-side before they even found anyone. But Poli, coming out of her Nebula, will find a free kill towards Inter. And this retake, once again, a 5v4, they're going to pinch and cage X10BO towards C. But they're also doing the same thing they did on the pistol round, which is push towards C-Link and defender spawn. And they might find Poli here. If Poli's not careful, she might be caught. Olulu, very nice off angle, will get a free kill. While her teammates are getting attacked and flanked from the C-side itself? What is going on? The defuse is already happening! And the defuse goes through. X10S, without even having to fight, in the end, he did still get the kills. But before that even, they secured round number 3.
Again? Where were they positioned? That's so strange. They had the site, but every single player pushed in towards ceiling, trying to go towards defender spawn. I think that's where things start to get a little bit hairy.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a mistake, I think. The plant wasn't even planted for C-Link, you know? It was so comfortable for Muffin to just sit there, you know?
Go, go, go!
Defuse the spike without even breaking a sweat. Very easy for her. But anyway, another A long aggression. We're seeing them push again and again and again, and X-Team BO, you're not gonna find anything here if you just stand around. So I'd love to see X-Team BO try something against this A push Quack.
Well, they can hear it coming. They know it's there, but with the sheriffs, it's just a little bit tougher. And look at how much space X10S just takes up. It's a crossfire setup already. Going in with a stun, though. Inter is able to pick up the first, but Alyssa from behind is able to trade as well. She has a bit of a stun of her own, and then the trades come through. Ginny there to back it up, but unfortunately this time the trade favors X-Team both.
Yeah. And I love this because I was just saying how they needed to do something, but Holy and Baby TZ, they're just not gonna take it without retaliating, man. They know that they need to do something as well, and they have done wonders to defend this A side against X-Team Bo. That's right, it's X-Team Bo, guys. Quack, come on, man.
Sorry.
Get your stuff together, man. It's not X-Team BO, it's X-Team Bo.
It's I'm just gonna say X-Team.
You know what? These team names are gonna be the death of us.
It really is. So good. But
it's alright.
Still,
thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for correcting us. But I think it just came down to firepower. Still, the rifles there did so much better, and it was a good attempt at dealing with this A-long play that X10 continuously puts out, though. If X-Team can actually deal with it similarly, now that they have full buy, they might stand a chance at turning this around, but it's 3 players still, so it's not that easy.
No. And you can see the hesitance from Team X-Team Bo. Like, they know exactly where these players are towards A-long, but they still don't want to rush into it, which is good. They're getting so much rolling thunder and Nightfall. Checking this corner will get one. Muffin will get taken down by Olulu, so this might be one of the best chances that X-Team Bo has to get into the site. But we still have to deal with Genie. Genie is surviving and buying so much time for Baby TZ to come into A side as well.
Oh no.
While this push is happening, Poli will not be able to get a kill. That means it's very easy for X-Team Bo to get into A and pull around the side to get the first round.
One by one they traded, and one by one X10S started to fall. I mean, it started with that crossfire setup again, but this time around X teams just were able to push up front. They had that utility coming in, and I think that's the power of the breach plus the fade. Ginny did so much with the utility as well. I mean, she had the right ideas, throwing the fragment into sewer, throwing the 0 point just to slow them down a little bit. But unfortunately, I think if Paulie pushed up like that and she was the first one to fall, it just hurts their defenses so much more. This time around, pushing different spots on the map, Sleepy.
They're taking so much, man. They have A with that positioning from Ginny. They have mid window all the way to the attacker's spawn even. Muffin might get caught. But no way, the timing worked out so well. And Muffin turns around just in time to find Enter just peeking through that small gap from the attacker's spawn. And once again, an advantage goes into the hands of X10S. And you see, the one thing that worked out for X-Team Bo that previous round was they committed 2 ultimates to regain A long control. But no, they don't have anymore.
It still is with that Cypher utility. Sometimes just doesn't provide the value that you want, and now Baby TZ, the operator, slightly more aggressive. She peeks out, she gets stunned. This time, no choice but to fall back. Does she have her rendezvous? Not quite. Getting stunned up is Polly as well, though. And this
30 seconds
cosmic
left.
divide just allows for X Team to come in. But what is this top flash? Alyssa gets the two. And then a trade, but unfortunately not that much. Hit Hunter is not a problem for Baby TZ.
No, it's not.
5-1.
I love how stubborn Baby TZ was. She was like eating a flash. She was
And she's like,
eating a
I'm okay.
prowler. She got stunned by a fault line. She got flashed. She didn't even get a kill there, and then went back to get another kill with a headhunter. So Baby TZ, very persistent.
Got that question.
Resilience on this lady. It's insane.
I think that's that experience that comes in for XNS. I think because I mean, if you're new or if you're not that experienced, sometimes you get hit by that much, you start
scared,
to panic.
right?
Yes,
Yeah,
that fight
yeah.
or flight comes in. But Baby TZ is like, it's okay. I'm just like, you know that meme with the dog and the room's on fire.
Everything is fine.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm
everything is
getting
fine.
stunned and flashed and prowlered, and there's a cosmic divide dividing my friends and I
It's okay.
Whatever.
Trust,
all right.
trust Alyssa.
Trust, yeah. Baby TZ just, that's such a banger move from her. Anyway, X Team Bo, timeout, much needed in this 1-5 situation. They will have guns ready for this next round. Well, actually, no. Not everyone is going to have full buys, but if they are deciding to force, I respect that because they can't afford to lose too many more rounds. And, well, they did deal with Baby TZ somewhat. They'll have to continue doing that if they want to survive this operator from Baby TZ. And maybe this is one of those ways.
Oh!
That's a great trade. That's at least one way to deal with that. A trade is a trade. It's good.
Oh my gosh, but again with this A-long
One
push, and
enemy
Polly is
remaining.
just holding it down.
Down
Pushed down
mid.
Garage, she gets 3. What just happened? Valentine is alone, and unfortunately the lightning beam just saps her out. 6-1, X10S. They keep on pushing it faster and faster.
Oh god, this is exactly what's so scary about X10 Quack.
BYB fam.
Every
Going to
single
Astro to do
player
them
will
Astro
pop
Guardian
off anytime.
Oh my
Be it Polly,
God.
Baby TZ, Muffin, we've seen from round 1 just sliding here and there, getting kills every corner she checks. And Ginny, Alyssa, they haven't even started playing yet, honestly, and there's so much in the lead. And I'm scared to be X Team.
Oh, right? And it's happening again. They place a star down, trying to slow it with a prowler being sent through as well, but we're just trading cats and dogs at this point, I guess.
Well, it's really frustrating. It's gonna get really, really frustrating because they know exactly what X10 is doing. They just can't deal with it. And this is one of the most excruciatingly painful experiences for X Team Bo because
Oh
look,
my
they're just
God.
being cased in
enemy
with all the
remaining.
vandals in the hands of X10S. No chance whatsoever. Flawless round for X10S. God damn.
God damn.
Quack, God damn. Oh god. I can't imagine being X Team Bo right now. Have you been so frustrated about something that you know what's wrong, you know what's happening,
Going
but you just
Astro,
can't do
guys.
anything about it?
Exactly. That's the craziest thing. And look at these specific star placements coming in from Polly as well. She makes use of them to peek out. You're never quite sure where X10S are coming from. And if you are X Team, you just like, how do you deal with it? You peek out and you try to trade again, but this time Alulu doesn't get the shot. Oh, they push straight into B.
Okay. Well, that's a change of pace. They might even go to A now, but Jeannie's there to welcome them if Jeannie is aware that they're going A.
She
And I
hears them.
think she is. And there's
No
potential for a
command.
pop flash now that there's a smoke in front of her, but she decided it's a 5v4. I'll wait for my teammates, and I think it's pretty
Spike
darn
planted.
wise that she's doing that.
Alright. Well, I guess we've swapped sides, but you know what? Polly, she's got stars, she's got a cosmic divide. They use it to clear out the corners. And all of a sudden, Muffin just slides right in, gets
No
a swing
way.
transfer. Ginny explodes on the side as well.
Oh
Everyone
my God.
waterfalling in. VK, the only one able to find something, but still. Absolute destruction coming in from X10S.
Utter dominance. There's no other way to say it. There's no other way to tell it. this is the story you get, ladies and gentlemen. This is X10S wanting their elite slots. And there's quite literally nothing that X-Team-O can do to stop this train.
Oh my.
And well,
There.
I mean, we can
There.
see from the minimap what's happening. Every single time, X10S is always caging X-Team-O in somewhere. Be it their base, be it C-Link towards defender spawn, be it A-side in that previous round. Everything is so perfectly planned by X10S. And X-Team-O
Oh my
has
God.
never found a solution.
And they do it so incredibly
Do it
well. They give them the site. That's okay. We have our entire squad just here to cage them in, like you said, to converge into them from
Spike
three
planted.
separate points, three separate entrances. What's different this time is that they have Inter kind of lurking towards the middle, so she might be the linchpin. She might be the one who could break apart X10S's formation.
So crucial right now. They need to find something here. And they're doing it again. They're going towards the C-Link, towards defender area. But again and again, Ginny will find another kill to stop this post plant from happening. And
One
again,
enemy
the
remaining.
spike plant, it's not even for defenders spawn.
This
I am...
wow. Like, you see where the X's are marked on the map. Like, that's
Yeah.
where they die. 3 players towards C-Link, 2 somewhere on the site itself. And they're not able... I mean, it's partially because of the guns as well, but it's just so difficult for X-Team to do anything about this.
I think it's also about pre-planning a post-plan, you know? Like, when you plan a spike, you also need to plan around it where you want to play the post-plan, and I think that's not happening. And X10, they know exactly how to make use of that, you know? Oh, wait, they're at C-Link? Wait, this plant is here? Meanwhile, Baby TZ, she's not allowing me to speak about anything in the previous round. Let's just focus on this round. The point is, X10S, they know what they're doing. X-Team-O, not so much.
Man. And I think this might have been their map pick. I'm not too sure, but it's just
too sure.
such a rough situation to be in. You can see that this is affecting them so much because of how much they've slowed down. The pressure is on, Sleepy.
It's on. It's huge. It's unbearable.
Right there.
And if they can still manage to win 1 or 2 more rounds in this last 2 rounds in the first half, I think that should be able to relieve some of those pressures.
Right there.
I don't think X10S is allowing that with his positioning from all the players. Poli's going to go for the peak.
Muffin hiding under window.
Oh, the peak. The peak is happening, but surviving. Muffin, 30 seconds of timing. Oh,
Wow.
oh,
Spike
the
down
perfect timing.
mid.
But Valentine replied in kind. Double. Make
Time,
it double for her. And that's an opening for X-Team-O to go to C once more. And hopefully this time, post-plan will be captured.
You need to use their ultimate. They've only got 10 seconds to do this. They push Ginny
10
back.
seconds
She's
left.
been knocked up, stunned for a second. And then sticking to the plant now,
Spike
Olulu.
planted.
Alyssa still peeking in and out of this, though. She's got her guiding light. She's got her trailblazer. And it's so easy!
Oh my God.
X10S, they turned this into a firing range, just picking their targets off one by one.
Smooth as a baby's butt, as I say it.
Oh my God. Smooth
Last round
execution.
in the
As smooth as a
half.
baby's butt.
Dude, look at that. How smooth was that? Just pop flash out, jump onto the platform, get a flick onto a headshot, and your teammate just swing to get that final kill? Come on.
Mid.
What more can you ask from X10S on this rainbow victory? Boom. Boom.
Smooth as a baby's butt. Man. This okay, so this really is X-Team-O's map pick. And it's rough.
Bro.
Again with the A-long aggression, X-Team-O this time trying to push up front, trying to deal with it, but they've already set up for that crossfire. This one cyber cage gives you a little bit of space. Nightfall gets sent down. Maybe the Prowlers go in along with it. They try to spray it down. It's going to be Muffin that
Oh
gets
my
so
God.
much. Ginny with a bit of a trade as well, but this time numbers
Bring them down.
go to X10 Bo. They could just be able to take down the site if they can deal with maybe TZ, but the Porta Force swaps to a Vandal, almost gets Valentine down. They have the timing. They could go to another site. I think they kind of know that Polly's behind them.
They're so low though. They're both one hit away with a Vandal, and if Polly knows this, then she should be
gotta play
more
together.
confident in peeking, and they need to play
Oh,
together.
no.
They need to go for the trade, but the timing! Polly again will not allow that number to be changed on the scoreboard for X10 Bo. It's gonna be 11-1 to close out this first half. Oh no, Quack!
Oh my
Switching
gosh.
sides.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. And if this were Roman numerals, 11-1, X10 is like, it's XI, okay, X. But that's such a crazy micro decision from Polly. I mean, the fact that they were low kind of helped in that, but she knew to wrap around the left side instead of peeking out right.
Yeah. Oh, that was so perfect. That was such a great decision from Polly. She knew the fact that, I guess it was running in her head. You can almost see it, you know, Polly calculating whatever's happening on the ground right there. She knew that the last two players were low, so she knew that they needed to play together. So if she just swings from where she was coming from, then there's almost gonna be a trade confirmed happening from the side of X10 Bo, but she didn't go for it. She went an alternate route, and that allowed her to just get that clutch beautifully. And I was almost positive that X10 Bo was going to get that round, because we've seen that happen before. They tried to counter the A-long aggression with an ultimate, and it worked. They got the man advantage. They got a 3v2. But Baby TZ was still at the side, and this is what's been happening with X10. You know, the rotations, they were so quick. Baby TZ was always there to back her teammates up every time X10 Bo was ready to get into A, and Baby TZ almost never fails to protect her teammates and her team from losing yet another round to X10 Bo.
And that's the cohesion that X10S has. 3 players push out, they confirm the hit, they already know how to respond to it. And not just Baby TZ being fast as well, she's landing her tour to 4 shots.
Yes.
It is so sharp, it is so good. And every single round, whether tour de force or operator, she's doing something. X10S consistently just changing things up. Sometimes it's A push, sometimes it's C push. If you're X10 Bo, it's you're just, what do I do? Oh my
What do
gosh.
you do? That's one of the questions that they need to come out with an answer with, but hopefully they'll come with it in the second half. It is so frustrating right now to be X10 Bo. You knew, again, you know exactly what's going on, Quack. You just can't do anything about it. And that is one of the most helpless feelings that you'll ever feel in your life, and I'm so scared for X10 Bo right now. But of course, we still have the second half. They had some time to reset in that quite short break between the first and the second half. So let's hope they can recover from that first half. It's a long road, but it's not impossible.
It's not
Just
impossible.
Improbable.
Improbable.
Yeah.
That's the word, I guess. But you gotta believe. You gotta believe in X10 Bo. X-Team Bo, excuse me. Wow, the names really mess you up, don't they? But now that they're on the defensive side, perhaps, just maybe, even with this Cypher, they could somehow change things up. But look at how versatile X10S are. They were so fast in the previous side. This time around, slow things down. Maybe TZ trying to hold them off, and instead gets picked up.
Well, that's a great counter to what they've seen from X10S. You know, let's do what you did.
No more
Let's
targets
push A,
left.
and this is
Cage
pretty
triggered.
similar in the sense that they got C, and now they're
Spike
gonna
planted.
get pinched. Now let's see if X10 Bo can deliver the execution that we saw from X10S going into this 5v4 retake. Gonna try. They have a haunt. This haunt will reveal at least one player's position, but the flash timing is great. It's blinded 2 players perfectly. But VCT will be able to survive despite being flashed, and Valentine will join her in killing the last member of X10S. And with that, hey, a
button.
pistol round
Save the day.
is won by X10 Bo. And this is quite literally the first step into this combat.
Definitely. And it all starts with that first step as well. I mean, if they had lost this one, we would have been match point instantly.
Yep.
And they would have no choice but to force. That would have been really rough. Thankfully, they won, and this gives them a fighting chance. X-Team Bo managing to come in with the perfect retake. I mean, they had some flashes on the side of X10S. They had some good post-plant positions, but when it came down to the duels, just because X-Team Bo came in together, it was a little bit tougher for them to pick them off apart.
It was huge that VK got them down as well. And now, oh, they're gonna reply in kind. They're just gonna go for an A fast with Muffin, but decides to let go of that control. So it was just about building presence and rotating all the way to the other side. But thankfully for X-Team Bo, we do have Valentine jump jiggling towards that C-Long. And once she spots anyone, just a slight indication that there might be a C push coming, she will be able to delay them
there it is.
with... Oh, wait, what? Wait, she's just leaving it? Oh, no. They're just giving the side for free. But it's not too bad. They still have the gun advantage. They still have the 5v5, and it's still very much possible.
She's got 3 stars to work with, so you really do have to make those count. A little bit of a trailblazer gives information into its garage, and this is pretty much a standard retake. The difference being the guns, but Holy coming in with a flank from behind. For NZ, she gets 1. Getting 9.
One enemy remaining.
Apart. Inter comes back in huge though with a double kill, and she's saving the day. She puts on her cape. She looks for Ginny, the super villain in the story, with a classic right. What? Oh my gosh, left clicks and she nails it perfectly, but still the defuse was stuck. Thankfully, X-Team Bo makes it an 11-3. Economy won't be too good though, Sleepy.
No, it won't. It won't. They are poor. But I love the trust they had for their teammate, though. I saw that, who was it, the KO, she was just sticking the spike without caring. Oh, no, it was actually the Breach, Olulu. She was just, whatever, you go fight Ginny. Yeah, I know she's good. I know she has only a classic, but she's good. But you know what? You fight her. I'll defuse, and they won because of it. But yeah, as you said, not much money. And I think X10S is privy to this. They are going to make use of that situation to the max. Going into A and swarming into it. Oh, they spotted VK. VK is in so much trouble, but look at her teammate. They're already here.
Ooh. Well, they might be fast, but whether or not they can fend them off is a whole other thing, because X10S, they had that option. They are rotating. Alyssa is there to lurk, though, and that's where she could strike them from behind. Oh my goodness. X-Team Bo, they have to be so careful about this. They want to rotate, but they're not too sure how to go about it. As soon as the movement goes out, Alyssa tries to take one player down, but not quite landing the shot, and all of a sudden, Olulu starts a journey of her own.
Oh my god, you guys are faking? Oh my god, you guys are rotating? Are you guys playing VCT? Oh wait, they actually are playing VCT, and so it's fine, guys. That was such a good play and call from X10S. They might be able to pinch this player. Alyssa somehow slips out of their grasp.
She's buying so much time. She's buying so much time just by making noise, slipping away, hiding back inside a C. So the push is no choice but going from garage, and at this point, X10S, they know where it's coming from. All they gotta do is to watch down the angle, spray a couple of bullets through, suppressive fire. Alyssa finds Valentine. Inter, the only one left, no choice but to die to the spike. Maybe not quite, going for some exit frags instead. But if you save this Spectre for the next round, oh no, that's terrible. Match point, drop 3. They don't have anything left, Sleepy. No. Oh my god, my heart's broken.
Yeah.
No.
A lot of hearts are broken, at least 5. 6, I guess, if you count yourself. 7 if you count the org owner, if there's an org behind X-Team Bo. 7 if you count the... Oh, wait, 8 if you count the coach, if they have a coach. And many more if there are fans watching X10S. I've got your trail. What are you doing to these people?
I think they don't have a coach. X10S has a coach.
Oh, yeah.
So the odds are insurmountable, but look at how they're trying to fight back. All inside of garage. They've got some sheriff, they've got some specters. And then try and fight back, taking the rock. They can see long. Only player here is going to be Volley. Another one's going to be Ginny. They can take her down as well. That would be better. They get some weapons to work with, but Muffin's denying that right. She's turning this entire thing into a firing range again. Spraying one by one, tapping their targets. It's a target-rich environment for X10S, who take it home 13-3 in this best of 5.
Wow. What a performance, individually and as a team. X10 Sapphire proves that they are the dominant one here. They are the first one to get that slot, and at least that's what they want to prove here today. And I think they're quite on track, Quack. 1-0, very quick one. I think it was barely, 30 minutes-ish that they've done this first map. I mean, this performance from X10S, it makes you question, why are they in LCQ in the first place, right? It's kind of unfair that they're here in LCQ being the gatekeepers of these other teams.
They really
It's
are.
called the last chance qualifiers for a reason. And somehow X10, with that performance, is here. And that's just...
They smurfing. I don't know what to say. They smurfing.
You're actually right. They're actually smurfing.
As smooth as a baby's butt, and they're smurfing.
Yep.
And these are our MVPs. The Astras, of course, but I think the entire team. Look at 5.4 KDA. 5.4.
No way, Genie. No way. That's just unfair. Look, nobody's below 2 KDA on the side of X10S, and unfortunately
Ridiculous.
for X-Teambo, only VK was able to get a KDA above 1. And it's just not comforting to see that your duelist is on 0.4 KDA. This is not the end, however, but it could be if they don't recover from this. So X10S, with the utter dominance they've shown, with 13k damage, 26% headshot percentage. You don't even have to compare the objective and frag wins. It's just non-existent. There's no comparison to do. It's just a whole different level from these two teams, at least for this map.
Yeah, truthfully difficult. I mean, they kind of started something. At least they managed to win the pistol at the start of the second half.
That's right.
And it shows that they still have something that they could go with, but they really do need to make use of this break to kind of think about how they want to approach the next map. Because the next map is going to be X10S's map pick. It's going to be another one of those chaos maps. It's Fracture.
Oh, God. I mean, if you're so comfortable like you are, like X10S is in this map, Fracture, their own map pick, oh, that's gonna be even worse. And I almost don't want to watch it now if this is what is the preview for that second map later. But hey, you're right, X-Teambo, they have a chance to reset. They have some time to talk about what's been going on, to fix and iron out some of those mistakes that we've been seeing in those post plans and those entries. It's not impossible, like you said, but I said that it was improbable. But I would love to be proven wrong. And VK, there's at least a ray of hope in it. It was still there, the performance that we needed to see from the players of X-Teambo. And you're right, it's just not comforting that they won the pistol round, but then they almost lost their second round. It's worrying to say the least.
The fact that everyone died in that last, and with like Valentine trying to do something with this Spectre, but it's really rough when you're against a team like X10S who are constantly pushing out every part of the map, and you're just, it's difficult. But I think the one thing is, Haven's got 3 lanes, Fracture kind of has 4. Maybe they can work with something there.
All right, we'll see if that's gonna happen. 4 lanes is coming to you guys in just a bit, so let us take a quick break before we go into our map 2 in the upper bracket finals to determine who's that first team going to Elite. We'll be right back.
3 on Haven, but who knows what's going to happen on Fracture in this upper bracket final best of 5. Welcome back, folks, to the VCT Game Changers APAC LCQ. Heyimquack, this is Sleepy, and we are still at it with X10S versus X Team Bo.
Man, well, it was not much of a game. I'll be honest.
Oh no!
I mean, first map went through like
Knife
it was
through
nothing.
butter.
Yeah, knife through butter. Hot knife through butter, we should say. But X Team Bo, there were glimpses where it looked like they were gonna pull back. You know, like there were rounds where they managed to get the man advantage, even though they were pressured so much. But most of the other times, it looked like X10S, they knew exactly how to play against X Team Bo on this map pick of theirs. And again, there's something so worrying about, you know, knowing what's coming, but just not knowing what to do. And it's hopefully going to get resolved in the second map that is X10's pick. Not much hope there, you know, because it is X10S's pick. But X Team Bo, I sure hope they will figure something out here on the attacking side, as they will start there. And like you said, there are going to be 4 lanes, so they should be able to find something out of those 4.
Maybe a little bit more room to work with, right?
Yes.
I think you're onto something, though, because that really is kind of what it looks like. X Team Bo, they get pressured, but they all kind of stand around, not quite sure what to do. Maybe there's no clear leadership, or maybe they're not quite sure how to counter that push. And that's the thing. But with 4 lanes, with a map slightly bigger, like Fracture, they could just go quickly to the other side or something different. Then again, though, this is curious to me because while Fracture might be a favorite of X10S now, we haven't seen X Team Bo play Fracture before.
No.
Just like we had with WSF versus BASISSIX. No information on their composition.
We did talk about how we wanted to see that surprise factor play a part, and we did get surprise from the agent picks, but then it's just not working out too well. And so maybe now it's time for X Team Bo to think, oh, maybe we should stick with what we're comfortable with instead of trying for that surprise effect. And why don't we just play to our best abilities? And maybe then they can afford to play with more flexibility. And maybe then they'll be able to problem solve more quickly because they're so comfortable with the agent composition. Otherwise, they're going to get stuck like what we saw there on Haven, where they were just stuck and getting caged in, and they were just waiting to get killed by X10S. We don't want that to happen here on Fracture, so I would hope to see more comfortable picks, like comfort picks from the players. I would love for them to do more stupid stuff. Like, believe it or not, stupid stuff can work in this game, you know? If you're stuck, and if you're gonna lose anyway, might as well try something stupid. If it works, like you said.
Yeah, why not? Definitely. It's I don't know if stupid stuff is what I want to call it, but
well,
that's really what it is. If you're comfortable on it, and you might be able to problem solve a little bit better, problem solve a little bit more easier. However, again, they are definitely going up against giants. This is not a small team. This is a strong team, and they beat ARF 13-3 on Fracture. And their composition is an interesting one as well, because if I'm not wrong, when they have that Sage, we had Muffin on Neon, now she's on Chamber.
Okay.
Baby TZ is the one that goes on Neon.
Oh, God.
Might be swapping some roles around, but this composition looks very familiar. I think Paper Rex plays this, you know?
Oh, yeah. With a very fast-paced plays, and I think both teams can replicate that exact same gameplay. With only one difference, there is no Sage on the side of X Team Bo. Instead, we have a Raze. And without a Sage, Raze's nades might not be as effective, but she will still be able to defend quite nicely. And now on attack, they have 2 duelists that can just open up ways for X Team Bo to get into a site. So it's looking okay in terms of the draft. They are very aggressive, very stacked in terms of their utilities. But then again, on defense, there's Alyssa playing Sage, so the delaying capabilities on their side is just insane.
It's something that, again, the potential is so high, and X10 are gonna have to be very, very careful. Already delaying just by a bit, buying out information. They know the hit's coming towards me, but look at what's happening on the minimap, Sleepy. Where are they going? Ooh, a bit of a flank?
Yeah, I think they're going for a double flank, but now they've cleared the attacker's base. And now they know that it's the B hit coming from the side of X10, and they're going to do the same thing they did on Haven, which is wrap around and cage their players in. This is a problem if they don't break out. They have to clear either B main or arcade and try to not be caged in, and that's exactly what they needed. Valentine, what a great shot, but they need to follow it up with more, and VK delivers with 2! You asked for 1, I'll give you 2, and make that 2 for Muffin as well! What in the world is going on? Let's not make this happen, shall we? Please, just swing! There you go! And with that, X10 will manage to clear out the players from X10S, winning their first pistol on this map. That's a great start, Quack.
Huge boost to team confidence, huge boost to team morale, and that's what we need in such dire straits. I mean, incredible shots coming in, especially with VK with a double, but Muffin as well. I mean, she's no slouch. It's just that when it comes down to it with the numbers advantage, X10 knows what to do. They swing together, 3 players against 1, and they overwhelm Muffin altogether.
Love it. That's the kind of confidence that we want to see from X10. You know you have the advantage, just use it. Don't go and respect your opponents too much that you're afraid, and that gives you room to make mistakes. And now they're going to group up towards A. Looking like against A, drop, execute. And I think it's about timing for Valentine. That's going to be a spray on 2! And Valentine will open up A's side as their teammates flood into the side. And now they're just going to have to defend. And again, man advantage, use it.
Here.
Just lovely. 2 kills so quick. Closer and closer to her ultimate. Ginny trying to regress off of it. Does pick her off though, but here comes VK swinging as wide as possible, and then the trade from Inter. They clean things up. Losing 2 players, not the worst thing in the world, not great, but still okay. They get to buy back, and if Valentine picks up an alt point, she gets her tour de force.
What is Ginny's classic made of though? This is
That's
what we saw last map too, right? That round where they
were diffusing.
Yeah, they were diffusing, and Ginny was just left clicking. Dude, it's not even a classic right click. It's the classic left click for Ginny, and she almost always gets a kill with it. That's not cool, man. That's not cool.
She's just that sharp, you know. It's like she's holding a Glock. She goes pop, 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 pop. But you know what? No classics this time. It's a Vandal. We've got Muffin starting things off with the headshot to boot, and this drop execute.
Right there.
Not sure if it's going to work out too well. They heard that orb being picked up.
Oh, they're going to be prepared for this. Look at them. They're stacking 3 players and even 4 now. So if they decide to get into the side now, maybe they can catch Poli. Poli while being stunned still gets a headshot onto a blinded Snow, and Baby TZ will be there to back their teammates up. 2 players once again caged in the defender's spawn. Oh my goodness, X10S, you know exactly how to play this game. You guys are good at this game. You should try going pro.
Yeah, try it. You never know. You might be able to make it to Berlin.
Maybe.
But hell no. I mean, that was a pretty good execute. They had the stuns and everything.
You're right.
Satchel onto the top of the site, but somehow, despite being stunned, Polly still got a shot.
No way, man. It's almost unfair that a stunned player can still shoot. You know, you should make it so that when you're stunned, you can't shoot. Then you can't get those lucky shots out, right? Then it's a fair game, right?
It's just still so darn impressive, though. And right now, that stalling comes back in again towards the B site, the wall, the slow orb. They're trying to break down the panels. They got some guns to work with. We got VK with a potential to set off the overdrive, but
I'm out of here.
do they have map control though, Sleepy?
That is a great question. They kind of do, but it's very limited because look at the push from X10S. That's A main entrance secured. They know there's a trap there, so they're just waiting for opponents to come into the crosshair.
That's right.
At the same time, Arcade is going to be the point of reference here. Flash comes out, the boombot is rolling, and the kills are coming, but to the side of X10S, that's not the plan at all. And thankfully, Inter will still get a trade, but it's coming.
Oh my god!
Spreads down and flicks to get a
Spike
third
down,
onto
B.
the tunnels. And with that, once more, the man advantage goes to X10S. It's just
30
insane
seconds
how
left.
fast Alyssa responds to that.
How the heck? It's not just numbers advantage either. It's
No.
the spike being dropped.
Exactly.
She knows when the pressure is applied. She knows where to press it and when to go in for it to really make it hurt for X Team Bo. And now, despite
Last
holding the
player
angles,
standing.
VK
No.
peeks
10
out,
seconds
instantly
left.
gets deleted. One more
Ace?
player left, Valentine.
Ace.
Yeah, you can
Ace.
tell she's calling for it. Like, give it
Ace.
to me. They're so
Ace.
disciplined, though.
Yeah.
You
my
were
God,
a
I
boulder.
hate it. Go for the ace! Go
am
for
a
the ace,
man.
Alyssa! Okay, never mind. You want to win. All right, I get it. You guys want to go to elite, don't you? All right. Discipline.
Yeah,
all
they're
the way
trying to
elite.
go pro, Sleepy. Why are you trying to make them lose?
Oh,
my
my
gosh.
goodness. Thank God this isn't ranked. Otherwise, they're going to get called cringe. Oh, God, you guys are faking? You guys are rotating? Come peek me. Come peek me.
Such tryhards. Ugh.
Tryhards. Ew. But thankfully, they're in a pro circuit, so everything's good. I love it. X10S recovering quite nicely. It is now a 2-2 again, Quack.
Yo, I'm more interested in the ultimates for this round. Muffin with the tour de force. She's locking out the angles, locking out Arcade. And if you look at X Team Bo, they've got 3 ultimates to work with. We got VK waiting to go overdrive, just looking for that opportune moment to strike when the iron's hot.
Not gonna come anytime soon, though, as they're still lying in wait in that brimstone smoke that just popped down. So that's 20 seconds more on the clock. But they'll have to wait. The wall will get destroyed now that timer's run out. And oh, baby TZ, you are so sneaky. I love it. It's important, though, that Foley dropped away the attention, but no! I think she's getting cold feet. Had to pull out the fast lane, but
One minute remaining.
Alyssa will never be broken into in the side, while Foley also cleans up. And with that, 3-2 advantage goes to X10S. And finally, now we're going to see a full gun.
3-2, and it's 3 rounds in a row that XNS has won. I mean, such unbelievable A main control, A site control. Alyssa just anchoring down because they've gone for drop strats already. She knows that she just needs to hide below the site. And at the same time, Polly, the sky smoke timing, baby TZ into the corner.
Play,
it is
let's
so
play.
good. The ultimates that X Team both spent were all for naught. And this time around, they got some rifles, they got the tour de force, they're trying to aggress back, but
The push, though.
man. Oh, they're getting
Got the
flanked.
timing!
Oh! Deleted again.
Yeah. And just like that, 5v3. My God. Dude, how many rounds have we seen X10S get the advantage in the first, like, 20 rounds? And then they just slowly wait for X Team Bo to just go into the crosshair and boom, another round on the leaderboard. On the scoreboard, I should say.
Oh my god. And not just that, like, look at this. They got 2. They're not, like, overheating or anything.
No.
Ginny has the game sense to tell they could be an A main, guys. I'm going to send out an Aftershock. I'm going to send out a fault line just to check. Let's play this carefully. Let's not push out too much. Like, they're not giving up their advantage. This is so good.
This is the material of a pro team. This is a recipe for success for most teams. And not a
30
lot of teams
seconds
can
left.
do this. You know, just staying still. Staying still is so hard to do. And if you have ever played in a team, or even in a ranking, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And X10S, they're making it look so easy to do just that. And 5v3, they're gonna initiate the retake before the spike even goes down. Alyssa's just gonna She's gonna get all 3! And then recovers the operator. And gets another round for X10. And I think this might be the beginning of the end for X10.
Oh my! Is that it? We flip the pages. We close the chapter. That's the end of the story.
Yeah.
X-Team Pro. They tried to get onto site. Alyssa, in the middle of her sprint, she shot down VK.
Yeah.
And that takes skill, and she's sitting at the top of the scoreboard now, 9-3. What's her at? What's her Instagram, her Facebook, her Twitter? Anyone know? Like,
anyone, just shout it out.
For this girl.
Yeah. And another entry for X10 in the first 10 seconds, like that, 5v4. It is an anti-eco round though, so it might not be as impressive, but still an advantage nonetheless. And once again, you see, look at how X10 is always pinching X-Team Bo every time they're trying to do a post plan. They're gonna go for A main control. They're gonna go and swamp together at the same time. A main is gonna take a fight, and then drop is gonna drop. But hey, Olulu!
Amateur.
Oh no, she pulled out the knife. She's gonna try and flash into a kill. Genie is well prepared for it. She might have high sensitivity, so she was able to dodge that flash. And with that, another round goes to X10S, and it was almost a good try from Olulu, but they weren't expecting that third player, that is Ginny. And with that, another round goes to X10S.
Pretty damn good. I mean, maybe it's partially due in fact to the fact that X-Team had nothing but sheriffs to work with.
That's right. That's right.
They got the spike down, and I think that's what they really wanted. But there's that potential for them to come back around and fight back against X10S that way. So now that they have the full buys, hopefully this round is where it comes out. They've got 2 ultimates. They've got the Breach ult, and they've got the Orbital Strike. Surely that does something.
Surely. Oh god, don't make me say that word. Surely they make something work. Rolling Thunder goes off.
Execute.
Going on to the side. Nothing is there though, so they're not going to find anything of that Rolling Thunder except for the side itself. And just as the fast lane goes down, Muffin finds another free kill with the operator. Again and again, we see so many operator kills without any refrag potential. Valentine is aware of this flank coming, but the stun relay ball is so perfectly placed, and with that, a retaliation. A counter Rolling Thunder is gonna find Enter, and Alyssa, of course, is the one leading the charge.
Last enemy remaining.
Charge. There is no time. No, what are you gonna do? The defuse is happening. You're not even trying. Come on, just defend the spike defuse. It's 6-2 is the final scoreline. Snow finding kills, but to what end?
Wow, it's like Haven on C all over again. They get the site, they get the spike, but X10S are just that fast. They don't give them time to breathe. They don't give them space to set up for any post plants. They just go in so fast, and sometimes it starts with Alyssa, sometimes it starts with Muffin getting the first pick off as soon as that fast lane dropped down.
Yeah. We should take a break. This is good. X10 is slowing down. That's our cue to take a break.
All right. You gonna take a drink?
I'll do it later. Because something might happen here.
I know.
They're so close to each other there, right? And this is something we've seen before. Baby TZ tucked in a corner. Polly going to bait for her. It's just going to be up to Baby TZ to actually check, because Polly defends her teammate quite nicely while Baby TZ slides and kills again! How many times have you seen her slide and get 3 kills like that?
Oh my
That's
God.
just unfair, Baby TZ. Unfair, I tell you.
Such deep A main control as well. If you're X-Team, you cannot go into this spot any longer. It's just thankful that they didn't drop the spike there yet.
They're just pinched again. Look at the angles that X10 have covered.
Yep.
Baby TZ's on the other side, Muffin's on the other. And the only way they can go somewhere else is through the zip line, but we're going back in.
30 seconds left.
And well,
Oh no.
that is just absurd! How Genie is spraying randomly and getting a headshot towards that last bullet she sprayed before taking cover to reload. that's leaving
spotted.
Lulu and Snow.
All it takes, one pre-aimed shot. That's all Ginny needs. Muffin holding the angle as well.
seconds
They got
left.
no room
One
to escape,
enemy
and
remaining.
that's the shot.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Send it. They get it. Clean things up. Only losing Baby TZ, and it's still all good. All G. 7-2. I can't believe what I'm seeing, Sleepy.
It's so textbook from X10S. That's the problem. This is the problem we saw in Haven too. This is textbook
10 seconds left.
aiming
One enemy remaining.
that
Smoker
X-Team
spawn.
Bo knows exactly what's going on in there, but they just can't do anything about it. The same exact thing happened on Haven, where X10 took A-long control, and X-Team Bo just didn't know how to deal with it. And the only silver lining in all this is they're farming ultimates. But even then, they used it and didn't get any rounds. And now they're down to, what, 3 orbs on Olulu, 1 orb on Inter. They have to farm that back up before trying to get into another round. And you know what? While they're farming that, I think X10 is just going to get the rounds.
Yeah. They got 3 rounds left, Sleepy. That's all they need for...
all they have.
And just to put things into perspective, the only 2 wins that X Team has gotten so far was at the start of the half. It's 7 rounds in a row for X10S. Take a look at the top of your screen. That's unbelievable. It's once Muffin has her operator, once the rest of the squad are in their positions, controlling A main, controlling Dish or anything else, it's so tough for X Team to do anything. They're desperate. They're buying out the Bucky. They got some Spectres. I don't know how well this is going to work.
Oh, I like this. I like this change of pace from X-Team Bo. They're going to go for that early
look at the
control
corner.
towards
No!
Okay. She got one. But then the trades again. Oh, that is unfair.
enemy
She was
remaining.
blinded. Full blinded.
down,
And she
B.
still got the kills. And Snow is left in a 1v4, only with a Spectre, though. She's going to swing her.
She's dueling against them with a Spectre against the Prelude to Chaos Vandal. This is the Prelude to Chaos. The Chaos is the symphony, and X10S are the conductors.
I'm just trying to think about
One
what
enemy remaining.
X-Team can do here.
Spike.
They've tried changing the pace. They tried playing slow, but they just get sandwiched. Maybe they should try forcing their way out from B main. I don't think they've tried that. They tried A main, they tried Dish quite a few times. Didn't work out either. They're going for it again towards drop. And this time it's a 5-man stack. It's just all of them going through drop. Oh, this is actually going to be bad if they are getting stopped by a slow orb. But thankfully this time they got a free plant. Oh, this is looking good for X-Team Bo. Now they just have to go for the post plant.
Managed to hold it. That would be good. Got some utilities too. XNS have some ultimates as well now, so this could be very scary, but they destroy Baby TZ first. That's pretty good to go. Paulie coming back in with a bit of a trade. Some players still hiding on top of the drop. Orbital Strike comes in, buying time, playing post plants. Enter, you're too far. They've already gotten on the side. 3 players left. I don't know how this is happening. They're sticking it all the way through. She tries to peek, but it's not enough. That Muffin just ends it with the hammer to the face.
Last
It's
round
9-2.
before the
This
switch.
is unbelievable, Sleepy.
Right here.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what to say. It's so unfortunate. They get the side. They got a 5v5 post plant, but they just can't hold it.
God.
And they tried everything too. They tried going for A main control. They went for the Dish control, but then the smokes from Poli just went there at the perfect time to stop any chance or possibility from X-Team Bo to retake from Dish. It's just not working out for X-Team Bo. But the only thing that's giving me hope still is they at least got 2 rounds, and hopefully they'll be able to deal with his operator with a relay bolt or a flash.
Yeah, or fault line even. Force Muffin out of her scope, and then maybe she has to rendezvous away.
Flash. That's good. Oh, they're gonna get the entry to the side now, and they're gonna catch Alyssa while being stunned. And this is great entry from XD and Valentine, even catching Baby TZ off guard. But Poli will be able to get the trade.
Spike planted.
Surely this time.
Last
It's a
player
4v2.
standing.
And VK just goes on with that overdrive, hitting a third kill, and Poli not taking the corner, still being able to survive. Okay, but it's a 1v.
Come on, VK.
Not, right? Lulu with a one-step Guardian, thankfully, wins the round for X-Teambo, and at least they got
Switching sides.
Heyimquack.
And you know that magic number, 9-3. It's that's what we're looking for.
It's something.
It is something. And this is the confidence, the aggression that we needed from X Team. The rage to just pop off. They knew that Muffin was always holding tree. Like, it's easy to deal with that with just breach utilities or anything else. The flashpoint, the aftershock, force her out of position, and then go in together as a team, and then hold it post-plant. I think the difference this time was that VK went off on a bit of a rampage with her overdrive. Taking out 3 players made all the difference.
Yeah, and this is really what made me happy that round. Like, we saw how X-Teambo, they know exactly how they can enter the sites, and they did enter the sites a few times. They just couldn't hold it, and this time they decided to not only take the site, but they decided to take extra control by going for more kills before settling on those post-plant positions. Otherwise, it would have been the same as the previous rounds, where they did take the site, they try to go for a 5v5 post-plant, they lose out in duels, they lose out in utilities, because they spent most of their utilities going into the site. They wouldn't have any more to defend the site. But now, before they even give a chance for X10S to retake, they go for the kills. And you saw how Alyssa was caught off guard. Muffin was also caught in tower, so there was no chance for them to go and delay. And because of that, they were able to get even further positions, even deeper positions. And there was lurk from Valentine was also great. Baby TZ just got caught. Poli did get some trades, but it was Poli. Poli only had a smoke and a molly. What is she going to do in a 1v3?
That's right. Still some kind of crazy plays, though. I mean, Snow was trying to catch her off on a bit of an off-angle lurk as well. Poli still able to correct onto that.
That was insane.
It's X10S. They are insane. But you know what? 9-3. If X Team Bo can pick up the pistol round, they stand a better fighting chance in the second half. Hopefully they can do it. They will be swapping over onto the defensive side. Maybe that's where they start to feel a little bit more comfortable as well.
And I've always said this, I think Fracture is somewhat favorable for the defenders if they defend well, because the choke points are really small, right? People always say Fracture is an attacker-sided map. Sure, because there's 4 lanes, there's always that accessibility to all these other sides. They can always rotate back if they want to. But at the same time, defenders are also favored in the sense that these angles are tight. So if you have a utility, you have nades, you have relay bolts, you have fault lines, you can get stuck in those corners and hallways, and you're not going to get into the side easily, my friends. So hopefully X-Teambo is going to make use of that, and they have to show us that they can do that right about now, Quack.
It's pretty toy, but you know, we said the same thing about Haven. I'm very scared of like jinxing or anything. X-Teambo, they really need to make this one work. And interestingly enough, Inter, she's got a shorty. She's hiding in a corner somewhere. VK trying to aggress in towards bench. Instantly met with so much utility, but the stun works out because Snow's paint shells take down Ginny.
Exactly what we're talking about. Small corners, throw a nade, you can't run.
Fully smoked.
That's one victim down, and that's Genie, the IGL. Now they're gonna go for A. Oh, what is that? That is a great headshot mid-air, and Muffin will happily welcome Valentine into a great. And well, it's a 4v4 retake, so now they first have to really destroy those walls. Yeah, destroy the wall first, and then try and go for the retake.
Polly's just gonna drop her incendiary after the wall, though. Oh my goodness. They have to try to go in through A main, but there's Muffin coming in from behind. She's got the headhunter, and she's taking down heads. She's taking names. She's kicking butt. And 2 players instantly gone. Only one left. Inter trying to peek out. but Pauly lands the perfect left click. 10-3. This is not the start that they needed.
It wasn't, and you can see the planning that went into X10S's post plan, right? As you said, they erected a wall, and as the walls were getting destroyed, Pauly was already ready with her incendiary, right? So it was always happening in their heads. You know, what are we gonna do to delay X-Teambo even further? And unfortunately, it didn't help that Muffin was hitting headshots like that. So X-Teambo, they tried, but it was not enough. So yet again, another pistol round goes to X10S. It's
such a prepared strat that originally they wanted to go in arcade. One player died, they instantly knew they had a plan B in motion. This time around, straight in towards A. And Valentine being alone, not being able to do all that much. Not to mention the trademark being triggered. It's a little bit clear where some of these X-Teambo players are coming from, and X10S are prepared for this.
Yes, they are. But there are 4 players towards drop, though. So if they just swarm, maybe they can overwhelm the players on the side trying to defend. But they find him, though, and the timing! What was that? 2 seconds, then everything's gone and done. And with that, 11-3, they are 1 run away from match point. X10S, X-Teambo, they need to stop them right now with their rifles. So the good news is they do have the weapons advantage. But the thing is, I don't think it matters much when you're playing close corners. So let's see if X10S can close the distance, and can X-Teambo make use of those choke points to delay them even further.
They're fanning out across the map. I think they've been discouraged from playing aggressively X-Teambo because they want to hold on to their rifles. So now just trying to play off of information. They kind of know that X10S are towards a main. Question is, though, do they go up front to take the fight? They don't want to. They're backing off. It's going to come down to these smokes and the post-plant utilities. The wall comes up again, but instantly shut down by VK. Still, though, pushing out of the sky smoke, and it's going to be Muffin! Instantly flicking the head-to-head. She gets 2, but then the trades come in. VK Olulu trying to find a little bit more, but they get traded as well. VK down to 21 HP. That's not good. Valentine peeking out, getting tagged down to 30 HP. That's even worse.
Oh, God.
Just not much that they can do at this point. Maybe a fast lane to get in a little bit closer, but you've got 3 players to work against. You don't know where they are. This is terrible, Sleepy. This is so bad. They lose this round, it's gonna go match point. VK just spinning around on the ropes, trying to escape and hold on to her rifle for dear life. Oh my god, they're hunting her down!
Oh god, they found her. VK cannot even hold on to her rifle, and Valentine might not even have a chance to do the same. And we see Pauly just clearing that. She does, and she even hits a headshot!
This is the nightmare on Elm Street, and Pauly is Freddy Krueger hunting you down in your dreams. You cannot escape. Nowhere to hide.
Pauly should audition for those Halloween movies. Chasing down victims.
She got the
finding them.
Almost died, and suddenly just flicks to the hit. What?
Man.
Match point?
Dude,
wait.
There's
2 judges?
Match point.
You want to play? Let's play.
2 judges?
Okay. I mean, if they can close the distance, yes, but we've seen how X10 were so good in terms of disabling them, in terms of keeping a distance, so I'm not sure about this. They only have 1 satchel on Snow as well, and so for her to jump into any of the players from X10S is going to take a little bit more effort, and hopefully X10S are going to be the one coming to her, and it looked like it might happen.
Oh. Well, will X10S get a little bit careless in order for X-Teambo to keep their dreams alive? Not much movement. The tension is immense. No one making a single sound, a single peep. Slowly creeping up onto B. Oh no, Sleepy.
nobody on the side, but might be able to find a timing here. But the wall again, just denying any chance for X-Team Go to delay the plants. And with that, the side is again, once again, an X10 side's favor.
Oh.
And oh god, Muffin is found. That's good. That's a great stun, and the follow-up is good.
One enemy
Alyssa,
remaining.
maybe TZ Polly with 2 as well, leaving only Enter in a 1v4, and with the judge at hand. What can you do, Enter?
Oh, no,
Show
what's
us something
behind her?
good.
No, not much time either. She's just jumping around. She's
Attackers
revealed herself.
win.
She's getting tagged and slowed down. And at that point, an easy final shot through the skull to claim victory. X10S again in dominant fashion. Winning out 2 maps now in this best of 5.
And this is what we were scared about, right? This is X10 S's pick on Fracture, so they were definitely more prepared. We did, again, dude, it's always so heartbreaking because there's always these glimpses where we saw that X-Team Bo could have managed something, you know, pull off a round that could have, you know, gone either way, but in the end, it's just X10 always clawing back into a round and always finding those crucial kills with the right timings and the utilities, man. I have to appreciate the utilities going into these sides as attackers. Players from the side of X-Team Bo, they were always almost either stunned and then easily killed, or they were allowed to get 1 kill and that's it. They were immediately traded, and this is the experience that X10S have shown us. And X-Team Bo,
Unbelievable.
I still believe in them. I still believe that they can pull off some things because we've seen some of the things that they can do. It's pretty good, but in terms of aim, you can just see from the scoreboard, Quack. It's 0.7, 0.5, 0.6. Yeah.
I mean, numbers aside, I mean, the stats are amazing, but how many times did we see Alyssa come up with multi-frags in that first half? How many times did we see X10S players, not just one of those players, every single one of them, they are able to land insane shots, insane flicks, whether it's Polly flicking onto an off angle, some other player just hitting someone who was mid-flight, mid-sprint. They're still able to tag them in the head, slow them down.
Yeah.
It is just, they are that strong.
Yeah,
That skills.
it is a shooting game, so you have to know how to shoot, and X10S definitely knows how to shoot. Not saying X-Team Bo don't know how to shoot. They did pull off some crazy shots as well, but consistency is a thing, you know. And if you can consistently hit your shots, then you'll be in a better position. And so far, I guess the score just tells a story, you know. 13-3, 13-3. There's some consistency in there for X10S as well as X-Team Bo, but not the good kind for X-Team Bo. So they'll need to find a solution to it. And again, this is the time for them to really think about what they want to do. Look at this. Valentine found a great timing. They were also in a very good position to capitalize on the advantage in the second half, but in the first half, but they just cannot find the momentum. And that allowed X10S to just roll with it.
Once those rifles came in, like any semblance of finding momentum kind of got dashed. And Alyssa just going crazy. Almost got an ace at one point too. But that said, I think, look, that round number 12 from X-Team Bo, that was the one that they won. I think that was a round where you could see they do have the chops.
Yeah,
they had VK going crazy. They had Valentine on that lurk.
Yep. And
it's possible.
It's just too bad that they did not have enough rounds to replicate that because it was a 9-3 half and they lost the pistol. So if only they won more rounds and they had more room to play with, maybe we could have seen more out of them in that second half, but it just didn't work out that way because again, the first half really matters. The scoreline and that end of first half is really going to dictate what you can and cannot do in the second half. And in this instance, it was X10 that took the driver's seat again. So congrats to them, 2-0. They still have one more map to win. Or will we see X-Team Bo quit?
We never quite know. The next map is going to be Bind.
Oh, yeah.
Will X-Team Bo actually fight back keep your eyes peeled because we're going to go for a quick break. But after that, perhaps X10 Bo will fight back. Another destroying map, 13-3 on Fracture, but some semblance of hope as we move forward into Bind. Welcome back to the VCT Game Changers APAC LCQ. Heyimquack, this is Sleepy, dude. Do you think X10 Bo can actually come back here?
Honestly, I think they can, and this is the map they can do it on. And this is the first step because Bind historically is the worst map for X10S. So if they can capitalize on this map, then maybe they can start shifting the momentum into their favor, and maybe then we can see some of the players pop off. Because honestly, when you come to a point where there's nothing left to lose, like what is happening right now, although it is not really well. It is. There is nothing to lose because if they lose here, even they are still gonna have a chance in the lower brackets. But of course, they don't want that. And on this map, this bind map, this is their chance to try and shift that focus to themselves, shift the spotlight to their players, and show us some really good shots from each of them.
I think in a more controlled environment, they probably can do that. See, the problem with Haven and Fracture was X10S were in control. X10S were the ones consistently pushing it to them, bringing the fight to them, and kind of puppeteering them, pulling those strings. They knew exactly in every single round where those X-Team Bow players would be just because they took up so much space, had so much map control, whether on defense or on attack. This time on Bind, though, slightly different. Maybe you can do some crazy plays with the teleporter, but not that much.
No.
If X-Team Bow can actually play to their comfort zone, play to their feels of just controlling the map in their own spot, I think they really would be able to pick off X10S.
Yeah, and we talked about confidence from X-Team Bow, and we saw a bit of that here and there in some of the rounds they played. And it worked out pretty well when they do show us that confidence, with VK just sliding in to just go hunt for kills before settling in for a post plan. We needed more of those, right? Otherwise, it's just going to give so much space to X10S to try and regroup and pinch them into a caged area. And that's when things just fall apart for X-Team Bow. So they can't allow themselves to get caged in. They need to break out, and they need to tell X10S to their faces that no, I will not be your prisoner, because if you are staying as prisoners, then you are just gonna stay there forever. And
all right,
let's hope they can break out.
Where's my razor? I'm gonna shave off my head. Let's go full Michael Schofield. This is Prison Break now.
No, this is not Prison Break. But
Come on.
You know what? Let's do it. Let's see it. Quack, do it.
No, I don't actually have one right now. One day, maybe.
Nice
I don't know. Yeah, we're gonna do it.
Good save.
I'm gonna, go get that bald buff like Sassy and Tombiz and whatnot.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll actually hit Immortal and Radiant someday. But
oh
this Unbind, I really do think this is where they could do it, because it's a lot tougher for you to cage in your opponents that way, right?
That's true. That's true.
The way the map is laid out. However, if we take a look at agent compositions again, this is where things get a little bit nervous for me.
Yeah,
my heart's palpitating. X10 Sapphire, they go for a double controller. They go for that post-plant lineup type of... We hate it, but that's what they do.
That's what they do. And it works, that's the worst thing. It works, so... I hope X-Team Bow has done the research. I'm pretty sure they did. They should know that X10S, they love playing with the double controllers. They love to delay as much as they can. Those post plans and those early rounds. So one thing I would love to see from X-Team Bow is go for an agent comp where they can just go aggressive and explosive, Do a double duelist. Do a classic Jet Raze if you have to. Maybe not Jet Raze. Maybe Raze with Neon. Even Neon would be a pretty good pick at this point. Maybe not Unbind. Not a lot of people play Neon Unbind. But the point is, I would love to see some compositions out of X-Team Bow where you can just go aggressive in an instant to make use of that timing in between the two controllers switching between their utilities. Because let's say X10S is on defense. The strength of double controllers on defense is they can keep delaying non-stop with their utilities, with the Viper's Wall, with the Brimstone Smoke that lasts forever. So if you just wait and wait and wait for those to go away, that's not happening. So you have to find a timing to go before they have a refresh on those utilities, and I hope they can do it right now.
Yeah, dive right in, especially with Snow on the Raze. Break their defensive formations. Force them to disperse and then pick them off bit by bit. And I think that's something that they could do. Maybe they don't have the double duelist, but they do have that double initiator. It's not just any initiator as well. It's the one with the flashes, it's the one with the prowlers, and it's very, very doable.
Yeah, I honestly think this is a very good lineup against what X10S is bringing on. And again, double controllers, they do have that delaying capability, but they don't have that much damage in terms of burst damage. So if X10 Bow decides to just go in, then X10 as will not have too many options to delay them, aside from those that you have like nades. Even mollies are not burst damage. You have to stand on top of it to get damage. So I'm liking it. I'm liking this. It's looking very positive for X10 Bow in terms of the agent comp. But of course, everything comes down to this, Quack. Everything comes down to the games, to the players, to the decisions that they're making in the microseconds of every round. So let's see if X10 Bow can overcome their previous losses. Here we go.
Third map of this best of 5. Either X10S takes it all the way and then instantly qualifying to VCT Game Changers APAC Elite, or X-Team Bow gets sent down to the lower bracket final. Starting things off instantly, the Trailblazer comes out, Baby TZ lining up the shot, not quite landing it, but info gained, and she instantly rendezvous her way. Teammate inside of Hookah still control, and she's looking for those picks. 2 shots spent. Now she's got 4 left. Trailblazer gets sent down as well, just to confirm. They take out the haunt, but not quite seeing it yet.
This is interesting. X10 has put 2 controllers on the same side, which is A. And if X-Team Bow decides to go to B right now, there's no controllers there available to close off those angles. But if they decide to TP, which they look like they're going to do that, that might become a nightmare because they're going to push into 2 controllers. So what I'm hoping right now, for X-Team Bow's sake, don't TP and just go execute B. Please. Oh god, they're TPing, aren't they? They are.
Oh, they're thinking about it. They're scared,
doing it.
Sleepy.
No!
The confidence, it's diminishing now because of those previous games. They don't want to take those duels against them, and it's kind of hurting them. Polly's just hiding so close, making use of the poison cloud one way. If they go up front, at this point, it's an easy right click for her. Look at this, picking them out one by one. It's a choke point, and Jenny collects on huge double kills for Muffin and Ginny, and Snow is the only one left. Not much utility at all either. In fact, no utility. 10 seconds is all she has, and as soon as she peeks out, she might just be picked off apart. The classic from Alyssa. Tag a little, and then the headshot. It's painful.
Sometimes I hate when I'm right, Quack. It's literally what we talked about in that mid round, where I thought they shouldn't TP, man. They should not TP into 2 controllers at A. It's gonna take forever for them to wait out those smokes, the poison cloud, the mollies, the delays. It's just insane. So now X-Team Bow, if they're aware of this, then they should have a game plan. Oh, 2 controllers are at A? Why don't we just burst right into B then? And if they can just think of that, I think they'll have a great chance to get a side control and do a post plant. And again, Bind is a little bigger than the previous 2 maps in terms of the spaces. They shouldn't be caged in too easily.
Technically, but why do you have to be right, Sleepy? Why are you so smart?
I'm sorry, dude. It's my brains.
Coach Sleepy's brains, and he's predicting the future. X-Team just terrified of peeking out. They are unable to find a single pick. And now thinking about going in to take Hookah control, they might just go in for that waterfall strat of exploding onto B site, but
oh yeah, squeeze.
The trademark's there. They're terrified of the teleport potential. I mean, look at what's happening on the minimap. Oh, Muffin going through.
What?
Oh!
They're actually just going for it. The page shots, the TPs, but hey, look at the trade. It's actually not too bad, and Snow is actually still surviving in a 1v2.
This is winnable.
30
It's
seconds
actually
left.
winnable because she's gonna recover some guns, I think. Or are they all stuck inside the TP? No!
Oh no!
That is so unfortunate. If only she had a Spectre in her hands. But a classic is not gonna do too much, especially at that range
10
against
seconds
Ginny.
left.
But at least he's gonna get a plant, so that's not too bad going into the next round.
Plant, get that money.
Maybe
And of
even
course they
clutch
are
it with
trying
a
to play
right-click
long
classic.
range.
Go right click classic, clutch this. Easy.
Jumping right click?
Here we
Go
go.
back to episode 2.
Oh.
No!
Why do you have to be so aware, baby TZ? Come on.
the game sense on the X10S players, like they're reading a lot of these situations perfectly, instantly knowing where they probably would be positioned, how to play around it. It's so good.
One
And
enemy
yeah, it is unfortunate. All the guns dropped are inside the teleporter, so there was no chance for Snow to recover it because there was no time.
You can
And of
smell
course,
it.
yeah.
You know it's there. I want to pick it up, but I can't. Unless you go through a teleport, but you don't have time if you do that.
No,
So
no.
back into it. This time they've got the rifles. Baby TZ though, you gotta watch out for her. She's got the hit hunter, especially at that angle.
Michelle, and this is, I love it. Look at this. They're actually listening to what I'm saying, dude. Don't go A, double controllers. Just go B, but they're slowing things down. So this is the problem. Playing against double controllers, you're always gonna get delayed like this. So I just hope that they are brave enough to just go through it. Brute force into one of these sites, not caring about the smokes, mollies, poison clouds, or the toxic screens. Just go for it. I think they can. They can just burst into the sites, and I know they have the aim to do it, but they're just not brave enough to do it, Quack.
It's the mental game for sure. I mean, you clear out some of the corners, the Boombot maybe, you get Olulu to support you with the flashes, and you can definitely take control of Hookah, but they're afraid to do that right now. Instead, they're bursting onto A's site instead, straight into lamps, but inside of the smoke, Muffin still finds one.
Nice.
Sure, good for a single frag though. 3 for the combo, and now 4. And Snow has control over lamps. Looks for the next one. It's Baby TZ coming in from spawn. Surely they know where she is. Surely they hold down the angle. And of course, Inter is the one who cleans things up. Finally, a more standard round where we start to see X Team Bo come back into the game.
And exactly what we talked about again, just burst in there. They do have the aim, they do have the trading capabilities, and once they commit, they can just take control of every single spot. They took U-hauls, they took side, they were in positions where it was not even expected by the X10S players. We need just to see more of those. Maybe even to B, maybe even to A-long, like whatever. Just don't
Go
respect
fast.
X10S too much, I think.
Gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast.
Gotta go faster.
Neon
Sonic.
says that, right? Wait.
Yeah.
I guess they're both blue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of spiky hair too, but okay. Back into it.
Both Filipinos.
I don't know about
Sonic
that.
is not Filipino, I don't think.
Look at this hookah control from X10S though. A bit of a crossfire this time. And this is maybe a situation where X Team's caution kind of pays off a little. They're thinking of pushing through though.
I think they
Are they dry peeking this?
That's actually good. That they baited out the peek from the players on inside hookah.
Now they know.
But then again, they're not committing to anything, which might be a good thing because now it allows them to heal up. But then it also gives time for X10S to burst into the site and back them up. But I love this, Olulu and Enter just going into the site to trade for each other, and that's again what.
And
we
then they can
talked about.
TP.
Exactly.
Oh!
This is perfect. This is what we needed to see from X Team Bo. And they're doing exactly the right things. And I'm really happy to see this. But Muffin!
Wait.
Oh no! This can be the party pooper with the paint shell and showstopper. It's not even her! It's Alyssa with the double kill with the Vandal. No time for them to plant a spike. Ay.
Oh no, Sleepy.
It was looking so good, man. It was looking so good.
Andy, why is this happening? Oh my god. It looked so good.
Party poopers, man. They're not fun. But they're good shots, though. So I guess that's why
They are.
they're leading 3-1.
Man.
Man,
My
we could
I'm
see X Team Bo winning that round, Quack. It was so
I know.
close.
I'm sinking into my chair just thinking about it.
Oh, belong aggression though. Baby TZ pushing forward real quick, but the Prowler, are you gonna TP out? No! VK? That's a shot. I
Free
love
Vandal.
that. That's great. They have the Vandals. They
Wait,
have the entry
no,
towards
no.
the win.
One satchel kind of messed up. All right, at least they're in, but the judge, they managed to trade, and now the spike getting planted. Hopefully, showstopper from Muffin though, so fast.
Ooh.
Inter instantly trading back again. Do they have time to get the spike planted? They're not sure, so they're holding the angles, making sure that they don't quite push out so easily. But what is this? Polly instantly a double. Nightfall gets sent forward, and VK has to do this all alone. She only has a sheriff. Not sure how many rounds in the chamber as well. Surely it's been reloaded. They can't hear her. So she has a lot of initiative, but she's scared. She's stuck and trapped inside of Elbow. At this point, they've recovered their hearing.
I'll find you.
Sends out the Haunt back in towards Elbow, in and out of the pool. Where do you want to go, girl?
30
do you
seconds
pick up a
left.
rifle? Do you go through the teleporter? She doesn't have the spike, though. That's the issue. A slow peek, and it's easy for Ginny to send a volley of bullets into her face. 4-1. X10S still dominant.
It's the X10S special, dude. They were just about to plant the spike, and they didn't allow that to happen. Just pop the showstopper, swarm, and swing, double swing, triple swing, whatever. Just don't let them plant the spike. And we've seen this so many times from X10S. And the thing is, it was already great for X Team Bo that they got the site, they got some free kills with the sheriffs, but hesitation is just
right.
not it. But hey, it's time to try to go and commit to A. A good delay for Alyssa.
Interesting.
Another smoke. Look at that. Double
Oh my
smokes
God!
on A short and a Viper spit at Shower. This is why you hate to play against the double controllers. And honestly, it's not too bad for X Team Bo because now they know it's all an A. They can just decide to rotate.
Yeah, rush into B. There are no smokes there. Surely you can get in. The only two players you need to worry about, Ginny, Baby TZ, but they're not on like operators or anything.
No. You can go in there, but again, they're a little too cautious for their own good. But at least now they're going for it. Or are they?
Oh, the
They're not.
rotation's
They're
coming
going
through
back
now.
again. Wait, what is happening? They're just going back and forth and back and forth.
Baiting. Oh no, I think it's a little bit of like overthinking. What?
What was
Muffin
that
just-
shot?
It's like a vertical position too. How do you?
Yeah.
What? Oh my god.
30 seconds left.
Walking into it. Oh, what? No way she got that too, and she has her paint shells prepared to cancel this plan, and she's actually gonna get that kill. 2 kills for Muffin with the paint shells. No. Okay, we'll get at least one, but that's the dog bite. And when you got bitten by the dog, you go ahead and roll on the ground. And this time you're not getting back up. 5-1 is the score for X10S. Ay, ay, ay. Muffin.
What in the world? With 2 shots and then the paint shells, instantly a quadra as soon as they tried to get
Oh, the
planted.
lineup is good. Look at that.
My god! And paint shells just to keep them trapped in too! What? Oh my.
Okay, Muffin.
It's too good. Too good. 5-1.
Remember she popped her showstopper 2 rounds ago? She's 2 orbs away. So,
Oh, you're right.
So, well, there's a showstopper in snow, so she might be able to burst into showers, right? This is good, but there is a flank though, and this delay is gonna be it. If they can just delay them long enough, then Muffin should be able to find some kills here. And she's tucked into the small corner. Are they gonna check it, Valentine?
Don't face check.
Do you have a spidey sense to check it? What are
No.
corners? Corners are checked.
Oh!
That's great! Oh, Lulu, thank you! Thank
Sleepy
you
is
for
so
checking
happy.
the corner. Oh my goodness, I love you.
It makes his brain all tingly and stuff. Anytime anyone checks a corner.
That was a hit of dopamine for me. Thank you.
Andy's like, yes! Oh, I love it. Into the site they go though, and they have to make it fast, but Alyssa holding the off angle, instantly a double kill. Getting destroyed by Valentine makes it an easy trade, but still, Snow plus Valentine, they need to make their way onto the side. They need to get the spike planted. They got destroyed by Baby TZ, hiding on the other side of the smoke. What is their plan now? It's only one player there that they have to deal with. Baby TZ relocating in towards labs. They don't expect this. Snow tried to check it, but no! The headshot's too good. It's all up to Valentine. She's got nothing but a tour de force. Maybe 8 rounds from the headhunter, but they all need to count. She knows she has Baby TZ's number. She dials it, gets the first one. We're back to a 1-on-1. Ginny, what is your plan? Slowly creeps up front. No utility either, but no! The shot whiffed, and Ginny sprays it downtown.
Oh man, that was so good too, Valentine. She was in a perfect position, but you can almost smell the hesitance, man. The hesitation from Valentine was almost too real that I can grasp it. Like, she has a tour de force, but she wasn't like 100% on that peak. But this was already so good, right?
Yes.
And I was hoping that as Ginny destroyed the TP, that's information for Valentine. I was hoping that she would just swing and peek and be confident. And we know she has the aim, but she's just not confident, and that's unfortunate. And props to Ginny too. Ginny was also great to be able to like find that spray in the end. So
It's such a mental game, and right now in X10 they are feeling so comfortable with shot, but that's okay. And instantly Baby TZ recovers. We saw this on Haven. She doesn't get bothered by any of this utility. She's so calm, she's so chill, so cool and confident. Anyone pushes out, she might have 1 round left, but she's still gonna make it count.
Teleport's ready. All set up.
we'll have to.
Thinking about TPing.
Yeah, again, they're just waiting for an opportune
Just rush
moment. Oh, wait.
Double satchel.
Can they just go right now? I think if they just go right now, Baby TZ is going to be such in an awkward position, but they decided to just jiggle into Baby TZ's crosshair once again. And just like that, the advantage goes poof. And once more, we see X10 just rotating left and right to anticipate where X-Team Bo is going. And I think they're still going to decide to go into B in the end. And Baby TZ finally going to get caught. So at least they have the site and maybe even the post-plant positions. Valentine's low though, so this is not the ideal situation that you hope for, but it is still manageable.
All right, setting up for it. You can back up into garden. You can take hookah, perhaps. You hear the footsteps coming in from X10S, so you know they're coming in from elbow. Nightfall gets sent out, pushes from Valentine. They get 1, they get 2, but instantly traded again. We're back to a 1-on-1. Bullying! Oh my god, suddenly from spawn, VK did not expect it.
Oh god, VK, that was perfect too. Like, she was looking towards where Poli was, and Poli got a kill there, so there should have been a calm, right? But unfortunately, she looked away just at the time when Poli swung. And Poli had the shot. It was perfect for Poli. Man,
just how is this happening? She turned away the freaking. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Timeout being called now.
Yes, they need this timeout. Honestly, they came so close in so many rounds, Quack.
Right.
They just couldn't close it, and it's so heartbreaking.
Spike plant, it's a 1-on-1, but even then, just a sudden, random, maybe not so random, but position from spawn, and
yeah, the 1-on-1s, they just keep losing the 1-on-1s, and this is, again, maybe experience plays a part, maybe just jitters, you know. They have a lot of pressure on them right now, Quack, and so it's not too much of a surprise if they can't perform their best. But even so, we've seen some really good plays from them, and again, it's just going to come down to that X10S special of not allowing X-Team Bo to take too much time to get into position, just catching them before they even have a chance to reset.
yeah. And right now, X10S just sitting so comfortably. X-Team Bo off the timeouts. They've got some A bit of a forced buy to work with, a half buy, if you will. And it's just not going to work out all that well. Look at this positioning from Baby TZ2. No way you flick up to that unless you're prepared to pre-aim it, to check.
Time to hunt.
I mean, we've seen some crazy shots. So...
Yeah.
But then Baby TZ decided not to stay there on top of that booth. And this Prowler is destroyed. This is such a good bait and switch. Or maybe Genie doesn't even need to bait for her teammate. Just kill them all off. And Olulu, ooh, that's a great shot. Maybe we can find another one. Yes!
Ooh.
Thank you, Olulu. Healing her teammates up even with the Seekers on top. That's going to allow them to find the positions of the final 3 players. On the side of X10S, now they have extra time. They have so much time to get into position. There shouldn't be a round that goes to X10S.
Oh, look at this. Especially towards elbow as well. Bit of a pop flash and it's good. Traded. Able to reload and recollect herself, but Polly's just sticking it all the way. What is this? How is this happening? BK goes back in to shut her down. A bit of a trade, but no, Alyssa runs out of ammo. Snow! Showstopper there to clean it off. Woo! And finally, XTBO pick up yet another round, making it a 2-7.
That was close, but that was great, I think. It was great that they made use of these advantageous positions. And just take initiatives. Even though they had the advantage in terms of numbers, they weren't afraid to make plays like that. You know, pump flash, double swing. Yes, they did get traded, but it is still a kill, and the advantage was still on their side. And Alyssa came this close to clutching it out again, but Snow did not falter this time. Made good use of that showstopper. Snowstopper? Maybe I should.
Snowstopper. Ooh.
I like that.
Yeah.
She made use of the Snowstopper and gave X10 Bow around. Hey.
You know what Snow says in those situations? Snow problem. I'm getting canceled. Bye.
I give up.
Sorry, Sleepy. You can take this one. All right.
You're
see
on
ya.
your own, Quack.
Bye. But still, you gotta admire XNS being that comfortable. Even after a loss, they're okay. They're calling a timeout.
Yeah. It's no problem. Just take a timeout. And Muffin has a Snowstopper of her own. I mean,
Yeah.
can we call it a Snowstopper if it's Muffin? I don't think so. No. It's her own.
Oh, and she's going for it.
She's going for it! Oh, she finds 3, but she didn't get anyone! She decided to shoot it in the middle of everybody, and of course, XTBO will take advantage of that. We'll find the second kill onto B-Long. Spotting Genie as well, and this rotation might be good for them because
Good.
Look at that. Good pinch from the side of XTBO, but they need to capitalize. Why are they separating themselves? This is not how it was supposed to go. I think they were hesitating because there was a call from Valentine. Yes.
The A side is clear, but it's taking too long for the spike to get there now. They're trying to hold down the angles. Olulu has to land her shots, but she's so low. Orbital strike comes in. 50 seconds
TP
left.
again?
Maybe you take the TP again. Yeah, maybe. Oh, in towards lamps. They saw her. Valentine gets the shot.
Wait, what?
Orbital strike took Olulu down. Thinking of sticking and planting down the spike, but BK hops off of it just to take down Alyssa. Great shot. 7-3. Maybe we can find more rounds this way.
And this is what we were hoping for from XTBO, even though it was kind of getting haphazard towards the end of that B take. But I think in the end it still worked out, and it was the right call, I feel like, to go back to A, because for sure now X10S would have been rotating towards B, and Valentine took a really good and deep control towards A side, so going to A was the safest way they can get into a side. But they just took a little too much time hanging around B, and they give some free kills to X10S. But in the end it worked out, so all good.
And all of a sudden, I think this might be the first time we're seeing X10 on a Thrifty. They got some sheriffs, but they're still landing shots. Alyssa, what the heck is that? Polly going for a peek, getting shut down by Valentine, and all of a sudden it's the hit going towards A. It's very clear. Where is Olulu?
Not gonna find anything though because it's too far off from
Intel
where
at least?
X10S positions are. That is true.
planted.
That's at least information that they are not defender spawn guys. They are coming from A short, and now they're spotted. And Alyssa will try to get a kill. Muffin gets it instead with the paint shells. So it is a 3v3. It is winnable for X10S, but the positions, they're not expecting this, I think. I don't think they know that there's two players U-Haul. And with this orbital strike, they can force them to the backside. And they will actually get killed. Wait, Alyssa, calm down. And unfortunately, because she was so busy shooting Muffin, Valentine took that
Last
chance to
round
finish
in
him
the
off.
half.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's lovely. I think this is one of those moments XNS they can look back and laugh upon.
Yeah.
Because that's how they are.
That's funny.
They're the lemon ice cream. So they have fun. But wow, what a round from Heyimquack. That's something that they need to do again and again. The confidence is just go in that way. The confidence is just stick down spike. We know where they're coming from. Let's wait for them to come through. And as soon as they peek out, let's shut them down.
Okay, that's
Spike
a great
down,
shot from
B.
Kenny. Another B long control
Oh, no.
secured.
Controller gone.
Controller gone. That means there's no easy way for them to close off this operator.
Muffin.
And oh my god, Muffin, what is this? What adventure are you going for here? Sadly, it's going to be stopped by this one little piece of alarm.
Face your
Spinning
fear.
round, and all the sentry knife. What? How did you get that shot?
Mid-air stop.
That should have been illegal, but hey, they got the side. And sadly, they are still pinched, so they need to
Spike
take some
planted.
form of control, be it towards elbow or towards defender spawn, whatever it is. They need to
Oh
go
my
for
God.
it.
They're pinned down on site. They're trying to hold elbow. 3 players in this one spot. And they need to land their shots to make it count. VK still able inside of the tube, taking out 1. And all of a sudden, Valentine's gone as well. What is happening? They're sticking the
enemy
spike B
remaining.
fuse again. Snow! He's up, he's dead!
Oh,
Oh! B fuse still went through and 8-4.
yeah. we
Not
saw-
too bad, but
Not too bad, but that last round though, we saw how they were getting pinched from all 4 sides. Elbow, defender spawn, hookah, and belong. And somehow it just worked out for X10S, even though they were just off individually. And I guess there wasn't enough control taken by X-Team Bo. And we talked about this even from the previous map, Quack. It was always good when X-Team Bo goes on to take a site and then goes for more control. That's how they win those rounds. But that round, they decided to just stay on site and stay in elbow, and that allowed X10S to just swarm them and pinch them from all directions. Unfortunately, it didn't work out too well for them.
I think it's not that bad of an idea, but you need to do it right.
Yes.
If you are holding off angles, if you're getting supported by your teammates and you have the right calls, you are able to shoot out your opponents. But if your opponents are X10S and they kind of know where you are, they send out utility to clear it. They send out pink shells or whatever it is, and then you just get all messed up, and that's where it doesn't work. So elbow just became a big old choke point. They got choked out. And
They got choked out, yeah. Well,
8-4.
8-4. I think it's looking okay for X-Team Bo. It's showing us that X-Team Bo knows what they're doing, because we were talking about, and we have the bird's eye view of everything, right? So we know what's literally going on from both sides. And we were saying like X-Team Bo needed to do this, needed to do that, and they were actually doing it. So they definitely know how to counter X10S here on Bind. But I think the lack of confidence is still showing here and there. And I just hope they sort it out going into the second half, because this is actually a real chance for them. I really believe X-Team Bo can actually bring this back to at least even out the score. Maybe not 2-2, but at least 2-1. So let's hope for that.
Certainly think it's possible. I mean, those 4 rounds that they won,
Yeah.
they got onto the site because they were confident, because they just said, all right, let's do this. I'm going to go in. Snow, you know, you do your thing with the double satchel. The rest of them, Olulu, sent out some flashes. They managed to get on site that way.
Yeah.
They managed to control it that way. And that's what they need to do more of. Now that they're on the defensive side, though, maybe slightly different, but the idea of being confident is still prevalent.
Oh.
You have to do it.
Very much so. Especially against double controllers on the attack. That means there's going to be so many angles closed off for you to defend so passively at the backside. You have to go for those crazy plays, going into smokes, going into pop flash, out of the smokes. Otherwise, you're just going to get free control. You're just going to get free control for X10. So let's see if they're going to be privy to that.
I'll find you.
Oh, wow. Good way to start off with the haunt as well, just a little bit of information. But look at what X10S are doing, Sleepy. It's a default.
Yeah.
On round 1? Okay.
Damn. They want to win, don't they? Oh, God.
So careful.
So careful. So try hard. I love it.
You said it, you know. They are trying to go pro, Sleepy.
Yes, they are. And, well, nothing's happening too much just yet. The controls towards B-Long and showers are good. This will allow X-Team to plan out where they want to defend more heavily, whether it be towards A-Short or Hookah, but it seems like they're comfortable where they are. Now they get some intel that there is at least one player towards showers, and they're hearing the stampede coming from A-Short, but the right-click classic from Poli. Free gun BTW is actually good for them. Snow gets a trade.
Spike
Alyssa will
planted.
be able to turn down this advantage for X-Team. Make it a 4v3 advantage in their favor instead, so the retake is a little tough for X-Team.
If anything, Alyssa is down to 14 HP. Some of them are down to 50. They just might be able to pick them off apart, but oh my god, these angles that X10S are holding are too good. Olulu's only able to get one, and then the rest of them all picked off. X10S winning the pistol again gives them such a big lead at the start of the second half.
And I believe that's another right-click moment from Poli towards showers, so that's unfair. We should make the classic not free. We should make everyone spawn with no guns and they have to choose what to buy. Because, dude, how many times have we seen the classic just do crazy things?
The right click. It's the right click.
It's the right click. And
Especially
Ginny,
for sharp enough to
for
yes,
Ginny, it's the
Ginny.
left click.
It's left click.
Oh, God.
Boy.
Oh boy.
One
Well,
way or
another
another.
default. Yeah, another default from X10. The spike is not even with them. They're so comfortable leaving the spike behind, saying that, you know what, whatever, we're just going to turn back the other way. We're going to pick it up along the way. And they do it as they're converging towards B, where X-Team is playing a little too passively for my liking.
My goodness.
They'll get pushed off even further, deeper into elbow, and that means there should be free access to side for X10S.
It's completely free. The door, it's just wide open. Spike's already down, instantly shooting out the haunt. All the post-plant positions set up. If you're on the side of X-Team, what do you have? 2 shorties, 3 classics. How do you retake? Oh my god. They're slowly trying to creep up front, outside of spawn, in towards Hookah, but the door's been shut at this point. X10S has set up camp and make this their home. Instantly spraying down its destruction. 3 kills for Paulie, and Muffin to clean up as well. A flawless win.
And this leads nicely into the next round as well for Poli. She just needs to get 1 ultimate orb towards showers, and that's a Viper Spit for a post plant. So if they want to play with this bonus round, I think they have a great chance to win it because of that Viper Spit. So that's going to be the focus for X10S this round. And if X-Team is aware of this, they should be trying to not let go of the control of the ultimate orbs on each extreme. So, well, they're doing that. They're pushing B long. They have showers control, but what they don't have is A short control, and that's where everybody's just lurking in slowly. Will get spotted by the trademark, and now they know that they're all in U-Play. But can they defend? That is the question. 1 kill is all Inter can get, and Baby TZ trades it immediately, and now suddenly they have what? They're going towards
Spike planted.
defender spawn.
They traded
And-
positions.
They just swapped places.
Oh no, X Team Bo on the retake now. They really need to make it count, but look at the position the Muffin's holding. Maybe bit by the Prowler, but it's not that big of a deal. They know where they're positioned. How do they take them apart though? That's the thing. Olulu goes out, Muffin takes it a trade. VK coming in back to support her team. 2 on 3, and then the incendiary just to buy a little bit more time. Alyssa, she's toying with them, but still it's not enough.
Oh man, it was getting too scary, but the gun advantage was
Brought it back.
too much to control for X10S, so that's great. And they still had 3 players alive, so that's at least some good investment into the next round. Not gonna have to rebuy too much, just 2 more rifles. This might be the start of it, you know? This might be the start of a journey for X Team Bo to claw back into the series. And they just need to take it one step at a time, one round at a time. Round by round is the way to go.
Bit by bit. 5 rounds is all it takes to bring us back into a 10 to 10. It's not impossible. We can definitely do it. And with teamwork like that, 3 players peeking out of hookah, taking out Muffin of all players. All of a sudden, this entire round's been different. Inter still on the other side of Lamps though. Takes out the Trailblazers. She's thinking about swapping the utility. She's always done this. And sometimes it costs her initiative. She has to reposition. Back into the site. She peeks out, takes out Alyssa. It is judgment time.
He gets out of the smoke, gets 1 kill, gets back into the smoke, he gets out of the smoke, gets another kill. Finally traded by Baby TZ, but by this time, everybody from X Team Bo is on the side to get that final kill onto Ginny. 3 kills for Snow. The Snow Stopper is ready.
Oh, right. Pretty soon it's gonna be a blizzard. We're calling a timeout, and I'm wondering if it's coming in from X10S. For the first time, they're gonna be the first ones in the half to call it. You have to wonder, like, what's not really working out for them, and I really think it's just because this is X Team Bo just being a lot more comfortable now that they feel like this is a lot more controlled for them to find these duels.
The confidence is now radiating from the team, and I love that. They're braver in terms of taking control. Initiatives were more imminent, and also the duels they're taking, they're not hesitating as much. And on the flip side, X10S, they seem like they're taking things way too slow to call themselves X10S, you know? Like, they're allowing Muffin to get picked off in the first 5 seconds, and then they just do whatever they feel like they're doing, and it just doesn't work because Muffin's not there to entry for them. So maybe X10S is just missing that aggression that we've seen in the past 2 maps. Maybe just stick together as 5 and go together, and that will make things work. But as long as they're still doing what they're doing right now, just defaulting, giving space for X Team Bo to try and get early pickups, X Team Bo will be very happy to take that. And Valentine has pulled out the operator, and this is going to get harder for X10S to enter any new areas, enter any new angles. And that might be good news for X Team Bo.
Operator, definitely a big tool. And I think it's also that, again, like you mentioned, the confidence. An example of that was when 3 players peeked out of hookah together, and they instantly took down Muffin. Without Muffin leading the charge, someone else has to step up. And because they have a double controller setup, Ginny's the next one to step up to that spot. And she can't really quite do it by herself. You know, it's not that fast. And all of these angles being held just works out so well for X Team Bo. With this confidence, you know, 4 more rounds, Sleepy, I think they could do it. But then again, you got to question what X10S has planned. There's a bit of a tech pause. And they're not allowed to talk during this.
No. But just looking at the scoreboard now, something going right for X10 is they're farming ultimates. And something about having something about having a great lead like they have right now, 10-6. They have a lot of rounds to just throw, quote unquote, throw, to farm as many ultimates as they can, and then just use it all at once to win one round. And that's going to shift the momentum. And that's what's happening right now. But on the flip side, X-Team Bo, they also have ultimates, and they're just going for a B push now. Let's just go down. Lulu is actually going to get a piercing shot onto 2, while the Snow Stopper is once again a miss, unfortunately for Snow.
Not too shabby. At least it's kind of pushed Ginny all the way to the other side, but as soon as she pushed back up front, Snow was prepared for it. Gets the instant headshot, and 10-7. This gap is getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah, but that Snow Stopper bit is a good news. It's a piece of good news for X10S, because now they don't have to worry about it in the next round while they have all their ultimates almost ready. So this almost has to go to X10S this next round. They have a Orbital Strike, they have Tour de Force, they're one way away from Showstopper of their own, and Poli has a Viper Spit for that post plant, so all they have to do is just go on the site. And I am sure they can do at least that.
Baby TZ pulled out the Tour de Force, trying to peek out. It's gonna be Inter that's holding from the site though, around truck. So, trying to push them off with the incendiary, making use of the talk screen just to push up. Oh my gosh, Valentine can't see this at all.
Valentine, are you aware of this? Are you aware of the possibility? She is! And she flicks into Alyssa's heart with an operator shot of her own. That's so good. And that's going to force X10S to fall back towards B. And there you have 2 players waiting. An elbow. Are they going to be aware of this? Oh, she's just going to go for the plant? Wait, are they going to try and stop this? Seekers swing headshot onto 1, and Muffin with a Showstopper missing. That's going to be a disaster for X10S, because now the retake is going to be much, much easier.
They're holding it all from Garden though. And with the smokes, it just doesn't quite land it. Oh my gosh, Trailblazer frag from Olulu. It bites, and it bites hard. And then the snipers ring forward. Valentine, Baby TZ trading shots, but Valentine comes out on top. 10-8 now.
All right,
and they continue off with their lead.
Wow, we are this close now, everybody. 2 more rounds, possibly 1 more, since this is gonna be an eco round for X10S. So almost certainly gonna go the way of X-Team Bo. But that Trailblazer, though, it bites hard.
Yeah. Just happened to stun the right person at the right time and to translate into a kill. But even then, this is 4 rounds in a row now for X-Team Bo. X10S, on the other hand, not quite sure what's going wrong for them, but they aren't quite able to convert these rounds into wins, losing too many players in the process of hitting sites.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't wrong. They did get into the side, but they just didn't get the kills and post plant. But now they're going to go into the side once again. Good entries, good flashes to push off that operator by Valentine, and now they get the side plus a Viper Spit and a potential post plant play with the Orbital Strike. There is no Molly, however, on both Poli and Alyssa, so there's only that Orbital Strike. They're actually all playing on the Viper Spit, and they're gonna go for the retake. Lulu finds 1, and Valentine will also find another. Poli, though, defending very nicely in her own Viper Spit. The Orbital Strike will be delaying the spike defuse much further. Will they be able to find the defuse now that BK finds a kill? Muffin will try it. Alyssa swings and gets the final 2 to get X10S that 11th round that they've been looking for so long.
After 4 rounds, we open up the skies. We put down the green gas. And just because of all of these things coming into cohesion, coming into fruition, X-Team Bo not quite able to retake. Just such a domineering presence of this Viper's Pit alone, hiding inside of the corner. They tried to push in, but even with the trades, it was not good enough.
It's the Viper Spit effect, you know. It's always scary to go into it, so you kind of lose your direction, even though you know you have the comms. And you have the coordination saying like, you know what, we're gonna push this side of the Viper Spit first and blah 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 blah. But once you're in it, your minimap gets blurred out, your vision gets blurred as well, and everything just goes to hell for them.
Yeah.
And that was such a great play from Poli, just surviving and getting the kills and not choosing to overheat and overextend. She decided to lean back towards elbow and waits for her teammates. That's such an experienced play from Poli. And this controller specifically, well, both are really good, but Poli, that round, I think she was the MVP of that round.
Couldn't agree more. Just, again, it's those micro decisions that you only gain because you have that experience.
Yeah.
Knowing exactly how to react despite that much utility being thrown your way. This time around, just going in to check in A with the Trailblazer through the teleporter. They're trying to peek out off of it as well, but playing so safe. X10S just completely back off. A bit of a default as well, but now they know that 3 players are coming in from A. They make the call to rotate to B.
That's a great decision. So much intel was gathered just by posting someone there. And Valentine. Wait, what? She did pull off the TP because it gets destroyed in the middle of the timing when he snapped his fingers. And just in a snap of a finger, 2 players got killed. And those are the 2 defending B. And therefore B is open for business for X10S.
How does that even happen that quickly? Teleporter shot out, and now 3 for the retake. Open for business, but can we actually buy anything? Answer is no, because it's way too expensive. Muffin taking out yet another player. I don't know if X Team Bo will be able to perform in the next round. 1v5 for VK. And she's staring at match point from X10S. Goes in, Ginny spotted her.
Oh no. Yeah, it turns
Does she
around.
save. Oh my gosh.
Oh man, it's such a hard decision, you know, to save in the face of match point. But I know it's a 1v5. I know it's looking like it's impossible, but you almost always have to try when you're facing match point like that. And she just can't do it. She knew she had no chance as she got spotted there. And this was nuts, I think. Before that, actually, when Valentine was shooting and then TPing out, but as she was getting transported by the rendezvous, she got back on top of the container because her TP got destroyed midway. That was something I've never seen before, and it turned out it's possible to do that.
Only if your opponent kind of whiffs the off shot, though.
That is
but still,
true.
it's so... Oh, and here it is. Match point now, Sleepy. For the win. X10S and their slot to VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. It's down to this one round. Inter on the judge, the rest of her team on Vandals. Valentine with the tour de force at the ready as well. Can they actually send us into another round? X Team Bo trying to push off X10S.
This could be the start of it, though, but the utility usage is good. The and that will allow Valentine to get a free kill onto Muffin, the entry fragger. This will complicate things for X10S, but Poli decides to just push into her own poison cloud, finds a kill, but the try is happening, but again! She wants this win. She wants to go pro, Quack. She wants that elite slot, and I think that might have been it. That could have been the one play that brought X10S the slot to elite.
So smart, just to go inside the lamps, peeks out, it cuts the back line. It's up to VK now, but as soon as she finds even one, the swing from Ginny would have been too much. That's it though, Poli still lands the final shot. It's the 4th frag in the round. And X10S with the 3-0 inside of this best of 5. They secure their spot to VCT Game Changers APAC Elite.
My goodness, Poli. You are undoubtedly the MVP of this map specifically. But, oh my god, how good was that? That was just the perfect play. The perfect amount of aggression shown by Poli at the right timing as well. She was facing Judgment. She was facing a judge at U-Haul. She didn't care. She just went for it, and that's when you know a player wants to go pro. She goes for those kinds of plays and makes it work. And so congratulations to X10 Sapphire for being the first team to qualify to Elite through the APAC Game Changers Last Chance Qualifier. And of course, it's not over for X Team Bo. They still have a chance to make it through from the lower bracket finals, happening tomorrow against W Streak Female.
That said, still, my gosh, looking at all of these numbers, every player performed, not a single player with a negative KDA.
Wow.
I mean, round of applause for that. 8-13, X Team Bo started to fight their way back in of the second half.
This props to X Team Bo. They decided that they are equals to X10S, and they decided to play with their confidence radiating in this last map. Unfortunately, I feel like it's a little too late for them to start showing the confidence now, but at least it gave us this map. It was closer than ever before, and I enjoyed it so much because we get to see some amazing plays from Olulu with the pop flashes and swings. Snow, even though the showstoppers kind of whiffed towards the end of the game, but at the start though, it was her pulling off some of those cheeky moves and really good plays with the utilities as well but Muffin, Polly, Alyssa as well in one of those rounds. I think in terms of individuals, it is clear that X10S has the upper hand, and therefore they are the first team to qualify to Elite with an amazing score of 13-3, 13-3, and 13-8 to close everything out on that last map, which is Bind.
Wow, not even letting X Team Bo reach double digits.
No,
That's
no double digits.
Well, we're going to continue to break down some of these games. I believe replay highlights will come up soon, but don't go away, guys, because we will have a winner's interview pretty soon. So,
I
mean, I think we get to interview Ginny, which is like,
that would be great,
pick
man.
her brain a bit.
Yeah, interviewing a legend. I want to ask her, why are you in LCQ, Ginny? Why are you taking away a chances for these other teams to qualify when you could have just qualified from open?
You ask her like what it feels like to try and go pro.
Yeah, honestly, I'll ask her. But you have your own questions, and let's get ready for that. So everybody watching this at home, just prepare for that interview while we watch the highlights. Look at Snow. Snow was so confident. She was swinging, and Olulu as well, together with PK. My goodness, this was the form of X Team Go that we would have loved to see from map 1 and 2.
I mean, I think if anything, the fact that they're performing better on third map, it gives them that confidence boost that they need for tomorrow's match.
That's actually true because, again, X Team Bo, they're not out yet. They still have that one more chance to qualify to Elite. Tomorrow, they are going to face up against W Streak Female, and that's going to be fun, bro. That's going to be fun because we saw how W Streak Female played today. We saw how X Team Bo played today. Maybe X Team Bo didn't play the best they could against X10S, but we saw in that last map the potential and the abilities, the capabilities of each of those players just being able to hold down a team like X10S as they did on that last map. I think they've got a pretty solid chance to qualify tomorrow, but of course, W Streak Female, they're not going to let it go that easy.
Not that easy. But I think that's the thing. Throughout this entire series, this entire tournament and brackets, that's what experience is all about. You know, it's not just playing a lot of games. It's playing games against strong opponents. Because that's what you can learn from them. Yes, the defeat on Haven and Fracture might have been hard, but there's so much to learn from them. And just trying to adapt some of your strategies to match or counter X10S's strategies, it kind of helps you grow as a team. And that's what it's all about.
I agree. And we've already seen that in WSF, right? Because they've lost to some of the bigger teams before this as they go into LCQ. And we've seen the progress they've made. And now they are in the lower bracket finals, one step away as well, going into Elite. And for X Team Bo, maybe that same level of experience, they just got it from X10S. And so tomorrow, it'll be the battle of teams that lost to X10S, the battle of teams that have finally gotten the experience that might be required to let them have a chance at Elite and maybe even a chance to qualify to Berlin. Tomorrow is going to be that determination of these two teams, and we'll see what's going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah,
Fun stuff.
it's either it's one or the other.
Yeah.
W Strict Female or X Team Pro. It's gonna be a little bit tough, but still, at the very least for now, congratulations to X10S. They may or may not have been smurfing in APAC LCQ.
Oh,
But
God,
they certainly showed like their strengths in like together as a team. Haven, if I were going to Elite from now on, Fracture, Haven, ban against X10S.
no, just don't play that. Just don't play those maps. Anyway, I think we are ready for our interview with one of the players from X10S, the first team
One
to
of.
qualify to Elite. One of the player from X10S. Let's see who we've
I
got.
think so.
Hello, Ginny.
Hello.
Hi, congratulations, X10S.
Congrats.
Congratulations, Ginny.
Thank
That
you.
was such an intense and amazing performance from X10S. You guys were so dominant, and I think you guys are just so prepared to go into this LCQ. Did you guys prepare a lot going into LCQ because you guys didn't qualify and this is your last chance? What was the preparations like for you guys?
Actually, we didn't expect that we need to play LCQ because we trial based in the Qualifier 1.
Yeah.
But we did a mistake and we lost so many chances, and I think we lose the confidence. Yeah, and like everyone cannot perform well. But I think when we lose the qualifier and overtime, right? We learn so many things that we have to fix. If we get the qualifiers in first 3 slot, I think we also cannot win at Elite for sure. But after we lose, we fixing so many things and we practice really hard. Yeah.
Wow.
Cannot
So
be
you
said.
think so you think the fact that you didn't qualify before and now you have to play in LCQ, that helped you become an even better team to prepare for Elite maybe. So
Yeah.
there's a bigger chance for you to qualify to Berlin. Wow. That's an amazing
It's
mindset
like-
and progress.
It's like finally we play as a team.
But it looked so great, Quack. What do you think?
I have to agree. I mean, I think this is one of those times where we really start to see them play a lot more controlled, a lot more disciplined, but also to have that potential to like make some crazy moments happen. Like, for example, Muffin, especially on Haven and Fracture. It's such a strong team. I'm just wondering, how did you guys really suddenly figure out all these things? How did you fix those problems?
To be honest, I think maybe it's my bad that we lose from the past, because I want when we got some problem, right, I cannot understand and I feel like I want to fix it fast. Yeah, but I change my attitude to become like, okay, we don't need to go fast, but we just need to go together. Yeah.
Together.
Wow.
I love that.
I love that. That's such a W mindset. And I was thinking this, right? I was thinking, why didn't you guys qualify? Why do you have to play in the LCQ? Why are you taking chances from all these other
my
teams? All right, Quack, I think you had one question for
Smurfing.
Ginny? Yeah, I don't know. One more question.
I mean, we love the fact that you guys are playing together as a team. It's a lime or lemon flavored ice cream team. But moving forward, into Elite, we have about a month from now before Elite actually happens. You're going to be playing against your rivals. Anything you're going to do extra to prepare for that? I mean, Pearl is going to be in that map pool now. Do you have anything to say about that?
I think so.
Maybe Pearl.
I think we have to practice more and prepare for the new map. yeah, Pearl, because we haven't practiced about that map, but we will practice for sure.
Okay. Well, there you have it. Ginny, thank you so much. I think that was a great sharing session. Thank you and congrats once again. Good luck in Elite, and we'll see you again in the server very soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Oh, God, that was so amazing, Quack. Like,
Such a W mindset.
Yeah, exactly. Such a W mindset. The way she thought about, oh, maybe it was my mistake. I wanted to fix things fast, find hot fixes. That doesn't work, so I'm going to change my mindset and, just go together. Just fix things together and take our time. No need to go fast, but we need to do things right.
Yes.
And that's it. That was so good.
I think that's the sign of a true leader. And you have that altruistic kind of feeling towards your team and just to have everyone come together. Win or lose, we are a team.
Yes.
And if we push together, if we work together, we can find those dubs. And that's what it's about.
Yeah, and they did find it. So congratulations once again to X10 Sapphire. They are your first team to qualify to VCT APAC Game Changers Elite. And well, tomorrow we are going to have one more team join them in Elite together with all these other teams that's been waiting for so long. But of course, that's going to wait until tomorrow. I'm Sleepy, and it's Quack. Heyimquack, actually, and it's been a pleasure for us to cast for you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and we're sorry if we made any mistakes, and if we offended anyone, we didn't mean anything by that. We will be back tomorrow, so be back tomorrow, guys. See you soon.
Wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a couple hundred bucks. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a couple hundred bucks. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here, everybody round, everybody round here, know we get hype. Everybody round, everybody round.
Mid.
Wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a couple hundred bucks. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a couple hundred bucks.